Welcome back, Crime Spies. A word to those of you who live stream. Don't mess with your settings unless you have the day off. Welcome back. Today is day 9 of the travesty they're calling a trial for Mr. Zachariah Anderson. I have to monkey around here for a moment. I had some really great ideas, but what do they say about the best plans? I think I'm actually backwards. Oh, no, I am right side. Okay. Sweet. Oh, I'm backwards on this one. One moment. There. All right. So yesterday we ended with watching. I don't want to fix that either. This is why nobody subscribes to my channel. Except for you fine people, who I appreciate so much. And actually, this probably is best because, you know, you're all such nice, kind people. You put up with my technical trying to figure out issues. All right. So, the one thing I didn't do was figure out where we were. There's a dog barking. View. Docs. Enable. Hi, Jamie. Okay, I did something this morning. Enable. I don't know where to put this. Oh my God, I think it's working. Just a moment. Oh, that doesn't look right. What is this? Okay, Hi, Kayla. Hi, chain of custody. Jamie, you're laughing on Baker this morning was awesome. Okay, so I see something here. Okay, so I had made this. Well, it's too hard to explain. Let me just go ahead and find. Let me shut this off. Cut. Okay, so I can see that. Why can't? Okay, and it doesn't matter. I'll figure it out. What I do need to figure out is where we were. So if you will entertain me one moment with your patience whilst enable. Okay, so there should be some automatically dropped in. Hi, Nancy RN. There should be some automatically dropped in reminders, supposedly, I think every 5 minutes. Well, let's just see if it happens. But I do need to figure out where we ended yesterday. Okay, so my whole goal this morning was to try to streamline some of this. You know, like as far as like reminding people about the website, reminding people to listen to Wrongful podcast, reminding people to please, you know, share the donation link and etc. I've got a few things in here, but like I said, all right, and Botrix is in here, which I haven't even gotten to Botrix yet. Okay, all right, let me. Okay, so again, word of warning to those of you who live stream using OBS, make sure that if you want to make modifications that you think are going to make things better, take the whole day off and do it. Okay. Now. And I think I figured out how to not blast your ears with the stingers. Oh, no, I just realized something else. Okay, oh, doesn't matter. Here, I'll fix it. I'll fix it later. What I should do is bring my other computer in here. Sit over there and fix it. Okay, so, alrighty. Oops. I have to figure out that too. How not to have you hear what I'm doing. Because, you know, when I try to have surprises for you, and then you can hear what I'm working on. And Half Irish, it's her birthday today. Okay, so text message for March 29th. Okay, it's right around there. Just let me find it now. I should have wrote it down. I'm so dumb. FFS. Oh my God, I came up with a really... Okay, so... April 28th. Okay, hold on. April 28th is at 1:49. I don't think we got that far, did we? April 20th. April 20th. April 20th. 255. Okay, so exhibit 255. And then... Okay, so you know how Gravely has been christened the name Dingleberry? So I was thinking that would be kind of funny to have like a voiceover, like the golf commentary people. Oh, what we're witnessing here is Dingleberry behavior. Tell number 3, flapping wing like chicken. You know, like along that line. Day 8. What did I say now? 255? April 8th. April 8th. Oh, it would help if I'm on the right day. My goodness. Make sure you go get a beverage or your heart medication. There is a warning if you are a heart patient. You should probably consult with a physician. Before watching this trial. Oh, and for those of you who all right, we're just gonna, I think I know what I'm gonna do. Like 120. We're gonna start here. And then I'll continue to peruse. This is, oops, not what I wanted. So for those of you who were on the live stream last night.
Platonic relations.
Okay, we're just gonna start here. And this is like a ballpark. But it's my understanding over $4,000 was raised last night on Nick, the guy from Sweden's live stream. Yay! Actually, let me just do this. $46,770. They're so close. They're so close. So for those of you, I know the economy is, let's just be frank, it's terrible. But you know, there are non-monetary ways to, you know, that you can contribute, you know, by sharing sharing this link, sharing his free ZachariahAnderson.org link, and also prayers. I mean, if you give it a whirl, he listens. He's kind of like Frasier, this guy Daddy is. Yes. Oh, okay. Wow, do I look terrible? I still can't find my eye drops. All right, underneath the video here. So this is what we're watching. I switched it here to please note, for the duration of the trial, we rewatch in lieu of any donations to crime spies, which, for starters, very seldom happens. I am monetized on Rumble, and I'm up to about $7.30 since Letitia Stouck. So it's no big whoop, people. It's not like I'm missing out on anything. You know, I'm sure I could pick up change going to the mailbox and back. But please support the Anderson family here. And then here's the link to that GiveSendGo. So I just added that as like the very first thing you see underneath in the description. Monetary contributions towards the $50,000 goal are most appreciated, as well as non-monetary contributions such as sharing the link on your social media and prayers. And then we've got Vielhammer's link. Here's the free Zachariah Anderson. Here's the link to the Wrongful podcast. There's 4 episodes now. What We the People Can Do. There's the GiveSendGo link again. Here's Law Kong Express's 4 must watch on this case. Link to his channel. And then here's some in case you missed it. Soloman Anderson interview on Broken Baker. Here's the link to Broken Baker. Here's the link to that interview. And then under MLS, it's got, this is Solomon's interview with him. Every time I post the link for him, it doesn't work. So I don't know what's going on there. Why some work, why some don't. Here's the link to his Denny motion explanation video from the very first couple days that, you know, were wondering what they were arguing about. Here's the link that Jamie shared yesterday. This is closing arguments analysis. Also David's live, or I don't know if it was live stream, but his video. Steve Gosney interview with Tiffany Roy. Here's the link for that. Here's our christened people from the Serendipitous Christmas Kismet marathon. We had a 2-day marathon. King Kong or Encyclopedia crown. And then straight, the warrior princess moderator. And then also I'm just compiling a list of some YouTube channels. See, some of the stuff's not working. So far I got Detective John, Salvador, Publicly Buzzed, Steve, Jessica for Justice. She's a brand new channel I found through Murder Church on Publicly Buzzed Sunday. She's freaking awesome. Awesome. And then Christine's channel's here. I've been meaning to add like Hella's channel and a few others as I think of them or as it's brought to my attention. So that kind of keeps our chat focused on the trial. That's my opinion. But if some of these like automatic insert things I was working on today work, there's me. Then I'll do that maybe. Or, I'll throw those in on occasion. And you're probably looking at me going, oh, yeah, that's kind of like how it goes. All right, I'm going to press play. I'm going to mute, monkey around, and read your chat. And try to figure out if this is where we were.
And you said, no, you didn't.
Thank you for being here.
And he said, well, I am paraphrasing, not lying. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Oh, oh my God. Oh. All right, let me move my friggin' head out of the way. Oh.
Now, during that phone call that we...
And one more pause. Today, let's change this. I'm sorry. Look, now I've wasted even more time for your beautiful day. As a reminder, today is day 1321 since Zachariah Anderson has been incarcerated. And the link there too. Cut. All right, now I'll work on seeing where this super cool chat thing I fixed or had thought I fixed this morning is.
Discuss the hour and 45.
Well, I think, unless you're questioning,
No,
right?
Unfortunately, Judge, I'm not.
Let's take a break. Please don't talk about the case during the break. I'm going to try to keep
Oh my
it down
God.
to 10 minutes.
Pause.
But,
Okay, so see, it says crime spies contribute monetary or non-monetary contributions. Well, that's a little redundant. Shannon, share link appreciated too. So those are popping in automatically. And then see, check out list of excellent crime-related YouTube channels in description box. In order of my favorites, kidding, just seeing if you're paying attention. I got that from Law King Kong. He did that in one of his videos. I thought it was clever. Okay, good. That's working. So we'll see what happens. Or if they're coming in too fast. But I did notice this. Law Kong Express says exciting news. Wrongful is in 2 parts, Wednesday and Thursday. Yes. So last week was episode 4. I think it came out Wednesday. But this week, a treat for all of us. Wrongful, 2 parts. Oh my God, that's so exciting. You're all freaking awesome people.
yeah.
Maybe this is where we ended because it's, I don't know.
We're still in the courtyard. We won't start with that.
I was talking to Jamie via messages yesterday.
Your bailiff indicated to us that in terms of some of the things that are playing,
And I told her, I said, I'm so used to doing these live streams with like mute viewers, let's just say. And, so I'm used to like turning it on and, introducing myself to my future audience. And then, having copious amounts of free time to monkey around back here. So this last couple of weeks has been a whirlwind with all this wonderful chatting. Okay, I gotta show you. Okay, let me just Jamie's laugh is one of the greatest laughs I've ever heard in my whole life. So Jamie, chain of custody, hello, hello. Kayla, nurse RN. Erin is here. Thank you for the like, Erin, if you're still here. What's our temperature? It's 28 degrees Fahrenheit here in the southwest burbs. She's in the southeast burbs. And it's cloudy. Help Zachariah Anderson. You're in Munich? Okay, the only German words I know are Farfignugen and Guten Tag. Oh my God, I just realized Crime Spice is a global sensation sweeping the world right now. Pixie is from Australia. Irish Lady Hannah. Jump scare with that witch. Oh, is it still too loud? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so in OBS, when you switch scenes, I must have done something so that when it transitions from the two screens, the witch comes on, and I gotta fix that. Irish Lady Hannah. Hello, I'm listening. Oh, it appears Lynn Dalton has entered Fraser Crane mode. Kayla, sharing is huge. Yeah, sharing is huge. We always say that in, in the tax world. There are non-monetary contributions. Well, actually, as like, if you receive a non-monetary contribution and you're like the president of an S Corp, you have to estimate its value and put it on your P&L. Toadly Pip is here. Good evening. So Tootly Pip is from the UK? Question mark, I'm assuming. Is it London? Oh my gosh, when Steve Gosney hopped on the chat last night, I nearly fainted. And then he popped on screen, I nearly fainted again. And somebody he was going to donate some of his books, and someone nominated the Wrongful team. I second that, and I would also include an Encyclopedia Crown in that list. Yes, when he gets choked up. I mean, he is just something else, that Steve Gosney. Yeah. I cry all the time. Were you here Christmas Day? I think I cried 3 times. I mean, Christmas Eve. Okay, oh, when the trial begins, I want to hear low golf speak. Yeah, I was thinking, okay, so sometimes I laugh to myself too, but I was like making my Swedish egg coffee this morning, and I started thinking, like, okay, so it's almost going to kind of sort of be like a hybrid between Mama Meow and
Pause.
pause.
Is that better?
Oh, they were monkeying with the
Let's
video.
go.
So Mama Meow is in the search for the domestic feline.
Better, but still not.
Like I'm scoping out like Steve Irwin, the crocodile guy, for, the cats in the house. Ooh, I've spotted one. So I got to figure that out.
Closer together.
But like, ooh, look at the dingleberry is exhibiting one of his tell signs. The self-hug is quite extraordinary. Or something. I'll figure it out. But you might get the Mama Meow voice. Oh, Xcomer. Oh, and I did download a golf clap. Oh, there's another one of my drop-ins. One of Crime Spy's goals is to bring back the art of debate. Play nice in the sandbox. Ah, nice. Just joined as it's story time with Schroeder for the 84th time.
255.
There, 255. Yeah, we had to have been like right around here. Oh dear, I just noticed something. The automatic little drops are duplicating. Because I'm streaming on 3 platforms. FFS. Oh, I'll have to fix that. Okay, so the volume on the court is just flat out low. It's
without
as soon as they turn their mics up,
you're going to be able to improve it. But that's just my opinion. And years of working with this.
and I can jack it all the way up. That's as far as I
I
can
have
bring
been
it.
in here before where our
Now it's
investigator has
clipping.
been able to make things significantly louder. So,
We can.
We have a.
Was loudness the problem, or it's just the ambient noise that between the?
Well,
But they don't like really have their
Yeah,
microphone.
I don't want
Their
to speak to the jury,
microphones
but
plugged
it
in right
appears
yet.
to me that at least a base problem is how loud it is.
Give it a try.
Maybe double it up.
Or just,
Because it's my understanding the jury is
put it by
out
the
while they
microphone?
tinker.
Mike, AV guy says put it by the microphone.
Here, I'm going to fast forward it into
No,
10
that's
speed
speaker.
until they
This
get
is the
back to normal.
So we can put it by microphone here. So you have to be here.
Okay, now how can I fix these? Edit.
Stop.
Yours on the left, good, if you're not, okay.
Better, much better.
Our other option is we can turn it all the way up and put that closer to them at the front of the jury box.
They're just monkeying
We did
with
that.
their
We did
audio.
that.
But then on the glass,
Yeah,
right?
Okay.
Right, so I'm gonna, with the court's permission, I'm gonna replay the telephone conversation between Sadie and the defendant from April 8th that we previously played for you that apparently was very hard to hear, with the court's permission.
But
We're the same time.
Yeah, from 9:07, we're supposed to get to it, to 10:57.
I'm trying, but you're not giving me this. It's just like you can talk to me about something that isn't fucking there. I'm not asking things. I don't want to ask you.
I think she's coming back.
We were on April 25th of 2020. We're supposed to get the defendant from April
Okay, it looks like Vielhammer is going to give us a no.
8th that we had
The
previously
volume
played
is
for you
going
that
to jump
apparently
a
was very
little
hard
to
to
help
hear.
amplify the
With the
tape
court's
recording.
permission.
but
We're the same time.
Yeah, from 9:07, we're supposed to like
Yeah,
get
I'm
to
getting
it
an
to
orange zone.
10:57.
It's not any fucking excuse. I'm trying, but you're not giving me this space. You just want to keep confronting me about something that isn't fucking there. I'm not asking for it. Well, I don't know what you're asking. I'm not fucking with you. You need this space. I think you talk like it's like you're going to walk every night. No, you don't. Yeah. I'm thinking. Don't you put these things to me. Why? It's not good enough. Is it ever going to be? No,
Do you think it'd be easier if I slowed it down?
That's okay. That's okay. If I heard it, I know I did. asked, and I'm like, fuck, you're killing me. No answer, you see? You see how you're pushing me away? Yeah, I'm fucking dying over here. I'm asking for your time and attention. I'm asking if we come together as a couple and make a fucking deal. I don't know what you're right now. I don't know you're not safe right now. I've told you that. It's not, it's different right now. You want a day or two to make a change? I don't see it making a change in a day or two.
Turn the court volume down. It's negative 10 decibels right now.
I understand. I don't understand. I get it, and I'm not appreciating it. I see it. I understand. It's not.
I wonder if there's a better copy of this, like on their website.
I'm asking for some reciprocity.
Is that better?
Okay. Two devices, microphones.
I am good. Prior to the break, we were on April 25th of 2020, after the conversation you had with the defendant regarding his premonition. And then there were subsequent phone calls. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And were you aware at that time that that phone call was being recorded?
No.
I have a mic here. Same exhibit 255. Oh.
There's no line to cross, Sadie. You have to right. There's a fucking line. Regardless of my fucking life. And that is what you fucking cross. It is not okay. None of it is okay. And if you think it is okay, then you can figure that shit out. You kicked me to the curb, Sadie. You got other guys. To the fucking curb and told you how you felt. I was fucking honest about it. You don't want to fucking hear it. You want to hear it a different way. I don't know what to tell you. No, you said give you some space, not you got dudes coming over to spend the night, okay? So give me some space to do what the fuck I want to do in my own time. Yeah, whatever you want to do does not mean. It's not me, that does not mean that you get to decide who I fucking hang out with or that it's wrong that I do or do. I'm not saying wrong. I'm not saying wrong. And I Sadie, I think. But no, we're sorry, but talking, no. You need to get.
Ms. Beecham, you seem pretty fired up in that conversation. Would that be accurate?
Yes. Sorry, just for record purposes, I have the timestamp of when that ended.
Apologies, counsel, 3:38. And why were you that angry during that phone call?
Because he wouldn't stop. I asked and had been as honest about my feelings and that there was no chance for a relationship, and he just would constantly try to have these kinds of conversations with me.
And that night, on the night of the 25th, did you have some subsequent conversations with your daughter regarding some of these things at all?
Yes. After Zach told me that he was at my house the night before, that he did look in the window and he did take a picture, I then was curious because obviously my kids were
Oh my
at
God,
the
it's
house with him.
working.
So I asked
But you can't read it.
our daughter if if she knew if Dad had left or kind of what had happened, and she told me that he did. And that he came to the house, that she knew he came to the house. And I asked her how she knew, and she said, well, Dad showed me a picture, and you were there with somebody else, and she began to tell me some details about that night as well, that she shouldn't have known either. And I asked her how she knew that, and she said that she had seen a video or a picture.
Now, the night of the 25th, she was staying somewhere else, is that accurate?
She was on the night of the 25th, she was at her aunt's house. Well, she was at her uncle's house, spending time with her aunt. Yeah.
And did you then get the kids back the 26th?
Correct.
And did you have more in-depth discussions with your daughter regarding what had occurred or what she knew of what had occurred?
Yes.
And did you share some of that information with Mr. Gutierrez via text message on April 26th?
I did.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 218. (8:52 p.m.) You text Mr. Gutierrez, it's been a mess since he brought the kids home. And he responds with, really, that sucks. Are you and her okay? And you respond with, we are now a bit, but more info. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And then does Mr. Gutierrez ask, did he record more? And your answer is, he took your vehicle registration and note from a DJ. When he left today, he said, you know that fucker doesn't care about you. He really loves DJ.
Language.
Then you say, I wasn't sure what he was saying and why, but then Liv just told me he took something from your car. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And that whole part about DJ, what do you remember about a conversation with the defendant regarding mentioning a DJ?
That is all he said was that there was a note in Mr. Gutierrez's car that he assumed was from someone that Mr. Gutierrez may have been involved with, and that I don't know what the letter said, but he felt as though that this was some kind of a love letter or something.
So
Nice.
the defendant was telling you that Mr. Gutierrez really loves this DJ?
Yes.
And then after those texts it says, and still has them, including this letter, so he definitely was here. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Did it freak you out at all, knowing that the defendant had been at your residence in the middle of the night?
Absolutely.
And why did that freak you out?
Because he was supposed to be with the children, and I was with the person that I was choosing to be with, so why would he need to
Good
be
for
at my
you.
house?
Have you ever gone to the defendant's home in the middle of the night when you have the children to look through the windows?
Objection, relevancy.
State,
Okay, let's try this one. I don't think. Hmm. I don't think I can change it. Okay. Although you will notice that it's transparent in the background. They don't really give you a ton of options.
Two 18. So after you had indicated including this letter, so he was definitely here.
Oh, and the
Does
new
Mr.
chats are
Gutierrez
coming
say,
in on the
LOL,
bottom.
that's funny? So
I
that
don't know,
note
you
was
probably
in the
can't even see
passenger
it.
side back seat pocket, and then he has a letter from the last owner of the car, and you respond with, LOL, I have no clue and don't really care, LOL. And then he indicates that it was found the other day when she was riding in the back seat. And you say, really, I'm not worried or questioning. I'm fucking pissed he removed your personal information from your car.
Language.
And then a minute later you say, Liv wants to meet your kids before you, LOL. What does that mean in terms of what you've now been talking to your daughter about, given what she's learned?
So I had a discussion with Olivia, with my daughter, and she had divulged some of this information that I found out about her dad having his information. So I was trying to ease her mind about the relationship, because now Zach had given her all of this negative information about him. So I wanted her to know who he was, and that he was a father, and that he had children too, and that, you know, he was a nice person, he was caring, you know, just all of those things. And that, you know, at some point, you know, I just tried to, because his kids were kind of the same age as my kids, so just trying to make her feel a little bit more comfortable about this person, and that, you know, from trying to counter all the negative stuff that she was being told. So that's what she had then said, well, as any kid would, well, I want to meet his kids before I meet him. So it was just kind of, I thought it was kind of cute, and so I just passed on that information.
Now, at this point in your relationship with Mr. Gutierrez, did you see it progressing further than what it currently was?
Yes, I mean, at this time we were seeing each other frequently and had conversations about moving forward.
Now, did Mr. Gutierrez ever tell you that he, after learning of his stuff being taken from his truck on 426, went over to the defendant's home?
He did not.
On April 26th, as part of your text conversations, did he text you back and forth with the idea that he wanted to pay him a visit?
He did. He said that he had thought about going over there and just confronting and letting him know, like, hey, amicably, like, hey, I'm in a relationship with her, like, what's the deal? What do you need to know? I don't know, guy stuff, I guess.
But he never told you that he actually did that?
No. He said he was thinking of it and that he had gotten in the car and he was gonna, and then he just decided not to. And we kind of talked about it, knowing that how I might feel about that.
So after this April 25th incident regarding you believing the defendant had been at your house videotaping or taking pictures, did the defendant, in your opinion, or from your perception, get the message that you and he were a
We don't object to that speculation.
Did the defendant change tactics that you had previously described of the texts, the flowers, the gifts after seeing you with Mr. Gutierrez on the 25th?
I don't object to the word tactics.
Hi, Murph's Turf. I recognize that name. Hello and welcome. Welcome to Crime Spies.
After April 25th, when he had seen you with Mr. Gutierrez, did the defendant change his behavior towards you in any meaningful way?
He just became more harassing. I guess just more weird things. I mean, my daughter kept telling me about, like things like, Mom, you should change your password. Dad can get into your emails.
I'm going to object and ask that be struck. The question was if she had observed Mr. Anderson's behavior change in any ways, and now the testimony is that her daughter told her certain things.
The objection is sustained in the, please disregard the answer. Go ahead.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 194. Text messages between you and the defendant from April 28th at about 2:11 p.m. At 2:11 p.m., does he text you, "Not much is going to hurt worse than watching someone go to bed with the person you love and listen to them explore their space with the lights out"? And did you respond back with, "Shut up, you didn't hear anything, you assume no one was exploring anything but the other side of our eyelids"? "Stop assuming, you're just slipping down the rabbit hole of your imagination." And he responds back with, "Yeah, goddamn imagination. None of that is any of my business though anyways." Is that all accurate?
Yes.
Is that what you meant by further texts that you felt were harassing?
Yes.
At that point on April 28th, had you told the defendant anything that would open the door to you guys getting back together?
No.
Now, up until this point, had you ever told the defendant anything about where Mr. Gutierrez lived?
No, I didn't tell him anything about him. I didn't divulge any information to him, and I was very vague about the information I divulged to our daughter as well.
An approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 195, text messages between you and the defendant from April 29th of 2020.
C-Swept is here. Let's just
Is
pause
the
for a
first text
moment.
from the
Pause. Pause. Oh, I just want to go through. Okay, so for starters, let's try this layout for now. Okay, so for those of you who use StreamYard or perhaps Restream Studio, very similar. You know how you have to like click on the messages to pop it up on the screen? You know, so you can read them. I kind of like, you know, where you can just like put the whole chat up on the screen so then everybody can read it, you know, because I've already embarrassed myself in the last 9 episodes enough. Like one less thing to do would be great. So let me know if you like this. There's not a whole lot of options with regards to like the font. I mean there is, but I'm not sure if there are any really. I mean we can try, but I just want people on Kick and on Rumble who are watching to see the comments coming through on YouTube. Perhaps, you know, give them a little nudge in the direction of putting more comments in the chat. Dr. Pyrostein was on here the other day, and I didn't get to read all of his messages, and by the time I logged in, I couldn't see them. Again, I apologize. Dr. Pyrostein, sir, you know how much I appreciate you. The Kick, if anybody is messaging on Kick, it will come through. But unfortunately, again, that's another hiccup in the whole Rumble system. It's a whole separate thing. So there's that. Number 2. Let's go through the list. Is Half Irish in here? It's her birthday today. So if we see her, John Gary. Sir, you gave such a wonderful donation last night on the Zachariah Anderson fundraiser live stream. Thank you so much, sir. Over $4,000, that's my understanding, was raised in what was it, like 5-6 hours? Mimsy is here. Hello, Mimsy. Are you feeling better? Did you get my message about the adding quercetin to zinc? And also sometimes, okay, so I've said this before. I'm not going to take up too much of your time. But quercetin, they refer to it as, okay, so let's see. So zinc, obviously we all know zinc is really great to keep your immunity nice and strong and healthy. However, zinc protects your cells from getting infected. So it's all fine and dandy until you get sick. And then people get sick and they start taking zinc. Well, guess what? That's not going to work because your cells are already infected. It's only going to protect your cells from either getting worse or keeping the healthy ones healthy. In order to penetrate the sick cells in your body, quercetin, in conjunction with zinc, quercetin is, so zinc is considered the bullet, and quercetin is considered the nug, if you will. So you need the quercetin to puncture the sick cells to get this zinc in there and get rid of your yuck. Also, my grandma was a nutritionist, and she swore, and it does work, if you go on a V8 fast, not just regular tomato juice, not like V8 Splash with all the oranges and delicious flavors and probably high fructose corn syrup, just regular old V8 vegetable juice. She's a fast of that, she claimed, and I believe her, will basically unalive any bug in your body when you're sick. So there's that. I hope you're feeling better. If not, grab a blanket. If you have a 4-pod friend or a bird, I don't know how that works with birds. How do you bond with a bird? Well, grab something comfy. Sit back, relax. You can go into Fraser Crane mode and listen if you want. We appreciate you being here. Sea Swept is here. Hello. Encyclopedia Crown Law Kong Express is here. Oh, now I know why he likes Planet of the Apes. That's his favorite movie. You know, I was actually thinking about that. I mean, I do remember watching it as a kid. It was really good. It's just a little creepy that I think, you know, when I think back, maybe. That was probably unfair of me to say. Feral Housewife is here. Hello. Look at this. This is amazing. I can't believe you come back and listen to me every single day. Look at these wonderful faces. Okay. So I miss what the cure is. I have lupus. I'm always sick. I've been sick for over a week. Oh, Becca Lynn. Okay, so quercetin. I'll go get it because I have to actually go get more coffee. And perhaps there might be some grapes involved as a snack. Well, actually, Becca Lynn, there's a couple things. So quercetin, I'll go get it. In conjunction with sick. I don't know how it works on lupus, but have you ever looked into, I wonder if low-dose naltrexone would work for lupus, because that's an autoimmune disorder. I have hypothyroidism, Hashimoto's, if you will. Let me ponder that, Becca Lynn. That's another road we need to go down on a separate live stream, is all the things stored into my brain, recorded for all to see from my grandma. All right. So anyway, I'm going to leave the layout kind of like this for now. We're going to overlay with Mr. Zachariah Anderson's face and try to find a little better way to display how many days he's been incarcerated. As of today, it's 1,320. For those of you, that is 3 years, 7.5 months approximately. And then we're going to leave the chat like this, just so hopefully the people on the other platforms can read it. Guys, we've been getting like 400 views on Rumble each day of this trial, like ballparky. High threes, low fours. So people are following this. And when I see like, day one has got so many, and then day two, this happens with audiobooks too, because I do those in portions. And I see the numbers like kind of read around. I know people are going through them. So fingers crossed. You're getting eyes and ears on this over there.
The defendant to you at 2:13 p.m. You looking in Kenosha yet?
Oh, stop
And
again. I'm sorry.
in terms of
I promise I'll mute. I'll go into Fraser Crane mode. Half Irish is in here. Happy birthday, girl. I hope you're having a blessed day. All right.
you looking in Kenosha yet, what is that in reference to regarding what's going on in your life at this moment?
I'm going to object as far as speculation to what Mr. Anderson meant.
Was there some change happening in your life that was causing you to move out of the home that you had currently been occupying with your children?
Objection meeting.
Were you looking at getting new housing, or were you going to be staying where you were at?
The house that I was living in was being sold, so I needed to move. And so I was actively looking for another area to move to. And Zach knew that the house was being sold, and he knew that I had to move.
And at this point in April of 2020, do you really know anyone in Kenosha except for Rosalía Gutierrez?
I do not.
So now the next text from him at 2:15 p.m. says, maybe talk Booger into moving to Oak Creek. Question mark, is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, in this text message, obviously someone is being referred to as Booger. Who did the defendant mean in your understanding to be Booger? And how do you know that?
Rosalía. And I know this because he told me that...
Who told you?
Oh, sorry. Zachariah told me the night that he divulged that he was there looking in the window that he saw Rosalía pick his nose and wipe it on the couch. And so he then started to refer to him as Booger, and yeah.
And you respond to this text at 2:23 with WTF?
Yes.
And then he responds with, well, Liv was talking about her new brother and sister, said you had her sold on the new fam. would this have been mere days after you had explained to Liv about who Rosalio was in terms of his family picture?
Yes.
Had you divulged any information to the defendant personally regarding Rosalio, his children, his family life, anything like that?
No.
Direct your attention to some further texts on
What's
April.
the date of that text? I'm sorry.
The last one was April 29th at 3:15 p.m.
Thank you.
Now, about 6 hours later, does the defendant then text you, makes me wonder if sleeping with someone else was just your own way of getting revenge? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Then he changes it to sleeping next to someone else?
Yes.
And you respond with, I don't need to sleep with anyone. It's not about revenge. It's about respect. You never had any for me and still don't. Accurate?
Yes.
And then he responds with, I don't think it matters what I believe. I do respect you more than that dude that was laughing at you. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, up until this point, would the only time you're aware of the defendant having seen you and Mr. Gutierrez together been that night on the 25th?
Yes.
On April 30th of 2020, was there a conversation between you and Mr. Gutierrez regarding a Facebook friend request that caused you concern?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that request and why did it cause you concern?
Rosalio got a friend request from a friend of mine named Candace. And he asked me if I knew, he must have looked it up to know that it was a mutual friend or a friend of mine. And he said, you know, I'm getting a friend request from this girl named Candace, and she's saying that we met last summer, and I don't know who she is. And I recognize the name because she's a mutual friend of Zachariah and myself. And so I told Rosalio not to accept the friend request, and that it was probably in an attempt to...
We don't object as far as speculation to this witness and answering a no.
Now, during the same time frame, did you have a conversation with the defendant where he brings up Mr. Gutierrez having some sort of pre-dating last summer relationship with Miss Mila?
Yes.
What do you recall about what he said was Candace's relationship with Rosalio?
Yes, he told me that that Candace had dated him or was seeing him last summer and had met him last summer, and that they had some kind of a relationship or something.
And was that conversation with the defendant in the same time frame as this friend request from Miss Mila to Rosalio?
Can you clarify?
The conversation you just described with the defendant where he's telling you that Miss Mila had some sort of older relationship with Rosalio, was that in the same time frame as the friend request that Mr. Gutierrez told you he got from Candace Mila?
Yes, yes.
states two
Judge, I'm going to object to this line of questioning in regards to the friend request of Candace Miller as on the grounds of relevancy. This individual is not going to be testifying. It's pure speculation on behalf of this witness as to her.
I think, I understand your anticipation, but I haven't got the biggest clue as to what she's going to go into now, or how she's going to ask it. So let's just get a little deeper into it.
Approximately 219. These text messages between you and Mr. Gutierrez from April 30th of 2020.
And Judge, I'm going to object to relevancy.
What is the relevance of this?
One of the many ways that someone can be accused of and convicted of stalking is gathering information about someone from third-party sources, from directly, indirectly. This is just corroborating what she indicates regarding Miss Mila, and then ultimately that there was a friend request, and that does say one mutual friend, which would substantiate what she said regarding Miss Mila.
But Judge, they're not calling this friend to testify, to be able to say, I was instructed by so-and-so to do this, or any other explanation. So
Let's have lunch. Let's break until 1:15. Is that convenient for everybody? And please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Discuss the case with anyone, even a fellow juror or a household member. And 1:15. Thank you. Where are we headed?
So, Judge, this is just as kind of stated in terms of the Candace Mila piece. The piece that actually matters to me is in this text conversation where Mr. Gutierrez says, who is Candace Mila? The third response back, well, the first one is don't add her, then it's one of his best friends, but then this is the one that matters. He just called me saying some bullshit about Candace and you being friends on Facebook since last summer. So it's just another instance where she's indicating, I just spoke to the defendant who just told me that Candace Mila and you are Facebook friends, and Rosalia has just literally asked her, who is Candace Mila? So it's just putting a timing thing in. We do not plan to call Miss Mila, that is accurate.
I don't see how any of that's relevant then. If they're trying to use this information to make the assertion and establish a fact that Mr. Anderson's having third parties gather information, then it's completely speculative and would be based just on their own assertion and theory, which is not a fact. And if it's not a fact, if it's not going towards making any element of stalking more or less probable, then it's not relevant.
But it is making it more or less probable in terms of he's now lying to her about this Candace Mila supposedly being Facebook friends with Mr. Gutierrez, predating Sadie's relationship with him. So it is, I believe, completely relevant to what the game the defendant is playing with Sadie regarding adding now a friend who's apparently trying to then make a Facebook connection with our complaining witness, the alleged decedent in this case.
But there's no evidence, Judge, that Mr. Anderson instructed Candace Mila to friend request Mr. Gutierrez. Additionally, the friend request was never accepted. So there's not even any communication. So what information gathering is the state even reporting? But there's this missing link of any evidence that Mr. Anderson instructed Candace Mila to present it. Also, I think it should not also come in because the state never even talked to Candace Mila. They don't know the truth behind this particular situation and is now trying to purport it in a certain way. We maintain our objection, Judge.
Just literally what she says back to him is he, meaning Zachariah, just called me saying some bullshit about Candace and you being friends on Facebook since last summer. So yes, it is a close in proximity time to when he gets this friend request from a friend of his, where then she's saying, and at the same time you're getting this friend request, my ex-boyfriend, who I believe is stalking me, is also telling me that she's been friends with him since last summer. So it's a completely relevant to everything we're discussing here today.
So it's demonstrably false because he says to her they've been friends since last summer, and in fact, he has just received a friend request. So it's demonstrably false.
I didn't hear the last thing you said.
What the defendant has said to Sadie Beecham is demonstrably false. He said to her, hey, you know, this person who's a mutual friend of ours, she's been friends on Facebook with Rosalio since last summer.
I didn't say that.
That's what the text said.
No, it said friends.
Well, wait a minute, what's going on here?
Sorry.
Mr. Gridley was talking, go ahead.
So in fact, she inquires. She asks Rosalio in these texts, you know, what do you know any? And he says, he says she just friend requested me, and then sent a photo shot of what was just a friend request. Says he doesn't know her. Who is she? Friend request. So it's the defendant communicating with Sadie, providing Sadie Beecham, providing false information to her regarding this topic. That's all it is. Whether he also put this woman up to it or not, we don't know. That's not what we're reporting. I mean, it's possible. Certainly it's a possibility, but we don't know that. All we know for sure is he brings it up to her. He provides her false information, and in close in time, he is receiving a friend request, meaning Rosalio, from her. The timing is interesting.
I just don't know how any of that is relevant to the charges that we're in. If they're saying he's providing her false information,
False information to sabotage the relationship. Trying to bring false information in,
But
saying
that's
false
not-
people.
but that's
Just a minute. Information what?
To sabotage the relationship. Trying to suggest there is another party that Sadie Beecham should be concerned about, that there are issues, providing her, bolstering it by saying she's been a Facebook friend of his for a year, and that turns out to be demonstrably untrue.
But also, just this screenshot, what I was going to say before is that that's not relevant to the charge of stalking. This isn't a custody battle. This isn't family court. They had a toxic relationship. Okay. This does not go to make any element more or less likely. Additionally, they're trying to introduce evidence without knowing the facts behind it. Candace, it could have been that he unfriended her at some point. When was that screenshot taken?
You're getting way.
It's just
The objection is overruled.
Okay.
115.
115. Thank you.
All right, this is the moment of our live stream where we reflect on Mr. Zachariah Anderson being in prison for, it's 1,321 days.
Where we left off was with Candace Eula.
I also want to pause and say how beautiful each and every one of your names look to me. We've got people discussing different things in such a respectful and kind and learning way. It is a thing of beauty. That was one of the goals. John Gary says, bolster, take a drink. Okay, so I think it was MLS today was watching, they had the Yodi Arias retrial watch, and they had bingo cards. What I should do, we do those sometimes for subcommittee hearings just for fun. But maybe I should start going through my crochet pile. I even have his and hers camouflage dish towels. You know, the regular green for the guys and the pink and green for the girls for like prizes for bingo. I'll work on it. I'll add it to the list. All right, here we go.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 219. Are these text messages between you and Mr. Gutierrez from April 30th at about 9:51 p.m.?
Yes,
And on that day, does he ask you, who is Candace Mila?
yes,
And your immediate response is, don't add her, is one of his best friends. He just called me saying some bullshit about Candace and you being friends on Facebook since last summer. Is that all accurate?
yes.
And is that a phone call you would have with who? You said, he just called me, who's he?
Zach.
And at 9:55 p.m. on that day, does Mr. Gutierrez respond with, that's crazy, what is this guy up to? And you respond, I told him she doesn't know you and stop trying to super scoop shit. And then you also ask, did she friend request you? Is that all accurate?
Yes,
Mr. Gutierrez responds with, yes, just a couple of minutes ago. You respond, thought so, and he sends you a screenshot. Is this the screenshot, State's Exhibit 53, that Mr. Gutierrez then sent you that night regarding Miss Mila's friend request?
yes, yes,
And then ultimately you respond with, yeah, I figured, so he can see more of your page because it's probably private. What a creep. Is that accurate?
yes.
Now, you immediately tell him not to add her. Why do you immediately tell him not to add Candace Mila?
Because they are good friends. And I knew that he would use her to try to get more information.
Now, we've been talking a lot about different phone messages during this time period, and you had before referenced that the defendant would send you things from different devices. Is that accurate?
Yes,
I'm going to show you a couple of things. Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 112. I'm going to hold it. Can you tell me what this is in terms of your knowledge of this?
that's Zachariah's flip phone with the 689 number.
And is this the primary phone he normally uses with other people?
Yes, that's the main number. So that's the main phone.
And is this a phone you've had for quite a while?
Yes,
So when we talk about flip phone, this is the one we're talking about.
correct.
That means State's 112. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 113. Can you tell me what this device is?
That's our phone that's the burner phone. That I refer to it as the burner phone.
And why do you call this Motorola G6 phone the burner phone?
Because it was an additional phone that he had that he was using to communicate with me. And it wasn't a regular phone that he used with me.
So during this time period in April of 2020, would he use both phones to talk to you?
Yes.
Now, we had just referenced the conversation that you had with Mr. Gutierrez on April 30th regarding Candace Mila. So I'm going to show you a conversation between you and Mr. Anderson on the ANS flip phone from that same night before your conversation with Mr. Gutierrez. You see at the top here where...
I'm so sorry, what's that exhibit?
Oh, I apologize. Exhibit states 205, where you indicate to him at 9:43 p.m., what are you doing? Why do you care so much about my friend? Maybe you should care more about being kind than accusatory. You then say, your behavior is not acceptable, and you did put your hands on me that day several times. And then you say, just because you didn't punch me doesn't mean it.
Judge, I'm going to object and ask this be struck and taken down from the Elmo as other acts.
She said he didn't strike her. She said he didn't strike her? But I'll move on. I'm just trying to get to the screen message down here.
Oh, go ahead.
So then, sometime later at 5:01, does he send you a text that says, you always refuse to say we are done, you refuse to say it's over, you act angry with me for taking interest in someone else, while you and Booger sleep in the same bed? Is that accurate?
That's what he said.
And back on that one would be on May 1st of 2020. Had you in any way said anything to the defendant about wanting to continue trying to work on your relationship?
No.
I don't mean to pause on you, but I'm going to pause on you just because of this 2-phone thing. Okay, so if he had his own business and that alone, he needs to have 2 different cell phones and 2 different numbers. Because if you use your personal property for business purposes on your Schedule C, it's not allowable deduction. You have to have a separate phone with a separate number and a separate service in order for it to be a Schedule C deduction. There. Now you know.
It was 5:01 at around 11:30 a.m. Now I'm going to show you states 196, which is from 5:01 at 3:08 p.m. Now from the other phone, the Moto G6 phone. States 196. Text messages between you and the defendant. And does he tell you, you called me a pig, so when your pants came off the other night, did that make you a pig? And then he says, when Booger didn't get up and leave, was he a pig? Were either of you pigs when you went into the bedroom? And you respond at 3:09 p.m., wow, what is the matter with you?
Yes.
And then he responds sometime later, I don't want to be yelled at because he is clearly more than a friend, and I definitely don't want to hear about how great of a guy he is when he clearly isn't. You somehow found the only man on the planet who drives up from Kenosha just to make sure the bulb in your kitchen light is the right wattage, but isn't fishing for a wet cock. And then he says, because we both know you and him are looking for more. Are those accurate?
Yes.
All right,
Then
if
does he
there's
send
not
his last
snot
message?
coming out of her mouth, I don't believe
And
her
that is your
tears.
choice.
I need
And
to
that
see
is
mucus,
something
Sadie.
that I could
Mucus.
offer you and I a future together. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, at any point during that day, did you broach the subject of wanting a future with
That
the
tissue
defendant?
better disintegrate in her hand.
Did you specifically bring up to the
From all
defendant
the
anything
mucus.
about your night with Mr. Gutierrez from April 25th, or is that something he brought up to you?
No, something he brought up to me.
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit to May 7th of 2020. Do you recall something concerning happening with your daughter that caused you concern?
Yes, there was an incident that was happening with my daughter and one of her friends.
Let me be more specific. Do you recall an incident regarding a cell phone your daughter was possessing to potentially record you?
I'm gonna object as far as leading.
Can I have just a second to speak with Ms. Mueller? I just wanted.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to have a disclaimer. Sometimes my humor gets the best of me, or my thinking I'm being humorous. So hopefully I'm not offending anybody with the mucus thing. Well, they are talking boogers, so I'm just saying, if you cry, generally you've got some nasal discharge and some tears, so your Kleenex will show signs of absorption.
On May 7th, do you recall having a concern that potentially your daughter was recording you with a phone?
I'm not calling her tears fake. I'm just saying
So,
I need to see proof that they are real.
We had previously
if that makes
been
sense.
Handling a situation with our daughter, and we had an agreement, Zach and I made an agreement that she was not to have any electronics, any phones or electronics on her. And so later that night, myself and the kids were at my friend Becky's house, Rebecca, and a phone had dropped out of Olivia's lap. And I noticed it, and I noticed that it was like a smartphone that she was not supposed to have. So I took it from her and I asked her about it and where she got it from, and she was terrified. And she explained to me that...
I'm gonna object as far as her explanation of what her daughter said to her as hearsay.
And based on you finding that phone, did you look through that phone just to see what's or where it had come from?
Yes.
And did you find something on that phone that you found concerning?
Yes, when I took the phone, I recognized that it was one of her dad's phones. And...
Okay, I'm gonna approach you with what's been marked as states 254.
That's a GPS tracker or an Amazon GPS tracker that was purchased on Amazon that I found in the phone history.
And is the delivery, I was gonna say,
Sorry, Judge, we're getting a lot of feedback.
delivery estimate April 21st, 2020 by 8 p.m.
Yes.
And quantity 2, mini real-time GPS tracker, card, GPS locator, SMS/PSM/PRS network.
Yes.
And towards the bottom, the payment information involve Mr. Anderson's name and his address in Mequon.
Yes.
Why at this point on May 7th did this cause you concern?
Because I was already concerned with the behaviors that I knew already about with him. And so this kind of solidified those feelings that he was tracking me and following and were possibly true.
Now, moving to May 8th of 2020, do you recall having plans that day for the defendant to have the children?
What day?
May 8th of 2020.
Yes.
And do you recall on that day having a phone call, a rather lengthy phone call with the defendant regarding some of the child care things for that day?
It's possible. I don't remember exactly.
And are you aware that some of those phone conversations from that day were recorded by the defendant?
No.
I'm going to play for you a recording from May 8th on it's going to be 3 separate clips, and I'm going to ask that you be able to identify the parties if you can.
I'm going to object. These recordings were not recordings that were stipulated to, and she's testified that she has no knowledge of it. Frost Foundation.
These are located in her phone.
I thought that the last answer.
I'm sorry, on the laptop. They're part of the computer information. That's all been stipulated to Foundation.
Okay, I don't know why those automatic little reminders are popping in twice.
Excluded
So
the possibility of the
they're on like a 30 to 60 minute loop.
All photographs, financial records, loan records, social media records, computer downloads, and
Yeah.
It's stipulated to judges.
I just
computer download.
realized I don't see my stray in here.
stipulated that it be
Foundation.
She was very
Admitted
tired
without
last night.
sponsorship?
Hopefully she's taking the day off or she's in
Well, let the
Fraser Crane
foundation
mode.
do that the foundation's been established, not that it be admitted.
It can be plain, and if she recognizes the voices, she is able to be sponsored.
Maybe I missed it.
Okay.
I thought that the witness's last answer stated that there had been no communication that you're not.
No, my last question was, did she know she was being recorded? And her answer was no.
And now I thought.
Right, so she's not the one that recorded these, so these would be downloads from his computer,
All right,
conversations from May 8th.
go ahead.
We need to set up the system.
Then you believe it'll be loud enough without it?
Okay.
This is marked as 2020_5.
Oh, no, right.
Oh, it's on 255.
Sorry. So it's the one I'm recording.
Yes, all of these recordings are on the same.
Hi, This Way Up. Welcome. Welcome to episode 9.
I will be starting the recording at 1 hour, 24 minutes, and 57 seconds.
I am going into Fraser Crane mode, so I stop interrupting. I can't help myself.
Trying to fit somebody else in there. That's what I know. Don't have a fucking girlfriend. And a whole lot of fuck you for all your accusations. Because it hurts me to know that it's not available. But you get all the space and all the freedom. And I'm sorry I had to go fucking look. I really am, but it was fucking killing me, Sadie.
Ms. Beecham, do you recognize that voice on that recording?
Yes.
And who is that?
Zach.
Sorry, counsel, at what point did you stop?
I stopped it at 1:25:16. I'll be restarting at 1:28:43.
How I really feel about things, and then I stop, and I'm like, that's not love, that's not, no.
Well, council saying she can't.
Yep, we'll get the.
Weird, so people will speak here.
Also, we didn't have this set up. Denny thought it'd be loud enough.
Oh my God. Stray, I just mentioned your name. I hope you rested well. I know you were very tired yesterday. And there are automatic links, comments, if you will.
How I really feel about things,
I'm
and
gonna,
then
I'm gonna,
stop, and I'm like, that's not love, that's not caring. No, it's jealousy, it's the ugly version, it's like, holy shit, yeah, it's jealousy, it's the sickening feeling of that ugly fucking evil, and I'm sorry it fucking, huh? Yeah. Or every day, you're always gonna be like that, you're always gonna have that, and then, no. Whether or not there would be something to it or not, or no, I don't. It always came back to me.
Ending at 1:29:17.
I'd ask, just for the rule of completeness, that continue to be played for not 30 seconds. Is it cut off, Mr. Anderson?
You have a comment on that?
I don't.
You don't have a comment? All right, go ahead then.
Hold on. Let's flip it around. Can we wait? Wait. Hold on a second. Can we just flip the whole fucking table around? Because it's the best way to do it, just to draw the contrast. Because if the situation was reversed, if the
30 seconds later.
Thank you.
And I'll be restarting it at 1:33:0.
Anyway, I can't go back and change the past. I'll always be jealous. It's just, I never thought of myself as a jealous guy. And honestly, by and large, for most women, I'm not. But for you, I definitely am. For you, you're a version of beautiful. I just can't let go. So happy I got 3 kids with you.
Ending out at 1:33:22. Now, Ms. Beecham, obviously you've heard those clips. Can you identify the female voice also on that recording?
That's me.
And during those conversations where there's some talk of his jealousy, are you giving him any hope that there's a future for you here?
No, I'm just reiterating that there's just really no going back.
And so on May 8th, best that you can remember, what was the plan regarding the kids being with the defendant for that night?
I believe I was going to be dropping them off at his place, and then I had to, I think I had to take something over by my brother's and stop at his house too, and then I was going by Rosalio's.
And had you told the defendant the part of you going by Rosalio's that night?
No.
I'm approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 207. Text messages between you and the defendant on his flip phone. starting at roughly 6:41 p.m. Do you say to him, "You want me to drop drop off kids?" And he goes with, "Not home. What time you need to be gone?" You respond with, "Was gonna drop off the water lily by Charles, but it's not a big deal. Kids 8 and are asking where you are, so I thought I'd offer." There's then a phone conversation between the two of you. And then at about 7:15, you indicate, "Gotta get the lily out of the pond and load it then to you." At 7:18, the defendant responds, "You are super excited." He then says, "Not asking what's happening after that flower, but your frequency changed to less tired." You then respond, "I'm less than excited about getting pond scum on me. We'll be there soon." And then you confirm, "Yep, you're still tired."
Yes.
Okay. Then a little further down, at 9:21 p.m., you get a text message from the defendant, "Too much makeup and perfume for Charles." I'm sorry, who's Charles?
Charles is my brother.
"Too much makeup and perfume for Charles. Angry about pond water. Had fancy jacket hiding in the back of your ride. Premonitions don't make me psychic. Calls me Zachariah when she feels good." And then an hour and 20 minutes later, the word denim shirt, Kenosha. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
Then does he also send you what appears to be some sort of "Do You Love Her, Jessie Reyes" song title at 11:53?
No, I sent that to him.
So, denim shirt, Kenosha. So at that point, had you made any mention to him or the kids that you were headed down to Kenosha?
No.
Now, ultimately, did you go to your brother's home and drop off that lily?
I did.
And then what did you do?
So when I got to my brother's, I actually got the text message about that you just saw, the first one. And then I became suspicious, thinking, how does he know this? And knowing that what I'd seen with the trackers, then I just was on very high alert. So when I got to my brother's, I started looking through my car. Like I looked under the seats, looked in the front and the back, and I didn't see anything, and I just kind of shuffled myself on, and then drove down to Kenosha. When I got there, I got the second text message, and again, started checking my car. I have 2 pockets that are in the back seats of behind my seats. So I was checking in there. And then the boys have booster seats. They're not car seats, they're just booster seats. So they're not like buckled in. They just lift, they just sit on the seat. So I just lifted up the booster seat, and there was a smartphone, the burner phone, face down underneath the seat, and I grabbed it and realized that it was his phone. I couldn't turn it off because it was protected, password protected, so I was kind of in a panic just finding it, and I was upset. I believe I went in the house and talked to Rosalio about it, and he kind of helped me turn off the phone, and I shut the phone off.
Shown you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 113. I believe you had termed the burner phone. Was this the phone that you found underneath your kid's booster seat?
Yes.
approach you with what's been marked as States Exhibit 4 and 5.
I'm only going to pause for one tiny moment about this whole dropping the cell phone. So I've told the story a few times. I'm sure most of you have already heard it, but if you have not, when the triplets were born, well, actually for a long time, to get 4 kids in the car, 3 of the same age, it's quite a nightmare. So I can definitely see, I think I demonstrated with like some kind of pen. I'm going to use my lip gloss, but let's say depending on their age, well, let's see, they were like 4. So when they're 4, they probably had some kind of car seat, like a booster seat. You know, they probably graduated out of like, you know, there's like the baby one that like the carry thing like clips into it. And then they, you know, graduate to like the next step. And then you get something that's got like a big tall thing on the back. And then when they get to like, you know, 6-ish, they just have the bottom. But let's say you're buckling them in and, you know, your phone or whatever goes like behind the seat as you're trying to like find the thing. I mean, trust me, I've done. Okay, so it's behind the seat, but like if you're looking for something and you lift that seat up, it goes from behind the seat probably to like, you know, what would appear to be maybe the bottom of the seat, even though it just like slid down all the way to the bottom, if that makes sense. But I mean, we got that many kids running around and trying to get them buckled up and not fighting and not, you know, and getting all their, you know, American Girl dolls or whatever situated before you are ready to roll, no matter where you're going. It's kind of, you know, chaotic. The fact that he dropped his phone, and like I said, you know, if I dropped the phone behind me, like if I was the child and I'm buckling the child in and my phone drops back there, number one, you're not going to see it. Number two, when you lift up the seat, it's going to fall to like, so it will appear to have come from the underneath the seat, when in fact it probably just like slid back there somehow. Hopefully that makes sense. I mean, you would not believe, like keys, you got your keys in your hand, and you're trying to get someone in and someone's not cooperating, or they're, you know, the seat shifted, so you got to fish out the freaking buckle thing. I'm just telling, it's definitely a plausible situation. And you know what they say, if 2 situations could be possible, he could have just purposely planted it underneath the seat, or he could have just like had it in his hand and wasn't noticing because he got distracted because he's trying to get 3 little kids in the car. 2 plausible scenarios could be possible. Then you're supposed to acquit. There's my statement. Hopefully that makes sense.
Ms. Beecham, I'm showing you a document that's been marked as States Exhibit 4. That on the defendant's MSI laptop was titled 5_8_2020 and then 8:54 p.m. I'm sorry, 9:16 p.m., excuse me. Do you see generally what this is a map of?
I guess I'm going to object that she's going to have no knowledge of this, and even though the foundation I've stipulated to, I just don't think this is an appropriate witness to move this particular exhibit in.
This is the faraway shot of it. Obviously, it's a map of Kenosha with a pin. Then we have the close-up one where I think she'll be able to say where this location is.
Correct, but it's just her speculating as to the contents of it. She has no personal knowledge of this, has never seen it, can't attest to.
All she asked though is, can you describe where this is? She just asked whether she can say where it is. You're
Well,
right.
I don't know if she's ever seen it before. She was asked, I think, something along the lines of, does she know what it is, or did she identify it?
Correct.
Do you know what that is, ma'am?
A map of the Kenosha area and ping a phone.
So now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 5. Do you know what that location is in relation to this case?
What that location?
I apologize, where the green circle approximate location on this map is.
That is Rosalia's building. So the middle building right there, that's where I would park.
This document on Mr. Anderson's laptop was titled 5_8_2020 9:17 p.m. So on that date, at that approximately that time, is that where you were?
Yes.
So after you find the burner phone in your vehicle and you turn it off, what do you do in respect with the defendant at that point?
I don't recall my very next steps. I know that I was upset about it. I know I, had a conversation with Rosalio about it. I know I expressed being very upset about the fact that that there was a phone in my car tracking me, and that I knew that wasn't right.
Just one clarifying point. You've already seen State's Exhibit 207. That text message that says, too much makeup and perfume for Charles, angry about pond water, had fancy jacket hiding in the back of your rides, premonitions don't make me psychic. That text message came in May 8th at 9:21 p.m. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And would that be roughly 4 minutes after the map ping of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment as found on the defendant's laptop?
Yeah.
Now, did you tell the defendant that you had found his phone in your vehicle on that day?
I don't remember if it was that day, but I did inform him that I knew about it and that I found it.
And what was his response to you indicating you had found his phone in the place you had found it?
He said, "Oh, well, maybe I dropped it or something."
You have a phone conversation where you confront him about that phone on May 10th at roughly 7:33 p.m.
I did confront him about the phone, about finding it, yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as States 208. At roughly 10:43 p.m., you get a text from him, all dolled up to go out, and you go to Kenosha because you found my phone, or you already had plans and just like to try to guilt me. And he says, you treat me like I am so stupid. And you respond with, I had no plans to go there actually. After I found it, I called and asked if I could cruise out and why. I didn't even go inside because he had his kid. And then he goes with, a little bit later on, I doubt it. You stayed out all night. You could have just brought the phone back to my place right away if you found it at Charles. And if you found it and didn't want me to see where you were going, you would have shut the phone off before you left Charles's place. Seems to me you want to know enough. Seems to me you want me to know enough for it to leave me hurting, even though you claim you want privacy and space. And you respond with, I prefer you not know anything, but you are inserting yourself. Also, if I would have brought it back, it would have been ugly. You pissed me off. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
So after finding this phone that the defendant placed in your vehicle, he's accusing you of hunting him?
Yes.
Ultimately, do you eventually give the phone back to him?
After he insisted that he search my car for it, I then told him I had it and that I found it. So initially he had told me that he had dropped his phone, he had lost his phone. And I had said, I kind of said, oh, where did that happen? And I did know I had the phone at that point. And he'd said, well, I want to search your car for it. And I said, well, why would it be in my car? And he said, oh, well, maybe I dropped it in your car. And I was like, well, why would it be? I didn't find it in my car. Why would it be in my car? So he's like, I just want to come over and look. I just want to look. I need to find that phone. So I let him come over and he looked through the car and I was watching him as he was looking through the car, and he kind of searched around and he lifted up the car seat to look under it. And obviously the phone wasn't there because I'd already had it. And so then, he's pretty distraught, said, I need to find that phone. And I said, look, I found the phone and it was in the car. It was under the car seat. What's this about? Why are you doing this? And just confronted him about it. I told him that I would give it back to him, but that he needed to tell me what was going on and why he was doing this. I ultimately gave him back the phone, and he left. He got upset with me, and then he left.
Now, at this point, as of May 8th, 2020, have you indicated to the defendant at all that you're interested in rekindling your relationship with him?
No.
And draw your attention to May 13th in the early morning hours, starting at 1:30 a.m. on what would be text from the Motorola G6 cell phone. State's Exhibit 197. At 1:30 a.m., does he text you, hurts bad, really fucking bad? And you say, I'm not trying to hurt you, I'm really not.
Yes.
And then he responds with, I know, trying to do what is right for you, believing it isn't me anymore. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
That text comes in at 2:02 a.m.?
Yes.
And then are there a string of text messages that come in?
Sorry, counsel, was that 192 or 197?
197. 197.
Thank you.
Then at 2:24 a.m., do we then have text messages from him involving chasing that bump from a new someone every week and not having the kick in the stomach must be nice? 2:27 a.m. Us without jealousy is great though. 2:28 a.m. Him. I will always wish we would have done everything to fight that instead of give up. 2:41 a.m. You know that feeling you used to get when you would look at your phone and it had a message from me? 2:46 a.m. from him. Got all drowned out throwing hurtful words back and forth. 2:54 a.m. Got smothered to death in all the ugly messages that you held on to. 2:57 a.m. And it isn't wrong to make mistakes. It is wrong to fail to learn and improve. There is a happiness in that. 2:58. In making improvements and doing things better. 3 o'clock. I am just not yet seeing that I would want to try for anything better with anyone else but the mother of my kids and the only real something I ever found in life. 3:02. For me, I always find forgiveness for the ugly shit because the special moments really wrote themselves on my heart. A heart that pounds out, 3:16 a.m. A heart that pounds out the agony every night and it races as I lose another fight. Blurred by the flood of all these tears, I can barely type, out of sight, and sick with fear. Are those all accurate?
Yes.
And did you respond to any of those messages over the hour and 15 minutes that he sent them to you?
No.
And why not?
Because I was done. I was just done responding, and it became too much. It's very overwhelming when someone's constantly doing these kinds of things. So sometimes just getting to the point of not responding anymore seemed to be the best.
So that was May 13th at roughly, ultimately 3 o'clock in the morning, roughly. Now on May 13th, did you secure child care so you could go see Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
And did you use the defendant for that child care or someone else, if you recall?
I believe that time was someone else.
And did you make the defendant aware of what your plans were for that night?
No.
And why did you not make him aware of what your plans were for that night?
He didn't need to know. We weren't together. There was no reason for him to.
So I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 209 from the flip phone. I'm going to show you these messages. At roughly 9:09 p.m., does he text you? And it's after 9. Just arrive after kids go to bed, question mark? Is that a message he sent you?
Yes.
Now, he doesn't have your children, so had you communicated in some other way to him that you were not going to be watching the kids that night?
No.
Then at 9:36 p.m., is this okay for right now, or is there something else you want to watch, question mark? When you received that at 9:36 p.m., did you actually see it right away?
I did.
And does that cause you, did that text message cause you concern based on anything that was happening at that time down at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
That night, I went down to meet Rosalio, and we had plans to go get a bite to eat. So we went to get like a food truck, and we got some tacos and went back to his house. And we had gotten there, probably about 9, little after 9. And we'd finished eating, and he was getting ready to go take a shower, and he said, do you want me to just leave this on, or do you want to watch this, or do you want to watch something else? He literally said the same thing. And, I said, this is fine. And then while he was in the shower, I got this text message that came through.
So the question, is this okay for right now, or is there something else you want to watch? Is something Mr. Gutierrez had just said to you?
Correct.
Now, ultimately, you wait a couple of hours to respond, and you say, WTF are you talking about? You're texting the wrong person again. You then follow that up with an hour later. Please stop following me, and you're going too far, Zach. What did you mean about the please stop following me portion of this message?
I was pretty freaked out, the fact that I got a text message saying exactly what Rosalio just said to me. So I assumed the only way that he would have known that or been able to hear that was if he was there. So I assumed that he had followed me.
And then, did that scare you?
Absolutely.
And why did that scare you?
Well, I think knowing that everybody's following you is pretty scary, especially when you're getting a lot of information about behavior that's scary, that's tracking, and
Now, after what had happened leading up to May 13th, did you make a decision regarding custody of your kids and filing paperwork in that regard?
There was a conversation that happened, I believe it was on the 8th. Zach called me and said, so are you ready to hate me? And I said, what, why, what? And he said, well, I'm gonna take the kids. I'm filing for custody of the kids. I'm gonna take the kids from you. And I said, okay. And he said, well, don't you want to talk about it? And I said, no. I said, you told me what you were gonna do, and okay, fine. And so then I think he didn't realize, but I had already had the paperwork filled out. So I left and filed the paperwork myself. I felt that he was now threatening to take my kids from me. And so that's what that was about.
What has previously been marked on State's Exhibit 1, item number 323. Ms. Beecham, do you recognize that address? Like whose address that is?
That's Rosalia's address.
And do you recognize the handwriting that address is written in?
That's Zachariah's handwriting.
And you're sure about that?
Yes.
Was that address any information you'd ever provided to Mr. Anderson regarding Mr. Gutierrez?
No.
after you had received a text message from the defendant regarding what had just been spoken between Mr. Gutierrez and yourself, in the subsequent day, did you and Mr. Gutierrez have a discussion about that as well?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 220. Mr. Gutierrez says to you, so now I have to lock my shit up before I bugs my house. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And then says, babe, I'm really getting annoyed with this man. And you say, fuck, I know, I'm sorry. He's trying to make it hard for us. He wants you to be fed up enough to walk away from me. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And why do you think that what made you feel that way regarding this whole situation?
I feel like he not only was stalking me, or he not only was harassing me, but he started doing things to him, and that was equally scary.
On May 14th, does the defendant send you further messages that you find to be, or I guess that were regarding meeting Junior?
So he was very condescending in his text messages, very passive aggressive all the time. So he would always be accusatory or try to say something mean or a dig at me. So there were several messages or several times that he would, take a stab at myself or him.
Approaching with States 210.
Can I see the exhibit first?
Those are communications between your phone and the flip phone on May 14th starting at roughly 4:15 p.m. First message there, highlighted in green. From the defendant, you want me to stop by and meet Junior tonight. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Had you ever indicated to him that you had any interest in him meeting Junior?
No, he would just randomly text me things like this.
Judge, the voices are too loud over here. I'm having trouble hearing.
I apologize, my mic's off. I apologize.
It is?
Yeah, my mic's off.
We're having the opposite problem now. Well, I can tell you that I heard it as did Mr. District Attorney. Okay.
And then you continue to have an argument regarding that phone that you found in your car. So while you admit to me you put it in my car to track me, and I give it to you and ask you to stop tracking me. He then says, you required I say that before you would give it back. I don't need a phone to know where you go. I can usually tell. You then said, I required nothing but the truth. You provided that of your own volition. And then he said you wouldn't agree to return the phone until said whatever you wanted to hear. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And then a little bit later on, he tells you, and I called Cricket to find where the phone was. I could have swore it was in my van playing music while I cleaned. I searched and researched the van and then the house. I searched the house repeatedly the next day in front of the kids. You say, keep telling your story so you believe it, because I don't. In fact, I knew you would say all of this. You are predictable and manipulative. And then ultimately, he says to you, so maybe I'm just saying you should stop and give it a second thought before you accuse me of stuff. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And then after texting that at roughly 4:34 p.m. and 4:42 p.m., does he then come back with, So you're saying I can stop by and meet your someone later?
Yes.
Was there any interaction during these messages that went from him asking if you wanted him to meet Junior to you saying, yes, you should come over and meet Junior that night?
No, never.
Fast forward to May 16th of 2020. What was the plan in regards to the children that night with the defendant?
That night, the 16th, Zach had the kids.
And were they ultimately going to be spending the night at his place that night?
Yes.
And had you been in contact with Mr. Gutierrez that day, just like you normally were every day?
Yes, I had the kids during the day. We hung out all day, and then Zach had plans with the kids for the next day, so I exchanged them that night. So Mr. Gutierrez had his kids, and so there wasn't really any set plans for us that day.
I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 221. Text messages between you and Mr. Gutierrez on the 16th, starting at roughly 2:28 p.m. So does he tell you we are at Dick's buying his son some cleats and slides for baseball?
Yes.
I'm going to object as far as the relevance of this message string.
It goes into the plan that they make later that night. So.
Go ahead.
And then he says $226 later, accurate?
Yes.
You then respond, whoa, those are some expensive slides, LOL. And he tells you they turned into bats and cleats. You say, ha ha ha. And then ultimately, at right around 5:09 p.m., he asks you, what are you doing tonight?
Yes.
And you respond at 5:12, I don't have the kids tonight. What are you guys up to? 5:17?
Yes.
And he tells you, well, you are welcome to join us. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And when he says us, who did you take that to meet in that text message?
He and the kids.
And he tells you they are okay with it, and you say aw, and then you say you gotta jump in the shower real quick. And he says okay, and at 6:07 p.m. you guys have a 5-minute phone call. Is that accurate?
Yes.
7:18 p.m. you text, I'm almost as nervous as I was meeting you, LOL. And he tells you, oh babe, don't be.
Yes.
And he tells you she's playing with her Barbies and his son is watching baseball highlights. Is that accurate?
Yep.
And then at 7:20 you say LOL 5 minutes. Is that also accurate?
Yes.
Now, up until May 16th, had you had any opportunity to meet his children?
No.
And I think you've already told us this, he hadn't met your children at that point, correct?
No.
So when you get that text message inviting you down for the evening, do you go?
He did.
And what do you guys do while you're there the night of the 16th?
I arrived. He was making a meal. And so when I got there, we were just kind of hanging out with the kids, just eating them. We ate. And then after we ate, he suggested we go get ice cream. So we went to Dairy Queen and we got ice cream. And then came back to the house.
And what did you do when you got back to the house?
We watched a movie. We all just kind of hung out, watched a movie together, painted some rocks. We went out outside kind of his patio area. There were some rocks out there, and his daughter liked to paint, and she's kind of artsy, so we decided to paint some rocks and just all kind of just hung out. And then it got late after the movie, so then I left.
So you did not spend the night that night?
I did not.
Now, when you dropped your children off with the defendant that day, did you tell him any sort of plans you had for that night?
No, I didn't have plans really that night.
Okay, I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 198, a text message from the defendant's Motorola G6 phone. On May 16th at roughly 11:23 p.m., did you receive a text from the defendant that is as follows? You race down to Kenosha every chance you get to lay with some Down syndrome Mexican version of your father just to pull a nose full and laugh at anything he says as you desperately throw yourself at him, and in that you have your happiness.
Yes.
And did you respond to that message in any way?
No.
And had you told him you were headed down to Kenosha?
No.
Now let's talk a little bit about Mr. Gutierrez's apartment. You'd obviously been there a number of times up to May 16th of 2020.
Yes.
And so were you familiar with an area rug that was in the living room?
Yes.
And how would you describe that area rug in the living room?
It was I don't know, maybe 5x8, 5x7 type rug, gray, had like gray swirls on it, or some design with gray and grayish white on it.
And when you left there on May 16th, a little before midnight, when you left, was that rug in its place in the living room?
It was, and I remember because his daughter and I were dancing on it, and we were kind of tripping on the edge because the edge was a little up, so it was there.
And when you left on May 16th of 2020, was there any red stains on any of the walls?
No.
Was there any red stain pooling on the carpet on the floor?
No.
Was there any red stains on the couch?
No.
Now, on May 16th, you testified that that was the first time you'd ever met his kids. Did you consider that to be a big deal in your relationship?
Yes, absolutely.
And why was it a big deal in your mind?
Because we really hadn't introduced our kids to each other yet. We had talked about it, but with like COVID and everything going on, there just really wasn't an opportunity. And being that it was kind of a new relationship, we were just cautious. I think we were both being cautious and protective of our kids.
Did you believe this was a step forward in your relationship?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we were at a point where he felt comfortable enough to invite me over to meet his kids. So I felt happy about that. That was kind of a moving forward, that he felt comfortable enough and that he trusted me around his kids.
And after you left his home on the late hours of May 16th of 2020, did you ever see Mr. Gutierrez alive again?
No.
Going to approach with State's Exhibit 222. messages between you and Mr. Gutierrez on May 17th, starting at roughly 12:52 p.m. Does this start with you indicating, really enjoyed hanging out with you guys, thank you for inviting me, and him responding, it was nice seeing his daughter open up with you, and you said, she's adorable and his son is funny too?
Yes.
And a little bit later on, do you ask him if he's okay? And he says, yeah, I'm good, why you ask?
Yes.
And you say, just checking in, babe? And he says, that's twice now, are you having second thoughts of us? And you respond with, not at all. I was actually think about us a lot today. And he asks you, what about us? Is that all accurate?
Yes.
Then you text him, just that I think we could have a lot of fun, all of us, and I think our kids would get along great, and thinking that I want you to be my person for a while, like hopefully a long while. And he then loves that message.
Yes.
You indicate, I think it's going to be challenging, of course, but I think we could survive. I hope anyways. Accurate?
Yes.
And a little bit later on, it says, this rain is crazy. It's like Mother Nature telling Wisconsin, you don't know how to act with warm weather and a virus. And you said, it is. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Do you remember it raining that day?
Yes.
Now, ultimately, later on that evening, at roughly 8:33 p.m., you get a text from him that just says, I just dropped off his daughter, going over to Mike's for a little bit. And you say, okay, cool. Well, then maybe text me or ring me when you leave there or something. And then he sends okay at 8:36 p.m. on the 17th. Is that accurate?
Yes.
After that text message of okay at 8:36 p.m. on the 17th, do you ever hear from Mr. Gutierrez again?
No.
And at this time, I think we've established the defendant usually sends you a number of different messages.
Yes.
During you on most average days, there's a lot of different text messages exchanged between you and the defendant.
Yes.
Okay, I'm approaching with State's Exhibit 211. Yeah, May 17th at 5:13 p.m., where you simply send to him here.
Yes.
What was that in reference to, if you recall?
That I was at his house
You pick up the children?
to pick up the kids. Yes.
And then is there another text to or from the defendant's flip phone to you until May 18th at 8:34 p.m.?
Yeah, there's no communication there.
And was that unusual, given the amount of communication?
I'm gonna object. Speculative.
World.
Is that unusual that on days when usually he's texting multiple times that there's no communication from May 17th at 5:13 p.m. until you reach out to him on May 18th at 8:30 p.m.?
Yes. That was unusual.
Now, when you picked up the kids on May 17th at roughly 5 p.m., what vehicles, if any, of the defendants did you see at his residence?
The only vehicle I recall seeing was the van.
And was that a vehicle that in 2020 you had ever driven?
No, that was his minivan, his car, his vehicle.
You picked up the kids on May 17th from the defendant. Do you recall what he was wearing as like a jacket?
He was wearing jeans, a white shirt, and a blue plaid flannel that he always wears or wore.
When you say he always wore it, what does that mean? How often would you see him in this jacket?
All the time. That's what he wore. That was his jacket.
Two. Is this the jacket you're talking about when you say the flannel jacket you're talking regarding?
Yes.
And was this one of his favorite jackets?
Objection, speculation.
He wore it very often.
Representing what
Did she just answer that without
the
waiting
witness
for a
perceived
ruling?
to be a favorite of his.
And is there any chance that this jacket is somewhere in your home?
No.
After you picked up the children on May 17th, what did you do that night?
I went home. It was a Sunday, so I went home and got ready for school for the week.
Monday the 18th, at some point, did you realize that you hadn't really heard from?
Object, it's leading.
I'll rephrase.
All right, go ahead.
Based on did you hear from Mr. Gutierrez at all on Monday, May 18th?
No. On the 17th, I got the text message from him, and I felt that it was, he would text me every night before he'd go to bed, and it didn't matter like what time it was. So I didn't get any like good night text from him. And then the next day, I didn't get a good morning text from him. That would have been the 18th. So I found that to be kind of odd that he hadn't texted me or communicated with me at all after he had said that he would text me when he got back or when he got home.
But you not hearing from him, you consider to be unusual?
Yes. Like I said, he'd text me literally every morning and every night without fail.
Approaching with state 193. The last thing on the 17th that you received at 8:36 p.m. was okay. And then on the 18th at about 12:11 p.m., did you text him, hey, you, another rainy day, hope your day is going well?
Yes.
And then he did respond to that, so you sent him some sort of emojis at 2:34, is that accurate?
Yes.
And he didn't respond to that, so you attempted to call him at 5:21 p.m.?
Yes.
And what, if anything, happened with that call?
It went right to voicemail.
Now, in your several-month relationship with Mr. Gutierrez, was that unusual?
Yes.
So at 5:27, do you then send a text, babe, everything okay? Haven't heard from you all day. Just let me know you're okay.
Yes.
And then he doesn't respond to that. So at 7 p.m., do you try to call him again?
Yes.
And what happens when you call him at 7 p.m.?
It goes to voicemail.
And at 7:42 p.m., do you attempt a Facebook call between your Facebook profile and his?
Yes.
And what, if anything, happens when you attempt that?
I get no answer.
Then now be Tuesday, May 19th at 7:32 p.m. Do you attempt another Facebook call from you to him?
Yes, this was Tuesday morning.
And obviously that one's not picked up either?
Correct.
And then at 8:17 a.m., do you attempt to call his cell phone again?
Yes.
And is that picked up or is that voicemail again?
Voicemail.
And then on 5:19 at 10:20 a.m., do you attempt to call him again?
Yes.
And does that go straight to voicemail?
Yes.
Now, after that happens at 10:20 a.m. on the 19th, what do you elect to do moving forward regarding Mr. Harris?
Well, the 18th, I was pretty concerned because I had not heard from him at all. And so I wasn't really sure. I had a lot of things kind of going through my head about why he wasn't. I thought maybe he got into an accident. I thought maybe he left his phone somewhere, just kind of all the normal things that you would think is, you know, is this person okay? What's going on? I knew he had kids that he loved and cared about. So it was odd that his phone just was off and that he wasn't answering or responding at all. So that Monday I was pretty concerned. I tried to reach out a few times throughout the day. Of course, I have little kids, and so they were at daycare, so I couldn't just, leave them, without somebody. So I kind of gathered my thoughts together and thought, okay, well, if I don't hear from him, then, try to maybe reach out to friends or something and just see if everything's okay. And if I don't hear from him, I kind of just decided I'm just going to go there and see what's going on. So that morning, I dropped the kids off at daycare, and I attempted to call him on my way down. And I was just kind of thinking, you know, like, is he sick? Is he not feeling well? Maybe he just doesn't want to, like, maybe he just wants to be left alone, or maybe he's ghosting me. Maybe he's really done. I don't know. So I just went down there on Tuesday morning.
All right, let's break at this time, about 10 to 15 minutes. Please don't talk about the case during the break.
All right, this is the moment. I'm sorry, I just keep tinkering. I'm sure it's annoying. I just wanted to pause for a moment and remind you today is day 1321.
Yeah, that's the municipal court transcript,
Zachariah
but it doesn't say when that was
Anderson
filed.
has been incarcerated.
There's no copy of the document itself.
I also wanted to let you know that Hella Unexcited Utterance in 2 minutes is going to begin her Becky Hill restream. Becky Hill text message restream. Let me find my mouse. We're just gonna have to pause. How did I do that? Okay, let's see here. Her She wanted to know how long we were going to be doing this. And where are we at? We're only at 2 hours and 43 minutes. I say only because, you know, we're kind of used to these like 8-ish hour live streams. Yes, they are live actually right now. So thumbs up, share, copy. Stray is in there. Hey, yo, telling everyone if sharing now. Okay, so for those of you who would like to EU live now, Becky Hill texts. Here is the link. If you would like to go over there and watch that while we continue with more of Sadie's testimony. KK? Because, you know, we're kind of on a roll now, gang. Okay, so my accounting teacher in high school was actually my dad's accounting teacher. He was like a local congressman. And he kind of was shaping like Humpty Dumpty, if you will. You know how people have like very roundish, you know, body structures. He was one of my favorite teachers ever in high school. Number one, because he spoke my love language, math. And he was so funny because he would walk up and down the rows as we were filling out our, you know, accounting things, documents. And he'd say, "We're on a roll, gang. We're on a roll." I forget what his name was. My art teacher actually in high school was my dad's art teacher. I remember her name, Mrs. Polster. So anyway, all right. So for those of you, if you're interested in going over the Becky Hill text messages, which I do want to see, I have posted the link for Hella's live stream in progress right now. All right, let's continue with this. Day 9. Sadie testimony direct. Questions? No.
After not.
Okay, they
Sorry,
just
after
turned the
the original.
microphones back
again,
on.
May 19th at 10:20 a.m., what decision did you make next regarding Mr. Gutierrez?
I decided to go to his house
And why did you make that decision?
because I was concerned. I was worried about him and I had not heard from him. And I was not able to get a hold of any of his friends.
And so did you drive to that location?
I did.
And
God, I just
when
figured
you
something
arrived, what,
out.
if anything, did you notice first?
I'm a genius.
I pulled up. I noticed that both of his vehicles were there. Both vehicles were there. His patio door was open, like the screen was closed, door was open, and I could tell from the parking lot. So I pulled up and.
And where did you proceed to?
So I kind of did a little self-talk in the car, and then I walked
I'm
up
gonna pause
to
right
the
there just for
screen
one
door,
moment.
and
The only reason I'm pausing, I'm trying so hard not to be distracting. But the only reason I'm going to pause there is because that was a clip when I was listening to the Masterful, Wrongful podcast. That clip is in, I think, episode 4. Actually, it might be in 2 episodes, if I remember. Now, let's rewind that again and hear what she says, because she says, gave herself a little talk in the car.
So I pulled up, and
where did you proceed to?
so I kind of did a little self-talk in the car, and then
Self-talk in the car. Why would you do a self-talk in the car? Question mark. Wasn't she on the phone with one of her friends? And what specifically would be her self-talk in the car? Now, for those of you, I'm gathering most of you have actually watched this all the way through. I have not. So, pardon that I'm not sure what's coming up next. But I thought that was really weird. Okay, there. I just wanted to mention that. I promise I'll behave myself and be quiet.
I walked up to the screen door, and
I mean, she didn't know what she was going to be running into. Meaning, she didn't know when she looked in the screen door and saw what appeared to be blood, which was. She didn't know that screen door was going to be open while she was in the car or the slider. I haven't actually quite figured out if the slider and the screen door were open and or if whatever was like both of them were open, or if just the screen door was locked, which if you have a screen door on your slider, you know it doesn't take much to pop the screen out and unlock it if you get trapped outside, which actually happened to me once. And I'll add that to the story list for a later time. It just seems weird that she mentions she gave herself a self-talk in the car. Like she was like, you know, like when you're getting ready for like a job interview or getting ready to go sign your divorce papers or whatever, you know what you're expecting to do. That I just thought was weird. All right.
Noticed that, like I said, the glass door wasn't all the way closed. So I walked up. I believe I was on the phone with my friend at the time, and I called for him through the screen. The blinds were closed, so I couldn't exactly see inside directly, but I could tell that the screen was open, so I figured somebody would hear me if I would call through the screen. So I called his name a few times and he didn't answer. So then I decided to go around into the main door, to go to that door.
And when you went into the main door, is there a locked door to get there, or is that an unlocked door?
No, it's unlocked. So you can just go into the main door. And his apartment was to the right. So I proceeded to walk up to the door and I knocked. And then as I walked up to the door, I noticed something on the wall by the door frame and the door where it connected. I noticed like something brownish. And I just kind of thought.
That's a good point from La Kung Express, aka Encyclopedia Crown. So when she was calling, she should have seen the blood. Actually, I did look up the transcript to her 911 call on the awesome Zachariah Anderson, freezachariahanderson.org website. It's only 2 pages long. There's not a lot of information. And frankly, I was a little confused because, again, as an accountant, this isn't really my level of expertise. But, in watching true crime trials, documentaries, generally the 911 operator will stay on the phone until the police arrive. Why would they, maybe I got to read it again. And I'll behave myself.
My first thought was it looks like soy sauce. And I'm like, we didn't have, like, what? It looked like something was thrown on the wall there. And it wasn't there before. So it was kind of like, what is that? And then, like I said, I knocked on the door. I didn't get any answer. And then I tried to open the door and it was locked. And then I went to go knock again. And when I went to go knock on the door, I saw like brown dots. He has a red door, a dark red door, and I could see like the brown dots all over the door. I got a very sick feeling. I then decided to walk back outside and go to the main door again. And I remember being very afraid. I remember I being on the phone with my friend and her saying, just open the door. Just open the door and go in and see if he's there. And I said, okay. And I opened the screen and I pushed the blinds aside and I immediately saw red blood, just a lot of brownish, reddish blood on the floor. And the apartment looked different. It was, it looked different. It looked like furniture had been moved and strategically placed somewhere else. It did not look the way that it looked the night before. And I could tell something was missing and I couldn't put my finger on it immediately. And then I then realized that it was the rug that was missing. And I freaked. I called his name and then I remember my friend saying, you have to call 911. And I called 911 and they came and then I never went into the apartment. And then they came and they did their sweep, and I told them there that I just told them what I knew.
You talked about kind of the staining on the carpeting, and so the last time that you had been present at the apartment before the 19th when you found that scene was the 16th, is that accurate?
Yes.
And all of that was different from the 16th?
Yes.
And did you then stay on scene after you called 911?
I did. Again, I remember, like I said, I remember knowing that something was missing and I couldn't put my finger on it. So when I finally realized it, I was kind of talking through, and I let the officer know, like, hey, this is missing. And then he said, yep, we'll go and do all that. I then went to my car, and I believe I may have made some phone calls. I may have called my friend, may have called daycare, and trying to just get a handle on where the kids were. I was pretty freaked out at the time. I remember an officer coming up to the window and saying, do you know of anybody or do you know of anyone who would want to hurt him? And I said, no, I don't know. I said, but I did say that my daughter had been telling me about some pretty disturbing things that my ex was doing, and I had concerns that he was tracking me, and that I had reached out to law enforcement to express my concerns, and nothing had happened, and that maybe there was something there. And the officers asked if my daughter would be willing to come down and talk about what she knew.
You indicated that after you found the scene and called 911, that one of the calls you made was to daycare. Why were you calling daycare at that moment? What was going through your mind?
At this point, I had concerns that possibly Zach had done something and was gonna go after the kids. I don't know. I was just afraid. I just wanted to make sure my kids were safe, and I was in Kenosha and I wasn't anywhere near them. So I wanted to alert daycare to let them know that, which they already were on alert because of our past. So they knew to call me if Zach ever showed up at daycare without me knowing. So I just called to make sure that they knew what was happening, and that if he did show up, that they would call me and let me know right away. Now,
you indicated officers or detectives asked you about, would your daughter be willing to come down to talk to them? Did you make that happen?
I told them that I would go home and talk to her and ask her if she would be willing to come down and talk to them. I only knew what she told me, so the only information I had was what she told me, so I couldn't tell them. She had to be the one to tell them.
And ultimately, did your daughter agree to come down and speak with officers?
Yes, I went directly home. I touched base with Olivia, with my daughter. I told her, I explained to her that I had explained to her earlier that I had been concerned about my friend missing, or that he hadn't, I didn't say missing. I had said that I had concerns that he hadn't contacted me, and that I thought, maybe something happened. And so then when I came back after going there and coming back home, I had said to her, hey, I remember I told you my friend was, I had concerns about my friend missing, and he's still gone, and I went to his house and he's not there. And the first thing she said was,
I'm going to object to what her daughter said on grounds of hearsay.
Yep. Ms. Beecham, ultimately, did you then with your daughter respond back and speak to law enforcement here in Kenosha?
Yep, we drove back down to Kenosha.
And did they ask for your phone to download to take all that information off your phone?
They did,
And did you submit to that?
absolutely.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Does that mean we are on cross-examination
Yes,
now?
thank you.
Oh, buckle up, buttercups. Let's pause for one moment. Pause for one moment. Anybody have any questions or perhaps La Kong Express, Encyclopedia Crown might have a comment or two regarding what to pay attention to? Also a reminder, it is Half Irish's birthday today. Happy birthday. I would sing to you, but it'll probably break your ears, so we're not going to go there. And Pixie78 confirmed it is indeed New Year's Eve, where she is, 8:17 a.m. I'm not sure if we're going to be doing a New Year's Eve live stream or who is doing what. I'm open to suggestions. Yeah, I don't know if I'm comfortable quite yet singing. Although I was in choir. Okay, so all right. Oh, see my little bot. My little bot. Check out list of excellent crime related channels. YouTube channels in the description box below in order of my favorites. Kidding, just seeing if you were paying attention. Got that idea from Encyclopedia Crown. Also, 1,000 messages. Okay, so until you guys started watching me a couple weeks ago with this trial, I don't think collectively on all three platforms combined I've ever had 1,000 messages. This is just a thing of beauty. I told Lily this is what I always wanted. You know, sometimes it takes a while to get what you want. But the harder you work, the more fulfilling the reward is. Oh, okay, the sound effect or a swoop. All right, so I have a technical issue with how to get the swoop to correctly swoop. Although I did figure out how to lower the volume when I import. Although I haven't gotten that far yet, but maybe we should do this. Since it's Sadie. My son is trying to help me figure out how to get it to slide across. It's supposed to slide over the top of what we're watching, fire up, and then slide back off. I haven't figured that out. Oh no, Becca Lynn is sick. Did you hear my message about the corset and I forgot to grab it? My grandma Gladys, her wisdom was go on a V8 fast. You know, like the V8 vegetable juice with all the vegetables in it. That and water. V8 will kill just about anything. Also, you could pick up some colloidal silver. For those of you who watched Mother God, the cult of Mother God, she had the same brand I did, but she chug-a-lugged on the bottle. You're only supposed to have like a half a teaspoon twice a day. So there's a reason why she turned blue. And I have Soloman had suggested using Zelda, the sound that Zelda makes when it's like a Zelda wow. I couldn't find it, but I found something equally clever. And I sent it to Saul and Jamie. Jamie knows what it looks like. So I gotta remember to work up. Did her cult make yours? No, it did not. I was actually kind of frightened because, so for those of you that don't know, colloidal silver was used before penicillin was invented for infections. My grandmother, the nutritionist, my grandma was a nutritionist, my grandfather was a chiropractor, and they actually had a colloidal silver distiller. Well, they had a distiller for water, and they also had a colloidal silver machine. And the triplets were born, like, my grandma lived long enough to meet them once, and then she died. Like, she barely hung on. So it was just really kind of a chaotic time. I wish I would have gotten my grandpa's ultrasound machine, that it pulls your muscles, around in your back to loosen them up. So I have a terrible back. But colloidal silver, briefly, I'll tell you, when my son was getting his 2-year molars in, that was like the 45th time he had an ear infection. I'm exaggerating, but he had a lot. And my doctor was the most awesome, wonderful woman ever. She's no longer a doctor because she moved into like a different area, but she was very open to me doing like modified immunization schedule. She knew how much I would much rather prefer doing like vitamins and minerals versus, prescriptions if possible. And she's like, Shannon, I hate to tell you, but he's so close to he's so close to the point I might want to put tubes in his ears. So I told my grandma that, and she said, just put some colloidal silver in his ear, a couple drops, and then, lay him down, put a Q-tip, like a little cotton swab in there, lay him down on his side, let him watch a little TV, and then, half hour or so later, flip him on the other side so the colloidal silver drains out into the piece of tissue, and then do it on the other ear. And you know what? Never had another ear infection ever again. Interesting. All right. Well, all right, here we go. I have to take notes.
You had testified on direct examination that from approximately 2007 to 2019, you and Mr. Anderson were in an on and off again relationship.
Yes.
And during that period of time, you had mentioned there were times where Mr. Anderson had not been residing in the state of Wisconsin.
Correct.
And during those times, were you and him together?
There was only one time that he lived outside of Wisconsin.
And when was that?
That was 2016, roughly.
For approximately how long?
Objection irrelevant. Where he lived in 2016, irrelevant.
The relevance, well, first, they went into all of this on direct, but the relevance is that they have been purporting that Mr. Anderson acts in a certain way, is constantly trying to get her back together. So they went through the timeline of their relationship. I'm doing the same.
There's been no discussion that you tried to get back together in 2016. Relevant.
It's overruled.
Sorry, do you need me to repeat the question?
For how long? Is that what you asked? For how long?
Yeah,
That he was living there?
correct.
Maybe about a year and a half, not exactly sure.
Okay, and during that time, how frequent was the communication?
Well, we talked on the phone, Skype once in a while. wanted to see the kids, so we would have some contact, probably weekly.
And was he trying to get back together with you at that point?
In 2016, we were together.
Just living apart?
Correct.
Okay. And during your entire relationship, weren't there times where Mr. Anderson was seeing other women?
He was cheating on me several times, yes.
You talked about how it was around February, middle of February, late February, I can't remember, that you started to talk to Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes.
And this was over Facebook, you had met over Facebook dating?
Yes.
And prior to him, had you gone on dates with other men?
Objection seems irrelevant.
Sustained.
No.
You didn't have to answer that. February, you said that around February 29th, 2020 was when you first went to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
Yes.
And that you had some type of problem going there
Yes.
because of the GPS?
Correct.
You have an Android phone?
I do.
And so you used, what map application did you use?
Google Maps.
And you said that after February 29th, after you started talking to him, you went on a trip to Mexico?
Yes.
And how long were you in Mexico for?
About a week and 7 days.
And the state had asked you whether you told Mr. Anderson about that trip,
Yes.
and you had said you hadn't because you didn't think it was his business.
Correct.
And so you didn't think it was appropriate to tell the father of your children that they were going to be with someone else for a week?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled.
You can answer.
I did not think that he needed to know.
So after that March incident, and was that early March that you were in Mexico?
Yes.
You had been messaging, we saw a lot of texts, and I'm unfortunately going to have to probably go through them a lot with you again. But you texted him, Mr. Gutierrez, you had contact with him through text and phone calls, correct?
Yes.
And also through Facebook Messenger.
Yes.
So after this time where you're in Mexico, you talked to Mr. Gutierrez about your issues with Mr. Anderson, correct?
Can you be more specific?
Sure. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 259.
So we have a hearsay objection, Judge, to the document.
May I see it?
That's stipulated to.
May I see it? May I see it, please?
Stipulated to foundation.
May I see it, please?
Here.
Overall.
Putting on Elmo, as exhibit 259. So first page, not really that relevant, but this is between you and Mr. Gutierrez. Do you remember receiving a message from Mr. Gutierrez?
I just want to see it. I lowered the volume on this.
I hate her face.
And I also fixed the size. Let me know if that was too loud still or too quiet. Let's try it one more time.
I hate her face.
There. Now, if I could figure out how to slide it, I'd be so happy.
On March 3rd, 2020, I love the sun.
Okay.
And then there was a conversation where Mr. Gutierrez sent you a text through Messenger that says, you need to get a calendar and start tracking every time he calls and attempts to spend time with the kids. He might buy something, etc. It will become very helpful. Maybe even try to backtrack as much as you can and track it. Do you know who Mr. Gutierrez was referring to, if you know, when he said he?
He's talking about Zach.
And this is based on a conversation that you must have had with him about issues you had with Mr. Anderson.
I explained to him that I was very afraid that he was tracking me and that he was also trying to take the kids.
Back in March of 2020?
Correct.
Okay. And then you responded, or previous to that, he had messaged you, full custody might be hard unless you have a paper trail of situations where it shows he is unfit. BU can get primary placement. They will grant him visitation rights every other weekend, but from what it sounds like, he won't follow through with. Keep a paper trail of it, then down the road you can go for full custody. It will also get the ball rolling for child support. And you said, I will, and yes, it might be hard, but I'm gonna try. And then there was the message we just read, correct?
Yep.
And then you said, I have some things already documented, especially from the last incident. And then anyway, ... correct?
Correct.
Then Mr. Gutierrez responded to you that same day, 7:30 a.m. Babe, I can stake out by your house tonight like a detective, LOL. And you said, oh my God, you're so sweet. He said, but seriously, I don't have the kids tonight. To which you said, no, he can't come back to or he'll get arrested. The cops told my friend to call back if he comes back, right?
Correct.
And then he said, or option B is ... well, I do know people.
Okay.
You received that message from him?
Yeah.
And then you responded back on March 5th, 2020, oh, I've definitely thought about a plan B, LOL. Shouldn't be this hard, and I'm so mad he doesn't care what it does to the kids. Correct?
Correct.
Mr. Gutierrez responded, that's why plan B might work, just needs a little reminder.
Okay.
So on March 5th, 2020, you're already having conversations with Mr. Gutierrez about how you need to plan something against Mr. Anderson, correct?
No.
That is not what we just read.
No.
You weren't talking about a plan A or a plan B.
I was not talking about a plan anything.
You were talking about how
She's
you
got a
wanted
weird
to get
smirk
more
on her
custody of the
face.
kids.
Yes.
And that you were gonna have documentation that would be enough to get custody of those kids.
No, he was giving me advice on that.
I'm gonna show you Defendant's Exhibit 259 again. Where when you guys are talking about what you should do to get custody, you say, I will. And yes, it might be hard, but I'm going to try. So when you said, I will, and he's talking about keeping a paper trail, are you saying you will to be keeping a paper trail or something else?
I'm having conversation with him. I'm basically just saying, yeah, okay, I will. Like, sounds like good advice from somebody who may have been through this before or who obviously cares enough about me to help me, protect my children.
But you've only been talking to him for 5 days at this point, correct?
No. March 5th. I've been talking to him for a couple weeks already.
So what day in February did you start talking to
The
him?
13th.
Okay. So you think by May 5th, and you only met him once prior to having this conversation, correct?
I don't know about think, but I know. So.
Sorry, what was that?
I said, I don't know what I think, but I know that he was concerned and he was expressing his concern to me.
Sorry,
That's what you saw in the text, his concern.
That didn't really answer my question. Prior to May 5th,
Okay.
or March 5th, 2020, you had only met Mr. Gutierrez one time, correct?
No, twice.
So you talked about February 29th, where you went to his house. You then go to Mexico. When did you meet him prior?
We met earlier. We met another time before that you guys don't have a record of, I guess. I don't know.
Well, on direct, do you remember saying that the first time that you met him was when you went to his apartment?
That was the first time I went to his apartment. Yes, the first time we met outside we met at a restaurant. We met somewhere else. The very first time that we met. The first time I went to his house was the 29th. That's correct.
So after knowing the guy from February 13th to March 5th, 2020, you already believe that he cares about you deeply enough to be concerned about you.
He cared enough to have the conversation with me. He obviously picked up that I was concerned and that I was scared. I think a good man does that.
So going back to, at this point in March of 2020, you're already saying you're going to be documenting things in order to get custody of your children.
I did not say I was going to be documenting things. I replied with, I will. You can infer whatever you'd like from that, but I was not specific as to what I will be doing.
So you talked then after you come back that Mr. Anderson around this time frame, and when I say time frame, I'm talking about around March 3rd, 2022 up about March 16th. So let's just take those first 2 weeks of March of 2020, that Mr. Anderson would constantly text, email, and call you, correct?
Did I tell?
That was on direct examination.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And the state had also asked you that during that time frame that you had not given Mr. Anderson any indications that you were interested in rekindling your relationship, correct?
Right.
And that you weren't inviting him over because you didn't want him at your house, correct?
I guess that depends. So I wasn't inviting him over for romantic relations or anything like that, no.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 278. Highlighted portions. This is a text
to Mr. Anderson on March 21st, 2020. Correct? And it says, you texted him, morning, when did you leave? I thought you were gonna stay. Correct? And he responds, good morning, pretty lady. I left when everyone fell asleep last night. Goes on, okay, but you fell asleep first. But you'd agree that that was a text message string between you and Mr. Anderson?
Yep.
So Mr. Anderson had spent the night,
He came over to see the kids. Yep.
and he spent the night, or you thought he was gonna spend the night.
Yeah, it was pretty late, so I don't know. I asked if he had stayed or if he left. So when I
before
left.
you said you didn't want him at your house at all around this time frame, and March 21st, 2020, you thought he was gonna be staying at your house.
Yeah, if he said he was going to stay with the kids or if he wanted to stay, I may have said that that was fine.
Also during this time frame, you were still calling Mr. Anderson by nicknames that you had given him, cute nicknames, right?
Oh, this is going to be
Probably.
good.
Show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 277.
I only know this because I saw or heard a clip. I'll be quiet.
Text from 3/22/2020, where he says good night, and you say good night, Z-Bear, correct?
Yeah.
Z-Bear was one
minute,
of the
what was
nicknames
that?
you had for Mr. Anderson, correct?
What was that?
Says good night, and you say good night, Z-Bear.
Sea bear? Huh. Sea bear as in like Zachariah? Sea bear? Hmm. Interesting. Continue.
Correct?
Yeah.
Z-Bear
And what's
was
the
one
date of
of the
this
nicknames.
text message? Oh, it was the end of March. I'm sure by the end of March, in the middle of May, things had taken a turn for the worse.
You had for Mr. Anderson, correct?
It's a name that I call, yeah, it is.
There were other times in March that you also called him by names that you had.
Okay, so for those of you who perhaps have watched Jesus Enrique Rosas, the body language guy, I might need to brush up on my body language skills. But, oh my gosh, I do have to pause for this. This is really important. So on my Rumble channel, again, I make 10 cents per 1,000 views. So it's not a big moneymaker. But I had bought this documentary by an independent filmmaker. Came in 2 parts. It's called Surviving Amber Heard. Perhaps we could do a watch party of that on Kick and Rumble, because I wouldn't mind seeing that again. Because it's very relevant to the behavior sometimes found between 2 people who are not getting along. And it's really interesting. The people that have gone and watched it, it's very good. I've seen it twice. But like the look that she had on her face, like, you know, her disposition, if you will, it's kind of changed a little bit. Again, I probably shouldn't say anything. I'm trying to remain neutral. I'm only halfway through this trial. But it is interesting when somebody's behavior changes. I mean, if she was truly angry, I probably shouldn't say this, but if she was truly angry, truly afraid in this moment of her life, she wouldn't be looking at what you got next for me. Because, with kind of like a, attitude, if you will. All right. There. I feel better.
2020, you say, I believe it's actually March 27th because it's a UTC time. Again, say goodnight, A Bear, and then say Z.
This
Correct.
audio
Sure.
is kind of all over the place. I'm sorry.
And he just said goodnight to you in this instance, and you're the one that used a romantic nickname, correct?
It's not a romantic nickname.
But it's not his name. His name's Zach or Zachariah, correct?
Yeah, I call him by a lot of different things if you look through the text. So it's not meant in any
Oh, actually, I
romantic
would be interested.
way.
Let me ask you, in the time frame that you were dating him from
isn't it?
2007 to 2019, would you use the term Z-Bear?
I would use that term. I would use a lot of other terms as well.
Such as
And
babe. Huh.
would you agree that that's kind of a term of endearment?
Sure, I call my daughter A
That's what I
Bear.
just
I call
said.
my friends
Term
Bear.
psychic.
I use that term for a lot of people. It's very familiar to me. And so if I used it, it's because it was familiar to me.
She also calls her daughter Bear.
Going into April, and I'm just so you can kind of have a gist of where I'm going. I'm just going to go as the state went. So, April of 2020, you said that Mr. Anderson is still constantly emailing you, texting you, calling you, correct?
Yes.
And you had noted that he kept giving you gifts.
Yes.
What kind of gifts was Mr. Anderson giving you?
Not gifts. He would bring flowers, or he would leave flowers at the door, or when he
rat.
would go pick up the kids
dare
and
he.
bring them, he'd have flowers with him
Oh,
to drop off the kids.
how dare
So
he.
they were only when he was dropping off the kids that he would bring these to you.
I'm sure he threw them
I don't
down
know
on the
exactly
doorstep.
when. It was random.
I'm sure they were black
You said
roses.
it was random, like how many times?
Don't know.
Oh my
We
God,
listened to this
what an
recording
a-hole.
that was a phone conversation between you and Mr. Anderson from April 8th, 2022, or 2020, pardon me. And in that, you and Mr. Anderson seem to be having a conversation, and Mr. Anderson's talking to you about the things that he's doing, and you said, I'm not appreciating it.
Are you taking something he said out of context? Because I believe
And just answer
he
the
was.
question which is asked.
Well,
I was asking about what you said,
okay.
which was, you said, I'm not appreciating this.
Yes, I did hear that.
And so by saying that,
I want to point out something that I didn't think of. Feral housewife, you're dead on. I'm sure he had a tracking system in those flowers. It was his way to, further surveil her, if you will. Perhaps one of those, listening devices. I'm sure they were in there. Oh, thank God. You brought me back down to reality. He's such a tool, this guy. With his flowers and his tracking devices.
you were acknowledging that you were not appreciating his kind gestures.
I don't know exactly. I mean, that was a very difficult to hear. So I would, in that conversation, I feel like I'm trying to let him know that I appreciate that he is, saying all these nice things but it doesn't matter. It's not going to matter. So it is appreciated, thank you, but no thank you.
And so during this time too, do you remember the state asking you in April that you had no intention of Mr. Anderson coming over? You didn't want him at the house because you were, quote, afraid.
Yeah, I was.
Oh, afraid of those frightening flowers that he likes to bring with him. Ugh. Boy, I hate to see if he brought in like a rattlesnake or something. Maybe it's Bizarro World.
275. There's a text from May 23rd, or late May 22nd, again, UTC time.
March?
March.
April?
April 22nd, 2020. You text Mr. Anderson, picking up Panda Express. If you want to come over for a little bit, let me know. Correct?
Yep.
Oh, you know, I've got my
And
stalker on
right
speed
after
dial.
that, you text Becky saying,
He's the
"Oh
first
my God,
person I think
Liv
of
is
when I
lying
pick
now
up
and trying
Chinese
to
food.
make up things. This is out of control." Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, and before that, Mr. Anderson, when we look at your latest string text, you had previously been talking about, when we look at the bottom, Olivia's homework, correct?
Correct.
And he didn't ask to come over at all, correct?
You know, it's a good thing I'm not drinking an adult beverage because I don't have any in my house right now. Although this trial is making me think I should. You guys crack me up. Sadie's journal, Jen RN. Sadie's journal, star date 5/23. That bastard brought me flowers again. Who does he think he is? I still effing told him that I only accept cash. Damn you. Actually, for those of you who were here the other day when I made sweet and sour sauce, I may have put some egg rolls into my air pot, and I may be smelling them right now. Coincidence? I'm sure. Either that or we're psychic. Oh, all right, so remind me to tell you the story about when we took my dad to the Star Trek exhibit at Mall of America when it came into town for Father's Day. I may have played Chekhov at the control board in the front of Captain Kirk's big giant chair. My dad might have been sitting in that chair. And we also might have taken a picture pretending we were hit by Klingon fire. No, I don't like Star Trek at all.
I don't know.
It wasn't, you were the one that asked if he wanted to come over for a little bit.
Where do you see that?
Sorry, this text picking up Panda Express. If you want to come over for a little bit, let me know.
Oh, yeah.
So Mr. Anderson doesn't start anything. Mr. Anderson doesn't ask to come over, and you invite him over during a time where you weren't allowing him at the house.
I was allowing him in the house to work with our daughter on assignments. It was also 2 days before her birthday. And so we were trying to plan and figure out what we were going to do for her birthday and what that was going to look like. So to see the kids, yeah, I probably would have allowed him to come over. And if I'm going to pick up food, I'm not going to sit there and eat it in front of them, the kids.
But you'd agree that on that day, around that time frame, Mr. Anderson hadn't even asked to come over. That was something that you had prompted.
Well, I mean, sure, you can take that out of context, you sure can. That day, yes.
Then the state went into, strike that. You claim that during this time, back in April, now let's move kind of later to April, before your daughter's birthday. Mr. Anderson's still texting you?
Objection to the term "you claim" is argumentative. Sorry, objection to the term "you claim," it is argumentative.
Well, what's the difference between saying that and saying you have testified?
Well, one reflects what is happening, and the other reflects that sounds like it has a bias attached to it.
Well, I think there's probably some validity to that, but it's still an acceptable question overall.
You can ask again, please.
Sure, that during this time you've testified that Mr. Anderson is still texting you and that, but you have no desire in getting back together, rekindling the relationship.
I don't think we know what time. Objection is to vagueness.
Sorry, before that, I'd asked the time about a specific date time.
Ask your question, please.
So we were in this late April before, the previous question I had said, late April before your daughter's birthday, that you had previously testified that during this time frame, Mr. Anderson was continuously texting you, but that you had no desire to rekindle the relationship.
Correct.
And that you made that clear with him.
I did.
Show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 270.
I can't find the normal one. Sorry. Now I've got the squirrels. So there's my dad in the middle, me on the right, and my sister Tara on the left. There. Now you know I'm a Trekkie. Have fun with that. Hold that as hostage or blackmail. Sorry.
Before. Sorry, and I'm just gonna be talking about the highlighted ones. So this is gonna be late night because of UTC time. Late night on April 22nd, 2020. You received a text from Mr. Gutierrez. What you doing, Dave? Correct?
23rd, yes.
So it says the 23rd, but it's because UTC is like plus 5 or 6. So late night, 22nd. I just don't want there to be any misrepresentation. You also, at around 10 minutes later, received that text from Mr. Anderson. I still love you. Thanks for having me over. Good night. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so on the 22nd, you had Mr. Anderson at your house. He's saying, thanks for having me over. Correct?
He wasn't at my house at that time.
No, not at that exact time, but you'd agree that he must have been there at some point because he says, thanks for having me over.
Well, he texted me that later that day, which was the Panda Express day.
Correct.
Yeah.
So this is him saying, thank you for having me over after you had Panda Express together.
Sure. Yes.
Oh, man.
So then
He had to rub salt in the wound by saying thank you.
about 7 minutes later, you text Mr. Gutierrez back to say, laying here, ready to go to bed, baby. Right?
Yep.
And then about 1 minute later, Mr. Gutierrez has messaged you back, says good night and sweet dreams, right?
Oh, oops.
Yep.
I was distracted.
And then 2 minutes later, you text Mr. Anderson back and say good night, XOXO. Yep.
Or
and
not.
Then 2 minutes later,
Okay.
you text Mr. Gutierrez.
When are these text messages? Well, it doesn't matter because it's at the same time she was dating the victim. Huh. I'm sure she only feels obligated to send XOXO messages out of fear. You know, heaven forbid she doesn't add the XOXO. April 22nd for that one. Huh. So a month before. Huh. Interesting. I'm sure between April 22nd and the time the victim, you know, had some type of very large bloodletting event go on in his apartment, which his family and children need justice for. And I mean that sincerely. They do. They need justice. This guy's obviously not around.
Good night, Rosalio. Yep. Good night, XOXO. This is obvious, but
Sorry, one more comment. Isn't there a word for someone that kind of like plays both sides of the fence? You know, like you can't let go of one thing while you're starting something else, so you could just kind of keep them both on the hook. Isn't there a word for that? Or not? Question mark.
XOXO, hugs and kisses.
Yep.
He's over at the house. He says, thanks for having me over. You say good night, hugs and kisses, as you're at the same time texting Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes.
We then have the incident that you talked about on direct about, and you were shown the videos with Mr. Anderson at your residence, correct? That was kind of the next thing that happened?
Say that again?
The next thing you talked about the state was the incident that happened the night before your daughter's birthday.
Oh, yes.
And you went through some text messages where afterwards you had told Mr. Gutierrez about what you believed happened, correct?
Probably, yes. I know that I informed him after I'd found out.
I beg your pardon?
But I apologize. The state wants to know.
This might be a good moment. See, the minute I start talking, it comes back. Soloman Anderson is here. Hello, sir. Do you have a final tally of the addition to your brother's defense fund? I know John Gary in our chat was extremely generous in his donation yesterday for your brother. Your lovely wife is in here. Shoot, now I forgot the kid's name. John, your son is named John, I think. What a cutie patootie. Word of wisdom, if this is your first son. My son loved his Matchbox cars, and he also loved Legos. Those are good investment things. Although your son is way too small for Legos.
These are
But little Matchbox cars.
Message strings.
Hold on.
My son's 21. He still won't
I
get
don't
rid
want
of
to make the
those.
argument, this particular argument. in
Oh,
the
your
presence
son's
of the
name
jury.
isn't
I'm happy to
John.
come approach.
Dang it. Your wife just told me what it was.
Do you want to see all of them, Judge? I don't know
Remind
which
me again, I will write it down.
There's a lot here. I just showed them all to him. I don't know
Yeah.
which one are you particularly objecting to?
Well, I'm objecting to the strain of them, because, yeah.
In order for me to provide something to Judge, I need to see
Here,
more.
just stand them up, please.
Yeah.
Also a reminder.
What my objection is, so the court knows when it reviews them.
No,
Okay.
there's going to be an objection. Why don't you cite the statute?
As the
Solomon
hearsay.
just got home from work on a
Do
Saturday.
it.
I'm sure you brought Jennifer some flowers. Some black roses with like tracking devices and listening devices stuck in them, like your brother did with Sadie. I'm being facetious. Yes, and she needs a burrito. And if you didn't come home with flowers,
Why would this be hearsay if those introduced by the state were not?
Mimsy, they used
I
to
am
sell
indicating
Matchbox
that 908-045,
cars at the
that
grocery store.
there's a difference between
I'd have my son in the
party
cart.
opponent
Here,
introducing
let's get another one.
and the party introducing. But in this
I'll be
case,
quiet.
908-045,
Except the ones that I'm looking at. that
sure,
are
I
highlighted,
understand.
are not a statement of a party opponent.
I don't think there's an exception that's applicable in 908-045. I don't think they meet any of the exceptions. And it's not an area we inquired into.
I haven't gotten through them all, but she
Right.
says these are extensions of the set that were being reviewed with the witness by Ms. Kazera.
I believe it's a separate area of inquiry.
Judge, if I can, they've introduced, these are messages between Ms. Beecham and Mr. Gutierrez. The state selectively chose messages that they wanted to read, so even under the rule of completeness, I could bring in their entire,
They're separate subjects.
sure, it's all on the same subject regarding Mr. Anderson, so.
I wanted to say my son played with his Matchbox cars every single day until he was old enough to like do the Lego thing. And he's almost 21. He just got the Lego set for the Friends Central Perk. It's downstairs. I'll add it to the list of things to bring up here for a future live stream. Those are two things you cannot invest enough money into. I'm just trying to think what else he loved. Those were two biggies. Okay, I
Give
still
us a
need the
moment,
son's
will you?
name. Put Solomon and Jen's beautiful little
well,
son's
if you
name, his
like-
cute little face.
But,
Last night. I was going to show Lily, but she
well, I'll
left
leave it up to
already.
you. But be ready at a moment's notice.
Oh, Judge made another funny. I do admire you, Solomon Anderson and Jen Anderson, for maintaining your sense of humor. Oh, and also another thing, if you missed the...
If the court will recall, the state brought a number of
let's just
people.
shut Dingleberry down for a second. If you, because this is really important. If you missed the live stream from last night, the fundraiser live stream that raised over $4,000, I still would like a final tally of what was raised. But he meaning Nick, last name starts with an S, you know, the guy with the beard and Mr. Jingles, that guy. He actually had a video of Zachariah from prison that he played, saying how much he appreciated Nick. Nick jumped on the bandwagon for his injustice right away from the beginning. And I know he doesn't, well, how do I know? I mean, I'm under the impression, I should say, those video messages are not very plentiful. Nicholas Staroff Trial Watch, the Swede. Nick the Swede. Yeah, it was on there. So if you didn't have a chance to check that out, I know the link is in the description box of yesterday's video. I took it out for today because I didn't find it, you know, important. But now that I second think it, maybe I should have left it and said, in case you missed it, fast forward to, you know, timestamp.
Who are friends of Rosalio Gutierrez into this courtroom. They indicated that Rosalio, as an offer of proof, they indicated Rosalio Gutierrez had told them that he was dating a woman named Sadie who had a ex-boyfriend who was harassing him, etc. I indicated to the court that I believed that the court should allow that it did not was not hearsay. The court made a ruling that as to each of those individual friends, I think there were 3 separate individuals where I sought that evidence to be introduced. The court told me that the statements of Rosalio Gutierrez were hearsay. And so consequently, and we talked about unavailability. The court, I think, finally determined that unavailable was present, but that we did not meet an exception under 908045. The state, the defense chose to object to each of those and indicated that those were hearsay. We just introduced a number of text messages. The defense did not object. Even though they objected to a number of things in terms of those other statements, so I assume that was a strategic choice by them. I am now indicating that I'm making the same objection, asking the court to exercise the same rule. I'm aware that if it's something we cover, that they are allowed to contextualize it in some circumstances, but I don't think, just as the court ruled that we could not meet an exception under 908045, I don't think we're in any different situation now. That's it.
Chicken wing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Defense?
Thank you, Judge. I don't really need to repeat the things I mentioned before. I will note that I did not object during this witness's testimony about conversations held between her and Mr. Gutierrez. The state selectively chose text messages that paints their communication in a certain way, and I'm offering the evidence to show the other side of the communication on the same topic. Again, there's a lot of exhibits there. I think there'd be a specific argument to each one. I don't know if the state's objecting to each and every exhibit that's there, but if I could have them back, so then if the court wants me to go through each of them, I can do that. Thank you.
Well,
here's where it's kind of an all or nothing scenario, in my opinion. Detective John was in here the other day during Van Wee's testimony, and he says when you when you examine a crime scene, you examine all of the evidence, not just some of it. That's the case in this too. If you have text messages, you have to include both sides of the conversation, not selective editing. I think we're all aware of the dangers of selective editing in the social media world, including the mainstream media. They're guilty of selective editing, or perhaps not providing both sides, providing the appropriate context of a clip that goes viral. This is like sport. It's like a game. I've said it many times. This is a man's life in their hands. There's also a victim, an alleged victim here. I think it's reasonable to assume something probably happened to him, or something happened to somebody and he's on the lam. The fact is, there's a victim. Do they even know that Rosalio was the victim? How do we not know that Rosalio and one of his thugs didn't unalive, someone we don't even... oh no, there's blood evidence. Never mind. Just saying. There needs to be justice for the victim here and the victim's families. But that doesn't include throwing a man in prison for the rest of his life and throwing away the key if he didn't do it. Oy. This isn't a game.
I don't know.
They didn't
I
check
have
all
to
the
say,
blood.
I don't recall ever.
Interesting.
I'm going to start over.
Okay, while he thinks about what to start over, C-Swap just said they didn't check all the blood. Again, if you're going to collect evidence at a crime scene, you collect all of it.
We learned from early on in law school about the other lawyer opening the door to something. I don't recall ever reading or seeing or hearing that the failure to object precludes covering related matter that would otherwise be kept out. The fact that the defense did not object on your examination was a risky proposition on your end, that that I would conclude that the door had been opened and they could go into this other material. It was a risky proposition from their end that I would say no. But I'm not familiar with any rule that explicitly says, other than what I think is the general practice, that if you go into it, the other side is permitted to bring in similar materials from the same package. So I think I'm going to allow it.
Okay, and the court's ruling is that we've opened the door, essentially.
I think that's fair.
Okay, thank you.
Ask the jury to come in.
Pixie says, yes, Seal, I know the turtle you are referring to. I do too. I want to say he was like in the Tootsie Pop. How many licks does it take to get to the center of the Tootsie Pop? There's an owl. Wasn't there a turtle involved in that? Also, if you spell my kids' names in birth order, it's the first letter is Seal. Sam, Ellie, Abby, Lily. I should have maybe put Crime Spy's logo as a seal. Like the ERF seal of approval. Encyclopedia Crown is angry.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Screenshot the good ones. Yeah, I need a bigger notebook. And I could have sworn we had notebooks around here. I think I donated them all. The big ones.
272.
Cecil Turtle, yes. Cecil Turtle, that's who it is.
I'm going to zoom out. Overall, you'd agree this is text
Thank you,
messages
Pixie.
from your phone, because we see Becky in there, Junior, Zachariah. This appears to be your text messages.
Yes.
Okay. So when you go to the second page, so
oh, no,
these
that wasn't
text
the one I was
messages that
thinking.
we see,
But well, yes, it is.
this page, I'm going to go zoom in here. There's text messages between you and Jeannie, correct? And then someone named Cha, right?
Yes.
And then we have this text message that reads from Mr. Gutierrez, or you sent to Mr. Gutierrez, well, I guess if he has your info, you should have his, ... Correct? Sure, I know, it's hard because this is terribly blurry. So it says 4/26/2020 at 1:20 a.m., but it's UTC time. So that's going to be for the very late evening hours on April 25th, 2020. And then the next text messages we have in response to that was from Junior, who said, already figured it out. I did a little bit Facebook investigations. You said, I just went fucking off the rails, excuse my language, but that's what it says, off the rails on him a few minutes ago, correct?
Yep.
And then there's a text, the next text message from him says, for the record, only if you say it's okay, right?
Yep.
Okay, I'm so sorry. If this is going where I think it's going, again, according to what I've heard, I'm pretty sure from either Log Kong Express's videos or the Wrongful podcast video or audios, her tone, if these are the text messages, I think, her tone is actually quite hostile, if you will.
And then there's a string of messages between you and other people. One from him that says Chinese for dinner tonight, correct?
Councilman, you're saying for him.
Sorry, Mr. Gutierrez. This one.
Yes. I see.
So this was a string, and this was just taken from your Cellbrite reports. We have page 184 and page 185. And this is an accurate string of the messages between you and him for that time period?
Looks like a string of messages between a lot of people, but yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 280. This is page 2 of 280. This is from Mr. Gutierrez's Cellbrite download. So this is not in UTC time, this is in normal time. April 25th, 2020 at 8:41 p.m. He sends you a text, that's what I'm going to do. I already reached out to old friends. I can be hands-free from this situation, correct?
That's what it says.
Then he says, just a good old-fashioned ass-whooping, maybe broken leg or something, correct?
That's what it says.
Oh
Then
my
there's a text from
goodness.
him
Wait a
at
minute.
8:48
Wait a minute.
p.m. old-fashioned. I already reached out to old friends. I can be hands-free from this situation, correct?
That's what it says.
Then he says, just a good old-fashioned ass whooping, maybe broken leg or something, correct?
That's what it says.
Huh. I don't know. That kind of sounds like conspiracy to commit bodily harm. Question mark. No, exclamation point.
Then there's a text from him at 8:48 p.m. on April 25th, 2020 that says, then delete those texts from your phone.
What? Isn't that
To which you
tampering with
respond,
evidence?
What texts? Correct?
Yes.
And she said that
And then he says,
jokingly,
for
I'm
the
sure.
record, only if you say it's okay.
Okay,
Correct?
okay. Oh, stop. We're there. Okay, so what's her name? There was like kind of a muscle guy, and he was dating this girl, and she conspired to I think unalive her boyfriend. In my head, he sounds like he's got like a New Jersey accent, kind of. I forget her name. Doesn't that look like to you? They're talking about, breaking legs or something, and then he's saying only if you say it's okay. Isn't that like confirmation? Like, give me the signal and I'll, take care of it. Who were his friends? Like, didn't he have, oh, that's right. His associations and friends weren't allowed into evidence, were they? So I'm sure his friends, were just like, members of the chess club, local chess club, perhaps they were, what do you call that? Maybe they were on like a curling team or something. Huh. It would be kind of nice to know what kind of, people he associated with. Like, was that maybe break some legs, delete these messages, only if you say it's okay, like confirmation, like give me the nod and I'll take care of it. Kind of nice to know if he, the victim in this case, which also would lend kind of some credibility to the fact that when the two guys showed up at Zachariah's house looking for him, and he said he was Soloman, and then when the house locked the door and called 911, I mean, that would kind of sort of explain that behavior. Huh. Continue. I'm sure I'm just, I'm sure that's not true. I'm sure it was Zachariah that was part of a gang. Soloman, too. Soloman is co-conspirator.
Which would correspond to Defense Exhibit 272, this message about, for the record, only if you say it's okay, correct?
I'm going to push back on John's comment. I don't think it was evidence at that point. If they deleted the text after a criminal investigation started, it would probably be illegal. No, because it shows premeditation. And they have tools to retrieve previous text messages if they were to look for them. What I'm saying is you can legally delete your own texts if they haven't become part of a criminal investigation. Then how do they establish premeditation? Premeditation means prior to a criminal act. They go back and look at that stuff. Where were they? Who were they hanging out with? What does their cell phone say? If it's deleted, they have tools to go back and retrieve deleted messages. You can legally delete your own text messages, but if you are part of a crime, in order for them to establish premeditation, you got to go back before the crime, don't you? Or am I mistaken? Because I count beans. I'm an accountant. If Sadie deleted them after she found RG's blood, then it would be more legally problematic. Well, that could be the case. So forgive me. I must be mistaken.
It's the same,
Yeah.
same text.
Same text, yes.
But what we don't have in here, in your text message string, was this whole language about you deleting texts, correct?
Probably.
So then you deleted these texts.
I'm sorry. This is just really getting to me. I'm sure they have text messages coming up that we're going to see of Zachariah, equally saying, I should just break the MFer's legs, this guy. I'm sure those are coming up. We just haven't seen them yet.
Where Mr. Gutierrez tells you that he could do something to Mr. Anderson, correct?
Yes, I did.
And then on May 25th at 9:24 p.m., Mr. Gutierrez sends you a text message that says 6813 Highland Road, Mequon, Wisconsin 53092, correct?
Yes,
And
Whose address is that?
Do you know whose address that is?
I do.
Whose is it?
Zach's.
Mr.
Huh?
Anderson's?
Zachariah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Wait
and
a
that was sent from
minute.
Junior to you, correct?
Correct.
Wait a minute. So she's talking to Rosa Leo, the victim. They're talking about broken legs. They're talking about deleting messages. He's asking for her consent, only if it's okay. And then she's providing Zachariah's address? Question mark. No, deleting a text message is not a crime, but it's isn't it foundation for premeditation? Question mark. Who was stalking who? Question mark. I don't mean to be getting angry. I may need to have to go pop a half a Xanax.
And that was at 9:24:49.
Yes.
So when we look back at Defense Exhibit 2, or 272, your text message for around 9:51 p.m. on April 25th, which is right above the highlighted portion, that text is also missing from your string about Mr. Gutierrez sending you Mr. Anderson's address, correct?
Yep.
Moving on, Junior asks you, is this accurate, correct?
Yep.
And then you respond, Poppy, no snitch, correct?
Correct.
Is that Poppy like the Jennifer, the J-Lo song? I love L-U-H, not L-U-V. I love you, Poppy, for her boyfriend at the time. Poppy, isn't that a endearment? So when she's saying Poppy, no snitch. Poppy, no snitch. What does that mean? Did she misspell? Was it a stitch? Is it a stitch in time? Was he a seamstress and was off, like on the side on the weekends? And it was a spelling mistake? Oh, Becca's thinking Papa Don't Preach. No, Papa Don't Preach is P-A-P-A, J-Lo's song. I Love You, Poppy is spelled P-A-P-I. And it's not very good. I sing it to the cat on occasion. Yeah, Poppy was Junior. So why was she telling him not to snitch? Snitch to who?
You had given Mr. Gutierrez information prior to him sending you that address. You had given Mr. Gutierrez some information about where Mr. Anderson lived, correct?
I may have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 279. So this is April 25th at 8:21 p.m. You send Mr. Gutierrez a text that says Zachariah Anderson lives in Mequon, correct?
Yes.
And this was after.
So there's
the
no
one
confusion.
below,
It wasn't
you said,
Zachariah
well,
Smith.
I guess if he has your info, you should have his, correct?
Yes.
So the following day, you and Mr. Gutierrez, and again, this is from his Cellbrite report, continue to talk about Mr. Anderson, right?
Mm. Answer the question.
Sure. Yes.
Sure.
So the state had gone over a little bit, but I'm going to give you the full message string here, starting on page 2 of Defense Exhibit 281.
Licking lips. Mm. You know, liars do
Thank
get
you.
kind of a dry mouth. Mine is just because I haven't
Start at the bottom.
been staying hydrated, but maybe that's her problem too.
So, April 26th at 8:54 p.m., Junior texts you, did he record more? Correct?
Yes.
Oh.
I think you kind of went through these. You said he took your vehicle registration and a note from a DJ when he left today. He said, you know that fucker doesn't care about you. He really loves DJ. To which and then you sent another text. I wasn't sure what he was saying and why, but then Liv just told me he took something from your car and still has them, including this letter, so he was definitely here. Then Mr. Gutierrez responds, LOL, that's so funny. That note was in the passenger side back pocket. He has a letter from the last owner of the car. And then you said, LOL, I have no clue and don't really care, correct?
Correct.
And that was you referring to this alleged love letter from this previous owner, right?
Correct.
You were telling him that you're not worried about it.
Correct.
And then he says his daughter found it the other day when she was riding in the back seat. And you say, again, really, I'm not worried or questioning, correct?
Correct.
And then you send a text, I'm fucking pissed he removed your personal information from your car, correct?
Correct.
Then we see this text that we heard about before. Liv wants to meet you and your kids before you. And then Junior says, I'm not worried about it, correct?
Correct.
And he says he can have all my info. I want him to know exactly who beat his ass up, correct?
Correct.
I didn't hear the answer.
Correct.
Thank you.
I care about you and don't want to cause more problems, but I think I'm going to pay him a visit, correct?
Yes.
This is on April 26th at 9:02 p.m. Right?
Yes, that's what it says.
Then he says there needs to be consequences for his actions, correct?
Correct.
So this whole string, when you're talking to him, there needs to be consequences for his actions, I'm going to go pay him a visit, all of this stuff is in reference to the conversation that you had about Mr. Anderson going into Mr. Gutierrez's vehicle, correct?
I think this was in reference to all of it.
But this was immediately after, this whole line of questioning from
Yes.
that I just went over on the previous date and the 26th is all stemming from Mr. Anderson going into Mr. Gutierrez's vehicle.
Objection. She's already answered that question and said it was everything. It wasn't just going in the vehicle.
Sustained.
In these text message strings, though, what you were talking about, I'm going to show you again, Defense Exhibit 281. You're talking about Mr. Anderson going into the vehicle, taking the registration and the note from DJ, correct?
Yeah, I think he was fed up with this as being the final thing, yes.
Okay. And so this is around the same time, this is Defense Exhibit 271, Mr. Gutierrez texted you and said, yeah, I'm not allowing it either. He's going to find out. Correct?
Yes.
And this is still when he, referring to he, you and him are still talking about Mr. Anderson, correct?
Yes.
To show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 273. So looking at the text message.
You say 273, huh?
Correct, Defense Exhibit 273. This is a message that you sent later on the 25th at 11 p.m. to Junior. He took a video of us on the couch and me in just my tank top and us going into the bedroom, then showed Liv. She just told me everything, correct?
Yes.
He says, are you fucking serious? That's enough to call the cops, right?
Yes. Yes.
And then he says, what's his fucking address, correct?
Yes.
And then after that is when you wind up saying that he lives in Mequon and Mr. Gutierrez sends you Mr. Anderson's address, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So those conversations, that one was on the 25th, but all these conversations go into late night around 9 p.m. on the 26th of April, correct?
Yes.
So then, Defense Exhibit 260.
I just want to pause for a moment. Stray says there's an EU raid. Didn't she just start? Time is it? 4:46 p.m. That wasn't very long. The Becky text, we did drop a link and talked about wanting to read those. They sound very exciting. I do have the Becky Hill audiobook on my Rumble channel. Per 1,000 views, I get 10 cents. It's just a gigantic moneymaker, let me tell you. I don't know if you've listened to the audiobook. Maybe you've bought the book. But if you would like to listen to the audiobook for free, it's on my Rumble channel. Welcome to the EU crowd. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. June! Amazing disgrace. Welcome. Stray, welcome. Hello, welcome. You know, if I had some time on my hands, I'd like to do a remix of Holla Back Girl by Gwen Stefani, one of my favorites. Ain't no hella back girl. I don't know, maybe Hella doesn't like Gwen Stefani, but I find her delightful. All right, so for those of you who are coming in to the episode 9, coincidentally day 9 of the Zachariah Anderson trial, justice or injustice, question mark. I'm thinking it should be justice and like that scribble scratching sound. Injustice and then switch it to a exclamation point. But I'm only halfway through, so I have to be patient. We are in cross-examination. We were going through some text messages sent between Sadie here, this fine woman on the stand, clearly terrified by that Zachariah Anderson, that rat that would bring her flowers. We can only assume they were black roses with some type of listening device or surveillance device implanted in them in the bouquet. And she, they're going over the text messages between Sadie and Rosalio. The Poppy don't snitch just came up. Poppy, I'm sure means you jackass. Don't snitch. Snitch, she's probably like a seamstress on the sides. She's probably telling him not to cut his finger while he's stitching up while he's hemming pants. I don't know. And also the text message exchange about breaking legs, broken legs, followed by Zachariah's address. You know, I'm sure that was code for give him a hug. Why don't you go help him with his remodel job? Breaking legs. I don't know. I don't speak the language in Wisconsin. My neighbors to the east.
At 3:11 in the morning on April 26, 2020, you have a nearly 3-hour FaceTime call with Mr. Gutierrez, correct?
Yes.
Around this time, on direct, you said that on April 26th, so same date, around this time frame, that you believe that yours and Mr. Gutierrez's relationship was moving forward, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware at this time that Mr. Gutierrez was dating other women?
No. I wouldn't know that.
Boy, I bet that would probably make her delighted to know that she was one of many.
On April 26th, Mr. Gutierrez had said that he got in the car to go to Mr. Anderson's home, but then chose not to.
Yeah, he mentioned something about that.
But you weren't with him on the evening of April 26th.
No.
So you couldn't see where he was, correct?
Correct. No.
There were times where on direct examination, the state said that Mr. Anderson appeared to know things, or you thought he knew things about Mr. Gutierrez that you had not told him or discussed with him, correct?
Yeah.
I hate her face.
Yes, he told me things that he should not have known. Not disclosed to him, I should say.
But Mr. Anderson would discuss these things with you, correct?
Discuss what?
Things about Mr. Gutierrez.
No.
Oh.
You have to be more specific.
From the state's perspective is improper, and I'd ask the court to take a look at it. It's a communication that has a particular fact that I think is irrelevant and is it should not be allowed.
The Dingleberry is exhibiting another one of his tells with his compulsive water drinking. Watch closely.
I didn't hear all of what you said.
Sorry, Judge. I said not an area we inquired about, and I believe it's irrelevant.
Wonder where I put it. goes again. The dingleberry in his water. Yeah, sometimes I get, well, I'll tell you the worst panic sets in when I have you in my pocket or on the kitchen counter making something to eat or perhaps doing a few dishes, because that never ends with 4 children. Although most of them are gone most of the time. Still. And all of a sudden, there's total quiet. My face turns white as a ghost, and I have to run up a flight of stairs. The dingleberry comment. I'm really thinking the Mama Meow would be like perfect. Okay, so for those of you who want to have a weekly chuckle,
May I see it first?
a ghost. Distant, hello. A ghost. Wait, I know that from somewhere.
I don't, that you want to be heard outside the press.
A ghost. Oh, what is that? Like they list something and then they list something else and like, a ghost. Oh, shoot. Now that's going to bug me. Oh, yeah. Is it Scooby-Doo? A ghost. Oh, yes, a ghost. I'm thinking of something different. Oh, no. I'm thinking of that episode from Friends. Joey. They were playing like...
Shortly, so let's see if I can...
No, he was on Match Game.
So
No, it wasn't
just
Match
take a few
Game.
minutes, if you would, please, and don't talk about
He
the
was
case.
on that game, where you sit across the table from each other, and then like list things with list items that are the color orange. Go, and then the guy will describe it. It's round. It's got like a dimpled skin, and then Joey would say, instead of saying orange, he'd say something. Not right, and then he'd say, a ghost! That's what it is, I think. That's funny.
Mr. Gravely.
Judge, the court sees what this is. Again, this is not an area we went into. This is a discussion where, if can I see the...
Dingleberry does stutter sometimes when he gets riled up.
This is from the defendant to the witness. So again, this is the party, not a party opponent, offering up something indicating that the missing party here, Rosalio Gutierrez, has a battery charge.
Missing. Again, he's not deceased. How can it be on murder?
A statement we did not introduce from the defendant himself.
Missing.
This is not Rosalio's messages. These are, now we're in the defendant's messages. So we did not introduce any statement regarding anything having to do with
Give me a wing.
the background or his argument about why Rosalio might be a bad person. I believe I'm aware that the battery charge is a case where a ticket was ultimately awarded, so it's not even accurate in terms of the portrayal it would be to a jury. It would cause a situation where the state would be obligated to take a try at convincing the court to allow me to be able to show what the outcome was of any charge that had been filed, because I believe it was dismissed and a ticket was instead the result. So it is hearsay without an exception available, and is not an area we inquired in. It's not the Rosalio text, which I know the court has already ruled on. It's a text directly from the defendant not in an area we
I'm
inquired,
sorry.
which is highly prejudicial in its impact.
So, can I have that exhibit back? Oh,
I've got it.
you have it?
I was referring to our.
So the state in Exhibit State
I'm sorry, I'm going through
205
my head trying
talks
to.
about the text message
Never
strings
mind.
between Mr. Anderson and Sadie Beecham on April 30th, 2020. And remember, Judge, this was in context to Candace Milla and the information that was gathered from there. Simply a continuation of that same text string about how it actually all started. Then the state will be going into, well, one, I disagree that the state didn't go into this in their direct examination. Saying that Mr. Anderson seemingly had information that he shouldn't have known and that he couldn't have, like, where he could have gotten it from is going to be directly tied into their presentation of the evidence with officers about Mr. Anderson's search history on this and around this date, which was he looked up on CCAP, he looked up on Facebook, and then what this shows is that immediately upon receiving that information, he just tells Miss Beecham about it, and they have a conversation. Attorney Gravely, when I conferred with him on, well, are you not going to be going into Mr. Anderson's search history, said that he would only be going into certain ones. But really, it's this incomplete picture where if they're going to be saying, well, how would he know this about someone? How would he know his address? Well, you know, to give the context of that's easily readable on CCAP and other platforms, and also to paint the picture that Mr. Anderson wasn't just gathering this information and keeping it to himself in a secret little diary, that he was having a conversation about what was received. It was no secret. I think is critical to this case, especially when their theory and painting Mr. Anderson as this person who keeps a whole document on a whole folder on his computer dedicated to this individual. I think it's critical that the jury know that he was sharing this information. So not only is it a complete text, a furthering of an exhibit that they already introduced to show the complete text messages of that date, it also it will be completely relevant to the state's other evidence that it'll bring in. And I'd rather not have Ms. Beecham come back after the state presents that information, but if that's what's necessary, then we'll do it. But I don't believe that we're barred from coming into this. There's been a lot of things that the defense didn't like Mr. Anderson's.
No, I don't want to go back.
Sure, but I think basically, Judge, this is no different than when the state got to go into all of the things about Mr. Anderson's.
Talk about the.
Okay, that's fine.
Gethsemane, you know, I am just going to talk about this particular objection. He says it's irrelevant.
Sure, so that's all I have then, Judge.
Sustained.
It's not a continuation.
You just said
you know,
sustained.
quit while you're ahead.
Oh, apologize.
So then-
I thought you said state. I did
Judge-
not hear you say
I heard
sustained.
sustained, Judge, we can stop there.
Okay.
Judge, at this
That's
time then, I'd
interesting.
like an order that they cannot go into any information that Mr. Anderson had about Mr. Gutierrez on CCAP.
I'm not going to make an advanced ruling.
Okay,
Boy, I tell
As
you.
I said, I'm ready to pounce
it's fine,
at
Oh,
appropriate times.
fine.
is he a cat now? Does he think
Yes,
he's a
would you
cat?
comment, please? Hey, before they
Does he want some paws?
What am I going to tell them about the length of the trial?
Oh,
That I
maybe-
told them would take 2
since
weeks.
he's a cat now, maybe
and
we
2
should
days.
maybe we should give him some
We're
paws.
down to the waning hours.
Easter?
Judge Pounce, I need to find. Look at that face. Don't you just want to grab him by
I
the
actually
cheek
don't have
and
anything funny to say. It's
Well,
that
yeah,
bad.
but anybody got an idea of how long we're going to be?
I think we probably are done
oh, look at that wing. It's going. It's flapping
morning
again.
of Thursday.
Here it
Thursday
goes.
morning.
It's gonna take flight any moment.
Let's add on time for Thursday afternoon.
See where it says 911 on there?
You want me to call them?
Yeah. Holy. Rom.
See how you. Then I would anticipate the defense, we could be done by end of day Monday. Maybe Tuesday morning.
Oh, boy. I should have picked 20. Well, I have to be honest with them.
Hello, Mads,
Last
and
one,
welcome
please.
to Crime Spies.
Are we not?
Yeah, Johnny Depp's judge did have both sides on a timer. Also, I think I mentioned it once already. I have to, like, I need so many lists. I need a secretary. Where's Lily? She should be my secretary. There's a Johnny Depp documentary, and it's by, I've never heard anybody else talk about it, actually. It was just some off the wall documentary I happened to see fly by on X, formerly Twitter, a couple months ago, and I bought it and did a live stream of it pretty much uninterrupted. I think I only talked in the very beginning. It's really good. It's called Surviving Amber Heard. And yes, that's true. The judge in that case let each side speak. I liked her. She was good.
I have a suspicion that it's occurred to one or more of you that we're not
Got about a half hour to go left on
doing
this
so
day.
well calendar-wise, and your
Maybe if the
suspicions are
dingleberry
correct.
wouldn't hold up things.
And
we'd
I
be
just
moving
inquired of the
along a
lawyers.
little
Look at me,
faster.
she's even smiling. That's very nice.
Oh, what a comedian.
Yeah.
Dingleberry. You know you're my favorite.
Anyway,
Okay, sorry.
I inquired of the lawyers, what shall I tell the jury? And I have to tell you, I was expecting to hear a sooner date than I heard, and it actually there was reference to going into Monday of next week. In fact, I think I may have even heard a later reference, but we're going to put the pedal to the metal. But
Oh, sure. Let's just
so you're
accelerate
aware,
the
if
McJustice
that creates an
system in our
enormous
country.
problem for somebody, if it's with your employer, I may be able to give you some assistance there. I don't recall that ever being a problem. I also don't recall having missed by this much on a anticipated completion date. But
As a reminder, it is
other
Half
issues
Irish's birthday
we have to
today.
address as they arise. But
Please wish her a happy birthday.
as it stands right now, it does not appear that we'll finish
Would you like
before
me
the
to
end
do
of
a
the week,
jig?
at the very earliest. So just so you're aware of that. And
I mean,
any question, anybody?
my name is Shannon. Where's my
That
shenanigans?
is so nice. Really, I'm not just saying it. And I've worked
It's around here
with not
somewhere.
a lot
should
of
take a picture
very
of
nice
my
jurors
floor.
over the years.
So you need to
But
have
anyway.
evidence for blackmail. Oh my goodness! What a
All right.
comedian! He should go on Jimmy.
So I
Jimmy
did sustain
Fallon,
the
maybe.
objections, though. Go ahead, Ms. Muller.
Thank you. On direct examination, you had been asked a series of questions relating to your friend Candace, and is it Mila or Mila?
It's Miller. It's just
Miller.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is also your
That
friend.
reminds me.
Yes,
It sounds like
it's
Miller
mutual friend.
time.
Do you still hang out with her?
I wish I had some.
We still talk. Yeah.
Okay. So around this time, did you reach out to her about this friend request?
No. Did I reach out to her about a friend request?
About the friend request and direct, you had talked about how Mr. Gutierrez got a friend request from her.
I asked her about it. I didn't first reach out. I asked her about it. Yeah, I confronted her about it.
So around going to May now.
Sorry, one moment. Here's our friendly reminder. John Gary says, I really like Schroeder's words to the jury after the verdict. I'm on call for jury duty next week and was really hoping not to be called. His speech made me appreciate the importance of the duty. It is important, and instead of trying to get out of jury duty or praying to the selection gods not to go on, I mean, think about it. Is that why some of our juries that, don't have... Okay, I used to use critical thinking skills until Detective John reprimanded me and said it's overused or misused or whatever. But, if you think about it, a lot of people are like, oh, I have jury duty. I hope they don't pick me. Okay, well, if everybody thinks that way, how are we going to get juries that are filled with people, who have skills to weigh the evidence as our judicial system was set up to do, meaning blindfolded with scales, I mean, is that part of the problem? Like I said last night on that live stream in the chat, maybe these days with our McJustice system and also with social media's influence, the obsessed boyfriend murder trial. Okay, well, maybe we should start asking for maybe that should be until the McJustice system gets fixed. Maybe we should perhaps lean more towards bench trials. I mean, at least they know how to interpret the information. I don't know. I was on a jury once. No, not on a jury, but I made it into the actual jury box. And it was a guy who was stalking his baby mama. And they asked a question. I raised my hand, told the story. I'm not going to tell you because it's really long. And then there was another one. Raised my hand, had another story. Not going to tell you right now. It's really long. And they're like, Your Honor, I'd like to excuse juror number 7, which was me. I don't know what number I was. But that was actually really interesting. It's the only time. All right. Jury duty is very important.
Around this time, you had testified that you weren't seeing Zach other than to drop off the kids, correct? Kid drop off, pickup.
At what time frame?
I think I saw...
Let's say early May.
Did I see Salvador in here? Salvador's here.
Early May.
Sir?
Yeah, I mean, we were communicating about pickup and drop off. So most of the time when I would see him, it would be during those times. Yes.
Counsel,
But-
we just talked to counsel for just a second.
I hate her face.
Sal knows, and Jamie got a preview of the judge in his orange.
Thank you, Judge.
Soloman
Around
gave me
early
the
May,
idea.
I don't want you to go into the
sound.
specific details of why you were spending a lot of time with Mr. Anderson, but in early May, you were spending a significant time with him. And again, we don't need to go into the details of why, but you were.
Yes. There was a situation with our daughter, so that's
And we'll keep it at that. We don't want to go into any details.
right.
And on May 7th, 2020, you had testified earlier that there was a incident where your daughter had a cell phone and she wasn't supposed to have one, right?
Correct.
And there had been a period of time before and after that where your daughter, to your knowledge, had stolen people's cell phones. Correct?
Jackson, that sounds irrelevant. Why?
Hmm.
Why would accusations against the daughter be relevant in this? In terms of the
Well,
specific-
Give me a wing. Give me a wing. Just one.
accusations.
The original line of inquiry was about spending more time than usual, and then the witness actually started to volunteer more information. And
think the
Ms. Miller
judge is
said
enjoying a
we don't need to get
fisherman's
into that, and now you're getting into it. What's the relevance?
The relevance is going to come out, well, basically the state's going to be arguing that someone gave the phone to Olivia, and I'm allowed to get into evidence that Olivia would obtain, or her daughter would obtain, cell phones by other means.
So
Well, they
this
haven't
is-
argued that, number one. Number two, they're not mutually exclusive.
Sure.
And
I'll just.
at this point anyway, I'm going to sustain the objection. So you can ask another.
Oh. Oh, goodness. I wonder if he's got ginkgo biloba in that lozenge. Might come in handy. Especially for those with head trauma.
Somehow I thought I had ruled.
Oh, you thought wrong,
well,
sir.
that's when the chatter stops. Ask a question.
You then said around this time that you thought Mr. Anderson was tracking you, correct?
Beginning of May? Is that the time frame you're talking about?
Yeah, late April, early May.
Yes.
And
Why
this
don't you tell us what time
prior
frame?
to you finding the cell phone in your vehicle that you testified about, you thought he was tracking you, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 268.
We have 21 minutes. I'm going to go stretch my legs for a moment. I will be here. But listening.
Thank you.
Entering Fraser Crane mode.
Again, this is Defense Exhibit 268. On May 9th, 2020, around noon, because it's UTC time, you had texted someone named Path and said, hey, ... think I can confirm he didn't put the tracker on my car yet. Last night when I dropped off the kids, he snuck a burner phone under the boy's car seat, correct?
Correct.
So, who's Path?
A friend of mine.
Okay, and you at this point then, prior then, you confirm on this date, on May 9th at around noon, 2020, you are like, don't think he actually put a tracker in your car. Correct? That's what you're saying.
No, I think he's still tracking me. I don't know that he put the tracker that he had on my car. So it says, I think I confirmed that he didn't put the tracker on my car, or maybe I can't confirm. I'm not sure. There's a lot of typos in there. So
I can give this to you, but I'm going to read it out loud again. You said, hey, think I can confirm he didn't put the tracker on my car yet.
Yeah.
That seems pretty straightforward in that you believe then he hadn't put the tracker because you found the phone, correct?
Not yet. He had not put it on my car yet. Correct.
So then up until the point that you find the phone, at that point you understand or come to some realization that Mr. Anderson hasn't put a tracker on your vehicle. At least you didn't think he did.
I wasn't sure. Actually, my friend is the one who I asked to check my car for the tracker.
And when he checked that car for the tracker, he found nothing, correct?
Well, he's not an expert. He just once overchecked. So he didn't find anything. Nope.
Okay. Can I have your exhibit 207? or State's Exhibit 207. This was a text message string. Where Mr. Anderson, earlier we read this, or the state read it to you, about Mr. Anderson basically saying you're wearing too much makeup.
Downstairs again?
Too much makeup and perfume for Charles, angry about pond water, had fancy jacket, hiding in the back of your ride, premonitions don't make me psychic, call me Zachariah when she feels good, denim shirt, ... Kenosha, correct? Do you remember going through these?
Yeah. So is this May 8th, just against me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Anderson had actually seen you right before these texts were sent, correct?
Yes.
Because you had gone to drop off the kids.
Right.
So he could see.
Yes. You saw what I was wearing, correct?
So, indirect, the state had shown you two phones, one of which was a flip phone, one of which was a smartphone. Remember them?
Yes.
And you said that when, on May 7th of 2020, you had found the smartphone, the burner phone, and that your daughter had that, correct?
Yeah.
Around May 7th, around May 8th. Around that time.
Yes, she had one of his burner phones, yes.
And it was that same phone that your daughter had that you then found under the seat of your son's car seat, correct? Was that same phone?
I think so.
So then, May 13th, you have a conversation with Mr. Anderson about custody of the kids where he says he's going to try to get custody of the kids, correct?
Yeah, that was I think it was either the 13th or the 8th, somewhere in there. There was that conversation, yeah.
And that conversation, that's when you gave that phone back to him around that time frame?
I don't know.
So that phone, the smart-looking phone, not the flip phone, Olivia, your daughter had it, and then you find it in your car seat. When do you give it back to him?
No, these were two very separate situations, so.
Okay, so I want to walk through it then. Around May 8th, you find this phone on Olivia.
So I found the phone on Olivia at a friend's house. I took that phone and gave it back to him.
When did you give it back to Mr. Anderson?
The next time I saw him, or I gave it to Olivia to give back to him, he got the phone back. That wasn't, yeah, I just gave it back to him. There wasn't anything about it.
Okay, so then after you find the phone in your vehicle, when do you remember a date or about when you gave that phone back to him?
When I gave it back to him? When I gave him the phone after I found it in the car?
Yes.
And then when did I give it back to him? Maybe a couple of days later?
Why didn't you just give it back to him right away? Like you did the first time?
Honestly, I just had enough. I was going to keep it, and I really just wanted to see what was going on. I really can't explain. It's a very stressful thing having somebody constantly tracking you and finding phones in your car. So I guess I just was very, I wanted answers and I wanted him to stop. And so I kept the phone and I wanted to see if he was going to try to get the phone back and ask for it back. And that's exactly what happened. Is I knew that if I hung on to the phone, that it was a phone that was connected. So the other phones that he had were not in service. So this one was a particular phone that was in service, and it was one that he used to communicate with me. So I kept that one, and just an effort to kind of stop all of it. If he didn't have the phone, then he couldn't put it in my car anymore.
So, but on direct, you remember saying about how Mr. Anderson, from the day that he texts you that going down to Kenosha, looking pretty, smelling good, makeup, whatever, until you gave the phone back, that Mr. Anderson continuously was texting you about the phone.
So he was texting me from his other phone, and he was calling me from his flip phone.
Inquiring about his cell phone.
Correct.
So you wanted the communication from Mr. Anderson to stop, and you thought it would stop, that Mr. Anderson, during that time frame, that the communication would stop if you didn't give his phone back?
I didn't want communication to stop. I wanted his stalking behavior to stop.
But you'd agree that had you just given him the phone earlier, those days of text message where Mr. Anderson's asking you if you found his phone and where his phone is, that could have been avoided had you just simply given Mr. Anderson his phone back.
Sustain.
So, May 13th, 2020 happens. We talked about that. May 16th is the date where you received the text about you racing down to Kenosha at any point, correct?
Yes.
And on that day, Mr. Anderson had also had the opportunity to see you, correct?
If I dropped off the kids, then he saw me.
On May 14th, strike that, Rebecca Jekyll, or is that how you say your last name?
Yes.
Who is that to you?
It's my best friend.
Okay. And were you conversing with her about things that were bothering you about Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as, actually, give this to you now, but I'm not going to. May 16th, 2020, that was the day you had gone down to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment and met his children for the first time.
Correct.
And approximately what time did you arrive, if you remember?
I don't remember. Maybe 6, 7, somewhere in there.
And you said that Mr. Gutierrez was making dinner?
Yes.
Do you remember what he was making?
Chicken nachos.
Okay, so he didn't order food in.
No, he made food for us.
Okay, was he making it on the stove?
Yes, he was in the kitchen making food. That's where people make food.
9. Seeing this on Mr. Gutierrez's stove when you were there on the evening of May 16th, 2020?
I don't recall. No, I don't remember seeing that.
Because that's where he was making the nachos, right? Or parts of the nachos?
On the stove? Yeah.
And then you said that you then went to Dairy Queen, you did some rock painting with the kids, then watched a movie. What time were you there until?
I think I left a little after midnight or maybe before. Probably a little bit before. So maybe, yeah, a little bit before. Because I didn't get home until late.
And how long did it take you to get home?
It usually takes about an hour, but there was a detour, so it took me a little bit longer.
What was this detour?
I don't know, there was construction on Highway 20 or Highway whatever it is.
Okay. So like 11:30, around there?
Somewhere around there.
Okay. And when you were leaving, did Mr. Gutierrez tell you whether he had any plans for the rest of the evening?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
When you left, what did you observe Mr. Gutierrez doing?
The kids were there and they were getting ready to go to bed, or they were just, everybody was still there.
Back then, did you know an individual named Mike Campbell?
No.
Now, do you know who that individual is?
Yes.
And you've seen what he looks like?
Yes.
When you were there on May 16th that evening, did you see Mike Campbell there?
No.
So after you return home, the following day, you and Mr. Gutierrez are talking about what appeared to be just typical conversation, right?
Yes.
And the conversation that day went into the early evening hours.
Yes.
And the last text, I'm just going to give you what I've marked as an exhibit. Marked as Defense Exhibit 257.
Kick, welcome.
I'll zoom in here. On May 17th, 2020 at 8:33 p.m., you receive a text from Mr. Gutierrez that says, I just dropped off Ava going over to Mike's for a little bit, right?
Yes.
And then you said, okay, cool. Well, then maybe text me or ring me when you leave there or something, right?
Yes.
And he says, okay, right?
Yes.
And you didn't get a call from him that evening, correct?
I did not.
And you didn't call him that evening after receiving that text?
I don't. No, I did not.
And when he was saying that he's going over to Mike's for a little bit, did you know who he was referencing?
I just assumed it was a friend of his, so I don't know. I did not know who he was.
Now, do you have an idea of who that is?
Objection calls for speculation. The name Mike. Hold on.
Right.
The name Mike is an extremely popular name. Very common name. When I was a school child judge, it was the most common name of my particular age group, which is slightly older than Mr. Gutierrez was.
All right. Well,
For her to speculate about whether we have the right Mike or not is.
the objection sustained. And that's an ideal point at which to break for the day.
Sure.
Now remember,
No.
tomorrow we'll start at
Probably like,
9 o'clock. And
don't hold me to it.
in spite of the fact that tomorrow, as you know, is National Pie Day. In fact, I think it's International Pie Day. And
I was
314.
actually married on Pie Day.
And
that was actually a
as it
coincidence.
happens, Einstein's birthday.
Oh. Oh, the
That's
judges.
quite a coincidence.
The judges.
But
enlightened
anyway,
us with some trivia.
No, we will not have pie here. But we'll do math. We'll do math Jeopardy quiz or something.
Oh, math.
But anyway,
He's speaking my love language again.
Overnight, please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. And pardon me? Do you have another witness that you can lead off with tomorrow? She's inquiring if we could start at 9:30, and I don't want to give up the half an hour, but on the other hand,
We can start with any, yes, Judge. We're ready to.
Again, who's
All
ready?
right.
Who's reading this
all right, you need to be
Judge
at
Orange
9:30.
or Dingleberry?
And we'll start at 9. And I'll tell you what, because it is National Pie Day, even though we're not on the track we hope
the
to be
judge is
on.
so confused. He
and I
doesn't even
promised.
know that pie spelled P-I.
How many would rather the jury as a whole start at 9:30?
He's conflating the mathematical term
That's why pie is such a small number.
for the baked good.
What's that?
Maybe Baker and I can do a
saw two
do a
hands
live stream
for-
and explain the difference between pie,
3:30.
P-I-E, the baked
I saw 2 hands for 9:30. Anybody else 9:30?
baked good, and
Okay,
pie.
9 o'clock. And now
In
I saw a third
mathematics.
hand. No? Pardon me?
Hi, Moonflower.
And, let's
Welcome
let's
back.
go for 9 o'clock and have a witness here at 9 and we'll continue. Enjoy the day, the evening, and
He does
see you
enjoy
tomorrow.
that
Please don't read, watch, or listen to any account
lozenge.
of the trial, nor discuss it
candy.
with anyone.
Hopefully it's sugar-free or it'll rot his teeth out. Oh, so you're saying, John Gary, that Pi Day, also a reflection, Zachariah Anderson has been in prison for, oops, I layered it too far back. 1,321 days since he's been imprisoned for this crime. Calculates to 3 years, 7 months, roughly 7.5 months in 3 years. Okay, so you're telling me that Pi Day for math, and they just like dolloped the actual baked good pie on the same day? They're not even sort of closely related. Okay, now Mad says National Pie Day, the baked treat, is January 23rd. National Pie Day is 23rd March. Actually, the mathematical pi is March 14th because it's 3.14, etc.
States 199, 213, 214, 200, 202, 255, 215, 203, 51, 52, 204, 218, 194, 195, 219, 53, 112,
Oh,
113, 205, 196, 254, 4, 5,
sounds like Monica and
208,
Friends when she was describing the
197,
erogenous zones.
209, 210, 221,
Oh, we got a lot of witnesses today.
42,
Sadie,
211, 193. Thank you.
Martin, Detective Howard.
There's a partial objection to Exhibit 205.
Paul Webb assisted officers with obtaining Zach's itemized Walmart receipt. Philip, Detective, Kenosha Police Department. Peter assisted officers with obtaining video footage of Zach's Walmart shopping trip. Oh, I bet he was sweating bricks. Walking around. Rebecca Jekyll, Sadie's best friend. Hannah Judd, special agent. Sean, forensics examiner. Okay. Pause. All right, so we are at 5.5 hours. It is 5:42 p.m. Should we quit after Sadie, or should we keep going? Or is there something more entertaining that we could pivot to? I'm not sure how much longer Sadie here goes. I am open to your instructions. Sorry. I'm getting in the habit of doing these and then I copy and paste them and I don't look at them, and I should. See, if I had 500 subscribers and what is it, 3,000 watch hours, I'm actually doing pretty good on watch hours because I've got that one clip of Tim Bleefnick that's had 331,000 views. I'm kicking myself for not knowing the parameters of getting monetized on YouTube, or I would have added some type of beginning and ending to it to make it a little longer. Give me a moment. I still haven't figured out how I can make this into some kind of searchable database or summarization of the day. Ooh. Oh no, I did that before. Okay. Thank you for allowing me a moment. Gotta turn your volume back on.
There
On.
during
Pause.
March
No, not
of
pause.
other acts.
219, 196, 254, 4, 221.
Do you remember that episode of
42,
Friends with Monica?
211,
234,
193. Thank you.
24, 3, 4, 5,
There's
5, 6.
a partial objection to Exhibit 205. There was
was funny.
something that I believe should be redacted pursuant to other acts evidence. It was the text that we had talked about, Jessica.
Off the top of my head, I don't remember.
Discuss that when we have a break. Okay, Ms. Muller?
Thank you. So before we start off where we left off yesterday, I want to go back, clarify a couple of things. We had been talking about nicknames for Mr. Anderson, and you had noted that you had affirmed that you had called him Z-Bear and said you call a lot of people Bear. During March of 2020 through May of 2020, were you still referring to Mr. Anderson as Babe?
I was. Now, I, still refer to, out of habit, of course, and also
Out of
because,
habit.
I didn't hate him.
I buy that.
I was just trying to be amicable and kind and show kindness and not be rude and mean.
Like when he sent you those
then-
black, he'd bring you those black flowers with the training
In May of
tracking
2020,
stuck in it.
do you remember telling Mr. Anderson that you were gonna, quote, fuck with him?
Oh. Literally
don't
or
remember that.
figuratively? Is she going to answer that?
I'm gonna pull up what was previously marked as States Exhibit 208. These nice highlighted ones, and then there was this one in between where on May 10th, 2020,
What
you
date?
sent Mr. Anderson a text that says, "You are stupid for trying to fuck with me,
Ooh.
so you get fucked with back."
Oh. Huh. That sounds
I think it says
amicable.
either me.
Well, then you correct yourself saying with, correct?
I can't hear you.
Oh, Dingleberry's
It says either.
Dingleberry's having a tough time
It
hearing
doesn't
that
say trying to fuck with me.
Okay, so
but
literally,
it's just banter. I mean,
one. Oh, it's just banter.
there's nothing I'm doing. I'm literally trying to get him off of my back.
Oh,
Literally just trying to appease things and literally just trying to get him to stop. So I don't, if you want to take all of that language out of context, you're more than welcome, but
Ma'am, just answer the question, please.
it's just banter.
It's just banter.
So I want
It's
to
just
go back
locker
to
room
you
talk,
saying that it says either, not with. You admit that 6 seconds or 7 seconds after you sent that first text, you sent a text that says with, correct?
Where do you see that? Oh, yeah. Okay. So I corrected myself.
Oh, dear.
So then you'd agree that you meant to say, "You are stupid for trying to fuck with me, so you get fucked with back."
Yep, banter.
Tit for tat.
Well,
What's
you
good for the goose is good
meant
for the
it to
gander.
Banter you're saying, but you don't know how Mr. Anderson took that, correct?
Well, I don't know how Mr. Anderson took that. I know that I took his actions very personally too, so I felt very quote unquote fucked with, if you will.
Oh, my goodness.
Ma'am,
We
please just
do
answer
like
the
that
question
F word,
today.
don't we,
I
Sadie?
did. Thank you.
You heard what I said?
Yes.
I also want to go back to the Moto G6 phone, the smartphone, not the flip phone that you had found. There was a screenshot that you had taken.
I'm telling you, Jesus Enrique Rosas, if you're
I'm
watching
going to
this
show you
right
what
now,
was previously marked as States Exhibit
you may need a cocktail and adult beverage. And I don't know. I don't know if there's enough hours in the day for you to be able to analyze all of these
How did you
clues.
get into the phone if it was password protected, like you said?
This time it wasn't. When I took it from my daughter, it wasn't password protected at that time.
And so after you get the phone, you decide you're going to go through it, even though you didn't know how your daughter
Not
got it.
password protected.
I decided to go through it because I knew and had information that he was tracking me and following me and stalking me. And so I went in his phone to go see if there were also, because I was informed that there were videos and recordings of me that my daughter had taken. So I went on the phone to go and look to see if I could find any of those things. And then I went on to see if there was anything in Amazon, like a tracker or anything, because I was being informed that I was being tracked. So I went on the phone to go and look for evidence of any of that I could prove. I answered the question.
Judge, with all due
Just
respect,
finish your sentence.
Judge, with all due respect,
You would think if it's,
I'm
her
gonna
daughter, she could just
indicate,
say,
I
hey,
think
can
that
you
was
show
the
me those
full
pictures
answer to
that
why
you
she
have?
went through the phone. So the question was, why did you go through the phone?
Oh.
And it's not unique to this witness. Someone says,
Dingleberry's trying to share his.
some witnesses, for example, are evasive and they form their answers in such a way to try to avoid answering the question. And some try to take command of the situation and expand beyond the actual question, which is that. And I don't want to give the impression that he's doing something wrong. It's just the way people talk. I don't know. Do you have people that you would rather they just not stay on the phone with you as long as they do? And that's the basic concept.
Sure. So I think I understand what the court is saying. It was an open-ended question. It had a long answer because there's a lot of reasons she went in that phone, and she described those. And I apologize, Judge, but that, if it's a more narrow question, then I certainly understand.
If this is the only time that it happened,
Pause. John Gary, the DNA in Zach's van. There was no DNA in Zach's van. Did you watch this whole trial? Question mark. See, people who are watching, I think this is so important to have people in here that think Zach is guilty, because it's becoming quite clear that there are certain things that make them continue to think that he is guilty that are disproven, if that makes sense. Okay, so there was DNA in Zach's van. I believe something was tested. They could not ascertain whether or not it was indeed blood. It was not provably the victim's. Do you see, people, why some of these trials people are led to believe based on either selective editing of clips or not watching the whole entire trial? It was proven to be Rosalio Gutierrez's DNA. John Gary, can you please paste the source of that information or point me in the right direction? Because it's my understanding that that was debunked. Okay, we have to square this out once and for all. Not today, but, where is my notebook again? I'm probably sitting on it. There's that. There's a couple things. That keep coming back up and people can't get past. There was a drop of blood of the victims in the back of Zach's car, and he did it. That proves he did it. And that's wrong. That was not proven to be the victim's blood. Now, it was, I don't even know how to correctly describe it, but, that was another one of those, things that were repeated over and over and over and over in the media. And when people get fixated on that, and I am aware there are a couple other things, but I think we would do everyone well, We would be doing a disservice if we continue to let incorrect facts into, to continue to live on. We must square that away. One person at a time in our chat. Invite your friends in too. I think I had something else to say, but now I forget.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So you just said that at this point, when you took this screenshot, you thought he was tracking, right?
Yes, I thought he was.
Pause. Pause for one moment. I am going to post a link. Now, how many windows do I have open here? Ay caramba. Okay, so John, on the very bottom of this, we read this the other day. I'm not going to read it again, just because, number one, I already read it once. Number two, we're already at 5 hours, 40 minutes. But I'm going to post this link, and I'd like you to go all the way to the bottom. It's the very last thing. And there's this. Granted, this is from Zachariah Anderson's own website. There's a dialogue here, or a comment here. And then this is a letter from Tiffany Roy. And, it lists her credentials and all that. And I'd like you to read that. And then also putting it back here carefully. Also, the second thing, okay, so that very first link I just tagged you in is that web page. The letters at the bottom in a scribed article or letter. The second thing underneath in the video is, let me find it. Just watch now. Oh. The video isn't available anymore. What? Okay, I have to find the correct link. Steve Gosney is, well, how would you describe him? He's like one of those appeals attorneys, isn't he? He's just friggin' awesome. But I think his, clients, if you will, are people that are appealing their sentence. And he has an interview with the woman that wrote that letter at the bottom of that link. So for now, you get one link, John, Gary, and I will look for the other one. This could be called Expand Your Cranium. Segue. All right, back to the video, people, while I look.
Tracking me. doing things to track me, yes.
And so, if you thought someone was tracking you, what would you think you would find in their phone on Amazon that was actively tracking you?
A tracker?
Well, so you went into Amazon. How did you log into his Amazon account?
I just opened the app. It was already logged in.
So you had access to his Amazon Prime account then, his full account.
I
guess
can't
that
find
phone did.
it.
Well, let's walk through that again. You went into his phone, you opened his account, you said you could open it and access his Amazon account, correct?
I didn't access it. Yes, I could access it. I could see it. It was open and the app was already logged in, so I could see what he last purchased. And that's correct.
Thank you, Eris. Nice to see you. I will fix that link. You people are so kind to me.
You'd agree that this is you would have had to gone into Amazon Prime, gone into orders, clicked through his entire account.
I clicked on last order and that's what I got.
Did he return it, or did we establish that he kept it? Because I was pretty sure Amazon was going to 86 me with sending back all my microphones.
Did you find anything in there?
I did.
Take screenshots of that?
I did not. It was audio.
So now going back to where we left off yesterday, which was May 17th, 2020. Got these texts from Mr. Gutierrez. We had talked about that. That was about where we left off. The next day, how did you reach out to or attempt to make contact with Mr. Gutierrez?
I text him.
Sorry, what was that?
I text him.
Texted? Text?
And were there days where you attempted to call him?
I called him later on the 18th.
Mm-hmm.
And then I called him the morning of the 19th.
Do you remember on direct examination talking about how every time you called, it went straight to voicemail?
Yes.
Okay, I have a question. This is actually a test for everyone. All right, so a 13-gallon trash bag. Are those A or 1? Will that fit into is a 13-gallon trash bag the size that fits into number 1, your like bathroom, like little vanity size trash can? Number 2, your kitchen trash can? Or number 3, the size that you use to bag up your leaves in the fall? Again, number 1, like bathroom or bedroom, like, you know, those little trash cans. 13 gallons. Is it number 1, bathroom/bedroom size? Number 2, kitchen? Number 3, leaf and lawn bags? I would give you a prize, but this is just for fun for now. I'm seeing 2s. Kitchen. 2s. Okay. Now, here's a second question. This is a yes or no. Okay, so we got more twos. So we're on kitchen. The answer is number 2, kitchen. I downloaded a golf clap sound. I don't think it's on my... So you have to get stuck with me. All right, now. So now that we've established that 13-gallon trash can is the kind that fits in your kitchen. You know, it's like maybe thigh high. They're usually white. Well, they are white. Now, the next question is, if you were a red rummer and you needed to dispose of a body, likely if you were going to use trash can or trash bags, I would assume you would have to cut it apart. You know, because I don't think anybody would fit into, maybe, I guess it depends on the size. Let's consider the size of the victim, shall we? 6-ish, between 6'1", well, between 6 foot and 6'2". So let's just split the difference. 6'1". There was 270, 280 at first, but both his mom and someone else had said he had lost weight, putting him in like the 225, 230-ish area. So let's just say 240. 6'1", 240 pounds. All right, so if you were going to dispose of a body, do you think that it would fit in one piece in a kitchen-sized trash bag? Yes or no? That's my first question. I actually have a third one. Person would have to weigh 100 pounds and be extremely bendable to fit into a 13. Okay, so then no, it wouldn't fit. Okay, then, if you were a red rum person and you went to Walmart to buy the trash bags to dispose of your victim, would you buy the 13-gallon trash bags? Or would you buy the black leaf and lawn bag? I believe they are 40 gallon, 50-gallon-ish. So white or black? Those are your two choices. No one wants to answer the question. Okay, you're sick of my questions. So, considering the fact that just based upon the majority of people's, you not use trash bags at all, you not be able to fit anywhere on Zach in his residence car clothing. It's a big ass that he dismembered and came off clean. Wonder how you got rid of him. Also, Log Kong Express has a video. I think it's number 2. Number 1 or number 2. No. Number 2, maybe. And I think I said this at the beginning of the day. The link to his channel is underneath in the description box. I'm pretty sure that one works. And he describes his 80-year-old relative who walked with a cane, tripped around, in the 200-ish pound range. And it's a very good story. I still don't know what happened to the relative. Tripped and fell, elderly person. So what is the strongest piece of evidence, John? And I don't mean that snarky, like sincerely, what's the biggest piece of evidence? And if the trash bags are not the strongest piece of evidence, then how about we just not factor that one in? But he has a really good story. He described himself in that 200-ish range. 80-year-old man falls down. His arm hurts. He's got some bleeding on his face. I think it was from his glasses. And he describes that by the time he finally negotiated with his elderly relatives that it was okay to call 911, it took 2 men plus the victim helping with his or her good arm to get the victim up off the floor. So, I mean, riddle me that. How in the world did Zach, who was, if you want to take their, claim that he had lost all kinds of weight and, miraculously got down to about the same size as Zach? How did he get him out of that apartment and dispose of him alone with no help? We'll continue.
Did you ever leave a voicemail?
No. I don't think so.
Oh, he did have contractor bags in the van. Okay, never mind the trash can bag game.
So each time it was the same thing. You called, immediately went to voicemail, and you never left voicemail.
Objection, she's already,
I do
hold on.
want to know
She's
what the
already answered that.
milliliter,
The
the thickness
repeated question.
milliliter was on his contractor
Trying
bags.
to have a collective answer because it was a
Because if you heard me talking earlier, just because they're a black trash bag, even Hefty can't keep some things inside. There are contractor bags that are, I forget if it's like, I don't remember. I don't want to talk out of my fanny, but there are contractor bags that are really thick. I get mine at Menards. No, not for dead bodies.
answers. Good answer.
Can you ask the question again?
Sure. That each time you called him, it went to voicemail, and each time it went immediately to voicemail, and each time it went to voicemail, you never left a message.
It went to voicemail every time I called. I don't remember if I left a message or not.
I bet we have records of that. Do we have records of the victim's phone? Or the victim's keys? Who's having a smoothie? Oh, man. Oh, I did see Mimsy's not feeling good still. Mimsy? Oh, you got a new blankie? Oh, Eris is not feeling good either? Goodness me. Wait, where is it? Hold on.
Yeah.
All right. I guess you can't see this very well. Quercetin. I can't see the camera either. Where's the camera? Quercetin. 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 Now, as I described to you earlier, in my Robert F. Kennedy Jr. book over there, The Real Anthony Fauci, and actually I believe on some of his interviews he discusses quercetin, and they use the analogy that, quercetin. Quercetin, okay, so zinc, and on top of it, zinc. So you might buy whatever milligram of zinc, but it has to be a certain kind of zinc. There's different kinds of zincs that are more absorbable than other ones are, and there's a conversion. So even though it might say, whatever milliliters, you got to convert it, and I forget how. I'll find it. I'll write it on the list. But zinc only is good for protecting your cells from getting infected. It does not work on infected cells. So, in the book, quercetin is used quercetin in conjunction with zinc, the analogy is zinc is the bullet and quercetin is the nug, arm of fire, if you will. So what quercetin does in conjunction with zinc is it opens up the sick cells and allows the zinc to get into the sick cells to clean up the ick. So make sure if you're sick, don't just take zinc with this. And I just get this on Amazon. Now, my grandma was a nutritionist, and her favorite brand, and my favorite brand still, is Now Foods. It's very good. I also like bulk supplements because it's powder. Some of them you can like mix in your, smoothie, if you will, or V8 juice, if you will. And then, instead of taking a big fistful of vitamins or minerals. And that was pretty good until I ran into some that were powdered and are nasty. So you want to make sure it's absorbable. Another thing my grandma always taught me was to test its absorbability, if you will. Put it in a glass of warm water, go to sleep. If you wake up and it's still in solid form, it's not good. It should be, diluted, or it should be, broken down. Well, V8 is vegetable juice. So there's all kinds of vegetables in it. Well, you don't want to see some of the things I've put through the juicer over the years.
We'll show you what is Space Exhibit 193.
Oh, Iris, what are your symptoms? Boy, there's a lot of you sick out there. This is just in case you're sick.
Zoom in here.
I'll explain later.
So first one we'll look at,
I'll write it on the list.
put it
I
at the
should do a video.
bottom, is on May 18th, 2020.
Oops, sorry.
At 5:21 p.m., you call Mr. Gutierrez, correct?
Yes.
And that call lasts 5 seconds, correct?
Yep.
And so this is you calling and it immediately going to voicemail and you not leaving a voicemail. 5 seconds.
Possibly.
Then I want to go to 5:18 at 7 p.m. You called Junior. That call lasts 20 seconds.
Maybe the voicemail is long. I don't know. Maybe I listened to it. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I didn't hang up right, but I'm not sure. 20 seconds.
You'd agree it's 15 seconds longer than the first one, which you said went straight to voicemail. You hung up.
Yes.
And then this was Facebook Messenger attempted phone call through Facebook, correct? At 5:18 at 7:42?
Yes.
That was 0 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Why didn't you leave a voicemail?
I don't know. I don't remember if I did or I didn't.
If you did leave,
Pretty worried, so I don't know.
yeah, if you voicemail, you should have it, right?
Objection, how would she know? Speculation. We should have it.
Well, I don't. Both her question and your objection were argumentative. What are yours up here? That's a
Very true. Yeah, I can see that.
So you're both sustained.
So 5:17, you get there. When you get there, you call your best friend, correct?
519 council, probably.
5:19, sorry, I
Yeah.
apologize.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question now?
On May 19th, 2020, when you arrived at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, you called your friend.
I may have already been on the phone.
And that was Rebecca Jekyll?
Yes. Probably called her on the way down, honestly.
Do you remember the day prior on May 18th telling Miss Jekyll that you needed to go by her house to grab a phone?
I don't remember that.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as Defense Exhibit 264. Page 2.
Judge, I'm going to object to this. We've had some pretrial discussion about this. We also had discussion as the case began. I think we have ruled on whether this type of discussion can be had with individuals. So I'm speaking about all of our early discussions, and I'm not sure how this line of questioning is not the same.
You were
Approach.
referring to the motions that were.
I'm referring to stipulations and yes, all of those things we talked about.
She hasn't asked a question yet. So
Well, she's suggesting a particular.
May I see what you're going to read from? Thank you.
You're welcome. Just the highlighted.
So, counsel, maybe you're going in a direction I was not thinking. If you want to.
Yeah.
Maybe if we conferred briefly, this would be. I would be able to withdraw my objection. Is that possible, counsel?
Yeah. Right.
Oh, hold on.
No,
Okay.
I think you and I are on the same page. Yeah.
I withdraw the objection. I apologize.
No reason to apologize, and thank you.
Do you need me to hand it to you just because of how the Elmo looks? Let me know.
I did not hear you.
Oh, sorry. I was telling the witness that if she needs me to hand her the exhibit, because that was that.
But you know what? I do think that if, is there a mic? Isn't there an extra mic around there somewhere? No, okay.
I'll just project. That helps.
Well, it usually does, but,
Yeah. I just don't want to
Go
be
ahead.
screaming at Miss Ketchum. Can you hear me better?
Yes.
On May 18th, 2020, you had texted your friend Becky, and Becky is Rebecca Jekyll.
Yes.
And you asked her, hey, you at home? Gotta grab the phone, ... Correct?
Yes. Yes.
What were you referring to?
I don't remember.
5/19/2020, you arrive at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment. You're on the phone with Becky. And you notice that the screen door was it the screen door or glass door that was open?
It was the screen door.
So the glass door was closed?
The glass door was open all the way. The screen door was closed.
And when you notice this, are you still on the phone with Becky?
Yes, probably. Yes, I was.
Then I just want to walk through some of the things that you noticed that were, after you had looked in, that were misplaced. You said that there was a gray rug that was missing.
Yes.
You notice anything else missing?
I didn't go inside of the apartment. So the only things I really could notice that I felt that was major that I noticed right away was the rug missing and the furniture being moved.
And what furniture did you know that was moved? It said, besides the kitchen table and the white coffee tables, was there any other furniture that you had seen that had been moved?
I don't remember. It was a pretty traumatic scene, so I don't really remember.
Do you remember telling detectives that you also saw a tool belt?
Yes, there was a tool belt laying right by the door when I opened it.
So you marked as defense exhibit 168. Was it the tool belt that you saw?
Yes.
And did you think it was that out of place to you?
Yes.
Why was that out of place to you?
Because it just wasn't there before, and that's not a normal place. I don't think where someone would leave a tool belt scattered.
In your time knowing Mr. Gutierrez, would he leave his tool belt there?
No, not that I ever saw.
You tell law enforcement that?
I believe I said something about the tool belt or something missing or tools. I don't remember.
You spoke to 2 detectives on scene on May 19th, 2020.
Yes.
The first detective you spoke to, isn't it true that you immediately stated you suspected Mr. Anderson?
I didn't immediately state that, no.
Okay. And sure. And did you tell, and that detective, if you remember, was Detective Anschutz?
Yes.
And do you remember
Correction,
telling Detective
Anschutz.
Anschutz that your daughter had pertinent information pertaining to the disappearance of Mr. Gutierrez?
I told Detective Anschutz that my daughter had told me that my ex had taken, that her dad, Zach, had taken the registration out of Rosalie's car, and I stated that that's what I knew, that she had just told me, and that's what I told Detective Anschutz.
So you didn't tell Detective Anschutz that your daughter had information about Mr. Gutierrez's disappearance?
I did not say that, or those words, no.
And then after you spoke with the 2 detectives on scene, you had gone to here to Kenosha to the public safety building and had another interview.
Yes.
And that time you brought your daughter along.
Yes.
So what time, if you remember approximately, did you leave the scene on May 19th, 2020?
I don't remember.
Do you remember how long you approximately were there for?
It was before probably 4 because I had to get the kids. And so it would have been somewhere before school ended.
So when
And
you
how
went
far
to
away
the
did she
public
live?
safety
Wasn't it like
building
an
for
hour?
your interview with your daughter, how did you and your daughter drive together?
We did, actually. Mom drove us.
And on direct, you had testified that you told your daughter that you had concerns about your friend that was missing, correct?
Yes.
When did you have that conversation with your daughter?
On the 18th, when I couldn't get a hold of him all that day and night, I had mentioned something to her, and that it was just a brief mention. And then, the 19th, when I came back home, I again just reminded her, like, hey, remember Mom was really worried? And she said, yeah, and it went from there.
On May 18th, 2020, why did you tell your daughter that your friend was missing?
Because she could visibly see me crying and upset, and so she asked me what was wrong, and I told her that
How
I
would she know
was
that? What was the
worried
date, Dan?
about Rosaleo, about my friend missing.
Oh, here comes a train.
But you didn't know if he was missing on May 18th, 2020.
Objection, argumentative.
Dingleberry
answered the
knows she's
question.
over the target. She's coming in hot. Dingleberry has to stand up and object.
Overruled.
I couldn't get a hold of him, and
So you
so
just
in my
jumped to the
eyes, he was
conclusion
missing.
that he's missing? Or maybe he
So-
ran off with one of the other ho-ho-hos?
Again, you had only been dating this man for about 3 months.
Objection, again, argumentative. This has been asked and answered.
Dingleberry, another tell.
Did you know
Defense
Mr.
is over the
Gutierrez's work
target.
schedule?
Mayday, mayday.
Sort of. I mean, he worked for himself, and then he also worked with some other folks. So, to my understanding and from what he told me, he kind of made his own schedule.
So on Tuesday, May 19th, 2020, you went to Kenosha to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment around 11 a.m.
Yes, somewhere around there.
And you knew that Mr. Gutierrez kept his doors locked. Correct?
I don't know if I knew that or not. So,
And did you know if he was working?
I didn't know. I didn't know where he was or what was going on.
And how far of a drive was it from where you were to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
It's about an hour.
C-swept with a very nice observation. So you went when he should have been at work? Question mark. Weird.
Were you aware of Mr. Gutierrez's financial
Interesting.
problems?
Objection. This is, again, irrelevant.
Stray, I forgot. Okay.
Whatever financial problems he's having, irrelevant.
Up, over the target.
Goes to the
Objection.
police investigation judge.
Objection.
Yeah.
We're going to get a wing flap here. Over the target.
First of all, it assumes
Oh my God, all of you are sick.
material.
Who was at work?
that I think
Soloman
would
is
be
back.
Foundational. And
Let me interrupt Agent Orange here. Soloman, C-swept had a observation. So Sadie went to go check on the status of Rosaleo when he was supposed to be at work. You know, because it was like 11 o'clock on a Tuesday. Oh my God, I have the funniest chicken sound, and I have too many devices and too many things open, and I thought I gave my Discord a strong password, and then I thought I'm never gonna use that, and then I switched it, and now it's telling me it's not the right one. And so if you're sending me things on Discord, I'm not going to be able to read it, and there's just too much going on right now. Yeah, and it was the Rona. I mean, my kids, it was March 13th. March 13th is when the announcement was made from the White House press room. We were going to take 2 weeks to slow the spread. That was March 13th. My kids, because I had been living in the underbelly of the internet for, quite a spell at that point. I had done my grocery shopping a few days prior because I kind of knew it was coming down the pike. And so I spoke to them, and I said, just so you know, the president, etc., is going to be making an announcement. You're probably going to be let go from school, and you're probably not going to go back to school for a little while. So, keep that in the back of your head, and maybe grab some stuff out of your locker you wouldn't normally take home on a Friday. And they didn't go back to school. I think, I know for a fact they didn't go back to school the whole entire year. The class of 2020 actually had, my son graduated 2021. And they still waffled whether or not they were going to actually have an in-person graduation, because the class of 2020 had a virtual graduation. And then there was a point where they could go in their vehicles and drive around the friggin' parking lot. The class of 2020. My son graduated 2021. He basically, because long story short, for the most part, I had them do school from home, because they had requirements on wearing masks and vaccinations that I did not agree with at all. So he pretty much didn't go to school. He missed his whole senior year, prom, homecoming. He was in marching band. He was the assumed trombone leader for his senior year for marching band. No football. The football team had won the state tournament the year before. That was the last time the band was together. And he missed prom, homecoming, senior events, everything. And it was literally a week before graduation, where they'd found a big, large church for us to have in person. Because the class of 2021 said, if we have one wish, it's that we're all together with our families in person. It's a miracle that happened. So my point is, during this time frame, from March 13th until, because it was Friday the 13th, until pretty much, I'm assuming until the school started in the fall, I'm pretty sure all the kids were home unless you lived in Florida. And maybe South Dakota, I'm not sure. And people were home from work, unless you worked at like one of those essential places like the grocery store. There. Sorry, it's my rant. Sometimes I get angry.
The objection is sustained.
Oh, God. Don't get me started with the masks.
Back to the conversations you had with your daughter.
Erin says her son or her daughter, class of 2021, outdoor graduation on the football field with masks on. Yeah, ours was inside Grace Church in Eden Prairie. Chanhassen was on one side, Chaska was on the other side. No masks, no social distancing. It's on the internet. YouTube has a video of it. Nobody wore a mask. And we all sat right next to each other and hugged and did normal things. Don't get me started on that. That's a whole different thing. So, actually, now that I think about it, Lakong Express, aka Encyclopedia Crown, One of his videos, he's talking about that. And he says, think about it. You know, that was during the Rona. So people were having groceries brought to their home, DoorDash. Like he had a list. Just off the top of my head, you've got Uber Eats, DoorDash, Instacart. You know, people were working from home. Again, punctuating that there was evidence on the door that nobody saw. A door that was by the entrance in and out of the building. And no one saw the door Monday the 18th or Tuesday morning. And it wasn't a holiday.
To May 18th,
Just
2020,
watch
you had
now.
admitted
I've
that
said
there were
something
other
that's going to make
occasions where you did
YouTube
talk
give
to
me the
your
red
daughter
light.
about Mr. Gutierrez, correct?
C-swept. I'm going to see if I can find it. I have downloaded the transcript. Albeit.
I noted that you had attempted to contact some of Mr. Gutierrez's friends around May 18th to May 19th, 2020.
Yes.
And you had said on direct that you were unable to get in contact with any of his friends.
Correct.
And prior to attempting that contact, you had never met any of Mr. Gutierrez's friends, correct?
No.
No, that's not correct, or no, I had not.
No, I had not.
And you had not met any of his family members?
No, other than his 2 children.
You had also mentioned on direct that when you were at the scene on May 19th, 2020, you called the daycare and you were nervous about your kids, correct?
Yes.
Because you thought Mr. Anderson might go to the daycare?
Yes.
And you said that the daycare knows to call you if Mr. Anderson would show up there?
Yes.
You never got a call that day that Mr. Anderson showed up at the daycare, correct?
When I called, they told me that he had not, no.
And after you called them, you never received a call from the daycare?
No.
After May 19th and the couple months, do you remember asking to be present at an interview with your daughter in November of 2020?
Yes.
And previously, you had not been present with your daughter when she was interviewed by law enforcement?
No.
Why did you want to be present?
Well,
on the...
again, are you saying your question was previously you had not been present?
Right, B.
Previously, you had not been present.
I think your question may have been, and previously you had indicated you had not been present?
No.
Oh, maybe
I
I'm.
can just rephrase it, Judge.
Well, the point is that sometimes questions get asked in a way that it's ambiguous as to what the no is responding to. Now, maybe I'm hearing things. I don't think so. But I thought this may be one of those. So it would be a favor to me if you would rephrase it.
Yeah. The interview that happened on May 19th, 2020 at the Public Safety Building, you're aware that your daughter was taken into a separate room to be questioned by law enforcement.
Yes.
And you were not present in that room when that interview occurred.
Correct.
But then in November of 2020, you specifically asked Detective Anschutz to be present
And
during that
Schutz.
interview.
And Schutz.
I don't remember if I specifically asked Detective Anschutz, but that interview happened at our home, so I was there.
Okay, C-Swept wanted me to look and see if I can find the part. Rewind what she said about him working. So she was asked if she knew the work schedule, sort of, and he worked for himself, and then he was all worked. Granted, this is AI generated with some other folks, so to my understanding, and from what he told me, he kind of made his own schedule. So on Tuesday, May 19th, you went to Kenosha to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, or in around 11. Kept his doors locked. Does that sound familiar? Is that like the part? Let's see if there's another one after that, shortly after that. He worked for himself. He also worked with some other. Did you know if he was working? They didn't know where he was or what was going on. Okay, now they're talking about barcodes. That must be later. Hopefully that answered your question? Question mark? Wish I could figure out how to get that on the screen without being too disruptive. Just
You're
made the point
aware
that
that
she
Mr.
showed up during work
Anderson
hours.
has a burn pit on his property?
Yes.
And would he frequently have bonfires?
I don't know, frequently? Yes. He'd have bonfires there.
Oh no,
And you were
Lynn.
aware that
I'm sorry, Lynn. Okay, so Lynn, can you do me a favor? And this is not a political statement at all. On my YouTube channel, now I gotta find the camera. I can never find it. Where is it? There it is. This book. Was it backwards? Oh no. Is on my Rumble channel. This book. It is, the audiobook is. It's 28 hours. We had played it in 1.2 times speed. And I think it was like 22 hours we did. I think in honor of your love of your life, this is written by Robert F. Kennedy Jr., called The Real Anthony Fauci, Bill Gates, Big Pharma, and the Global War on Democracy and Public Health. It is 400 and some odd pages. Very super teeny tiny writing. The pages are almost like a Bible. I had to get Bible highlighters for it. I would encourage you to get the book. I've bought this book for many people. And actually, if Soloman is still hanging around, I noticed on the website you can send... I noticed that you can send him things that come directly from the manufacturer, including a packing slip. I'm wondering if he could have this book, like if I could send him a copy, send him this book. Because number one, it'll keep him very occupied. And, oh, you're lurking. So this book, The Real Anthony Fauci, Bill Gates, Big Pharma, and the Global War on Democracy. Again, not a political statement, written by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. But this is probably the best book I've ever read. and this is not a paid endorsement, although it should be because I have recommended this book so many times. I've sent it to my chiropractor. I've sent it everywhere. But the audiobook is available on... Oh, and it doesn't have to be a new book. Well, I'm not going to send him a used book. Who wants a used book? You know, actually, I'd send him some Bible highlighters too, because the pages are so thin. If you use a regular highlighter on it, it goes through. I mean, this book is just humongous. So Amazon. If it comes from Amazon with a packing slip and some... Can you even have Bible highlighters? Question mark. Well, we can talk later about it. But, Lynn, in honor of your true love of your life, and who may he rest in paradise. That's what Pitbull says. Instead of rest in peace, he says rest in paradise. I really encourage you to read this book. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has been... I mean, he's just been such an advocate for what the government isn't telling you, basically, about like what they're putting in your food, immunizations, etc. But this book isn't just about, you know, the Rona. The last chapter called Germ Games, even he says on some... Oh my gosh. Gotta add this to the list. He was on with Tucker Carlson when it was like Tucker Today or something like that. He had like a separate show in addition to his Tucker Carlson Tonight one. And he even says, you know, it's such a humongous book that you should really read. I mean, if you only have time to read one chapter, start with the last chapter called Germ Games. This book is so much stuff in it. And like I said, that's why I put it on my Rumble channel, the audiobook. You know, because it's, you know, our economy is kind of in the toilet, if you will. And if you read the comments underneath each section, problem with your Rumble also is there's no way to do a playlist. Although I could probably try to figure out how to like send links to it. And I don't talk hardly at all. I just like talk maybe in the beginning and then at the end. I think we did like 2-3 hours at a time. But I encourage you to do that. Oh, and also something else I brought in here. Sorry, then we'll get back to the trial, I promise. Good night. Enjoy the conspiracy theories. Good night, Becca. Thank you for joining us. Another thing in the book is this, what is it? Povidone iodine, you know, the brown stuff. Because a lot of, including the Rona, are they're airborne viruses that enter through your nasal cavity. So you take this stuff on a Q-tip, stick it up your nose, then switch it around to the other side. Let it sit there for about a minute. And then go ahead and, you know, blow your nose, etc. But in the book, it shows like they tested like hydrogen peroxide is another one, which who would want to put that up their nose? But did you know that you can put hydrogen peroxide inside of a nebulizer to clear out the lungs? So it's got health advice. It's got, you know, all kinds of things in it. But I think it's really good. It's really good. Okay. Let's continue. Shall we?
Weekend, Mr. Anderson was planning on the weekend of May 19th. Around that time, Mr. Anderson was inviting or had invited you and the kids over for a bonfire.
Objection. May 19th. Okay. What weekend do you mean the one before or after?
The week of the 19th. So Friday, May 22nd through Sunday, May 24th.
Objection whether she was invited to a bonfire that never happened because it's post the 19th.
I'm going to
Post-
refresh her recollection. If she remembers, I think she can at least answer the question.
Oh, well, since Becca has gone, that's kind of a shame because I come from the right side of the political aisle and RFK Jr. comes from the left side of the political aisle. Although now he's kind of in the middle. I think he's running as an independent. So, I don't know. I mean, doesn't matter, I guess. That's really a shame because this is a fantastic book.
I'm not hearing you. Are you talking to Mr. Gravely or to me?
No, I was saying that he's saying she would have no knowledge, but she didn't even answer the question.
But that's because I had objected. So why would she answer the question? I've objected.
Well,
What grounds?
now stop. I have to say I didn't. Let me start over. I thought her question inquired about an invitation to a bonfire, and you were questioning what dates were involved, and then you objected about its relevance because if it never occurred, what difference does it make? Which I don't. There needs to be more that I would need to understand before I could sustain the objection, because the invitation may have relevance. I don't know.
So,
But the fact that it didn't go on is really a separate thought.
he's arrested. The testimony so far is that he is in custody on the 19th of May.
Right?
So whether they were invited to a bonfire the week after he was arrested is irrelevant.
I don't know. Because I don't know. As I've said before, people have volumes and volumes of discovery that I don't. So I know very little about the case really until it is introduced into the court. So I don't know if there's relevance to it or not. But it isn't clearly irrelevant. Go ahead.
Would you need to see something? Do you remember writing?
Sure. Yes, I would.
Remember receiving or sending Mr. Anderson an email around May 18th, 2020?
I don't recall.
If I was to show you a copy of an email, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Might be get it.
Oh, she's going dancing. I think that's what I need to do. I've been sitting on my butt too long. My brain not working.
Out loud.
You know, the weird thing is people who are on the right won't read this RFK Jr. book because of his political affiliation, which is a shame. And the people on the left won't read it because it's full of stuff they don't want you to know. So who's going to read the book?
So were you aware that Mr. Anderson is planning on having a bonfire that week?
My daughter told me that.
Okay, one more thing. I think I've told you about my neighbor who her and I were on opposite sides of the political spectrum. And the long and short of it was June just said everyone should vote too. Even though I knew they were hard left and I'm hard right. Well, not, I mean, center right. On election day, I'd be like, don't forget, your vote matters. And when they left, when they moved last fall, she goes, the biggest thing we're going to miss in this neighborhood is you. So, just saying, people from opposite sides of the political spectrum can become, besties.
That was the plan she knew of, and expressed that to me. So in that email, I just mentioned that.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 288, which was what I just handed you.
Mm-hmm.
And this is an email that you sent to Mr. Anderson, correct?
Yes.
And that date, and the date on that was May 18th, 2020 at 7:24 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And this email is about you coordinating a schedule with Mr. Anderson for visitation, and looks like a holiday schedule as well. Do you agree?
Yes.
So previously you had testified that on Monday, May 18th, 2020, you had told your daughter that you believe Mr. Gutierrez was missing, correct?
Argumentative and his mischaracterization was in the sense of she said she was crying because she was not in touch with him. At this point, she has not told her daughter that he is missing, and certainly has not indicated anything about Mr. Anderson. So it's a mischaracterization of the evidence, and it is irrelevant.
Let's rephrase your question.
Multiple times during direct examination, and
you don't need to summarize
sure.
What you believe the testimony was. You can just ask another question.
Sure. So you sent an email to Mr. Anderson trying to coordinate future visitations, even though at this point you're scared of him, you want nothing to do with him, and you believe your friend is missing.
Yes, I'm trying to coordinate for the children an agreeable schedule.
Oops.
Judge, I'd ask to move in Defense Exhibit 288 and Defense Exhibit 264.
Objection?
They're fine.
Received.
And then I have no further questions subject to recross, Judge.
Thank you. We'll start at the back. Ms. Beecham, you were just shown Defense Exhibit 288, which was an email between, you to Mr. Anderson on the 18th of May. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And previously yesterday, you had talked about a conversation you and the defendant had all the way back in February of 2020 regarding how you saw your relationship moving forward, with you saying you just wanted to set up a schedule with the kids.
Correct.
Is this email in reference to your ultimate goal, which is to set up a reliable schedule for your children?
Yes.
Is there any mention in this email of wanting to get back together with him?
No.
Is there any language in here that says hugs and kisses from you to him?
No.
Is there any pet names or anything special you call him here regarding your deep love and affection for him that you've had all these years?
No.
So ultimately, was this you just trying to put a permanent schedule in place to make it regular for the kids?
Objection leading.
Why was it important to you to put a permanent schedule in place?
To avoid any more conflict with him, and to just keep it cut and dry to the kids and exchanging.
Now, on this day, You had testified that you had attempted to reach Mr. Gutierrez multiple times.
Yes,
And at that point, you hadn't yet driven down to Kenosha and seen the scene, accurate?
correct.
So does this email have anything to do with your worry for Mr. Gutierrez?
No,
Now, we previously talked about May 7th and you catching your daughter with a phone that you indicated she was supposed to record you on. You recall that testimony?
yes,
And that you had taken that phone from her and ultimately looked through it for the Amazon purchase that you then showed on the screen.
yes.
Objection leading.
I'm just trying to get to the question before you.
Let's see.
And after you took that phone from your daughter and did the investigation into the Amazon purchases, what, if anything, did you do on that phone search-wise?
Nothing that I recall. I just was looking for the videos that I was told that were on there, and then I was looking to see if there was any other evidence. So
You had previously testified that the defendant has a number of different phones. Is that accurate? And so we had I specifically shown you State's Exhibit 112, which was the flip phone, and 113, which was the Moto G6 phone that you call the burner phone.
yes,
Were there additional phones that you were aware of that the defendant had?
yes.
I'm going to object. It's been asked and answered on direct.
Your Honor, they then went into what phone was recovered on the 7th.
The objections are over.
And directing your attention to then May 7th, after you had done your cursory search of the phone, did you use that phone that you had found that night for any other purposes that night?
No,
I'm approaching you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 287. Yes. Right, I'm approaching with State's 287, which are Celebrate reports regarding the Moto V6 phone web activity from May 7th of 2020. What time approximately do you remember in terms of time of day you finding this phone on your daughter that you then confiscated?
I found it would have been at night. Yeah, it would have been at night. I think I feel like the next day maybe I looked, or I can't remember.
So the phone you found on your daughter, you found the night of the 7th.
Correct.
So I'm going to show you the web search history and message history for the V6 phone from that same night and inquire if, based on this activity, this was you on this phone or this phone was not the one you located on your phone. So we'll go to all of this. It's going to be page 4 of this exhibit. See at the right where it keeps saying web history? And then it shows time frames of 11:08. see at the top here where we're talking about web history on the Moto G6 at 11:08 p.m. Last visited something called Flex Steel Curved Couch OBO Furniture. See that at the top?
Yeah.
Then below that, 5/7 at 11:09 p.m. Milwaukee for sale couch on Craigslist. See that?
Yeah.
5/7 at 11:10 p.m. recliner couch love seat furniture. See that?
Yeah.
Are these any searches that you were doing on the phone you found on Olivia on the 7th of May?
No.
So the Moto G6 that is having these searches be done on it wasn't you.
Objection, leading, and argumentative.
So
The objection is sustained.
So this Moto G6 is searching for these things. That's not you.
I'm going to object again, then speculative, argumentative.
We're just going to continue on with additional searches that occur on this phone. So 5/7, we continue to look at couches. Is that accurate on this Moto G6 phone?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
And are any of those you?
No.
11:25, Milwaukee for sale couch. Is that you?
No.
I'm just going to skip some pages here. Jumping to page 8 of this exhibit of the Moto G6 search history from that night. The early morning hours. Now we're at actually 5/8 at 4:50 a.m. Back on Craigslist for jobs for a couch. Do you see all those?
Yes.
Then more search history at 5:01 a.m. Is that you?
No.
Now, you had previously talked about other phones that the defendant had had. Are you familiar with those phones as well?
Yes.
So are you sure exactly which phone your daughter had that night that she was trying to record you with?
I don't know the exact phone.
But the search history from the G6 isn't you.
No. There were 3 Moto G6 or 3 of those.
When you say there were 3 of those, who owned 3 of these?
He had 3 of those Moto 6s. They were all the same kind of phone.
Okay, so you recovered what you believe to be a Moto G6 phone, you're just not sure which one?
Correct.
You were shown some texts regarding language about the defendant, and excuse the terminology, fucking with you and you fucking back with the defendant. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What was your emotional mindset at that time regarding what the defendant was doing?
Well, I was upset. I was scared. I was frustrated. I didn't know what to do anymore. I'd reached out for help and asked, but was told that there was nothing I could do unless I had proof. So, yeah, I'm just at my wit's end. You know, I just wanted it all to stop. I wanted all of it to just stop.
And that specific text was from May 10th of 2020. Was some of that frustration that you just described regarding finding the planted phone?
Objection, leading.
What about the defendant's behavior in the days preceding that made you so frustrated?
Yeah, finding the phone was definitely a big deal. And just everything leading up to it seemed like it just kept getting more and more amped up, more and more. There were more things I was finding out, more information that was trickling in. The fact that my daughter was telling me she had knowledge of things that was very frustrating. I felt like I didn't have control of the situation, and I just wanted to try to be as amicable as possible, and he wasn't allowing us to do that. And so it just became frustrating, and I just felt like just angry.
Previously been shown some text messages between yourself and Mr. Gutierrez regarding Mr. Gutierrez talking about wanting to beat his ass. Do you remember those?
Yeah.
What were the emotions going on in your life regarding the defendant's behavior that led to you having those feelings at that point?
I guess I'm going to object to the form of the question. She was talking about the text messages Mr. Gutierrez sent.
I'll rephrase. During that text exchange, your frustration, I guess, were you frustrated during that text exchange between you and Rosalio?
We were both frustrated. I think, I was trying to explain to him what was going on and inform him what was going on, that I was frustrated. We were only together for a few months, but we talked a lot, and we really had a good connection, and I really trusted him, and it felt like he really wanted to protect me from that, and genuinely. And so I think he was just trying to make me feel better and just trying to be a nice person and, just making me feel protected. I think that's all that really was.
Talk about the number of phone calls that you had placed to Mr. Gutierrez on 5/18 and 5/19. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And you were asked whether or not you remembered leaving a voicemail. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
If you wouldn't have left a voicemail, why would that have been?
Objection, relevance, and speculation.
If she knows, she can answer.
I didn't typically leave a message, so I don't know that I really would have. Maybe I would have, but I don't really recall if I did or didn't. If I did, it would have just been quick.
And in your previous conversations with Mr. Gutierrez, was he usually quick to respond to you?
Yes.
So did the length of time with him not responding cause you concern? So why on May 18th were you caused concern based on the lack of contact with the Mr. Gutierrez?
Because that morning I didn't get, well, actually the previous night, I didn't get a good night text. And so that was alarming, or just, I wasn't sure. And then that morning I didn't get a good morning text. And so I thought that was weird. And then I text him And then I texted him in the afternoon again, and I still didn't get a response. And that started me kind of thinking that something was wrong or that maybe something happened. So that's what it definitely was unusual that he didn't respond to me.
Thank you.
Any requests?
Yes, limited, thank you. You said just now that
Any
you
requests?
really trusted Mr. Gutierrez, correct? You said just.
I felt I could trust him, yes.
Did you know that on May 17th, the evening of May 17th, 2020, Mr. Gutierrez had planned to have a date with a different woman?
Relevant. Objection.
What's the relevance of
The
that?
relevance is if she trusted, she's saying she trusted him, and also she's saying that she hadn't heard from him in the morning or evening of May 17th, morning of May 18th. If she knows if he was with another woman, then that could have provided an explanation to why he wasn't texting her.
Overall, you can answer the question.
I didn't know that he was meeting with anyone. Per our conversations and our interactions, I didn't have any reason to feel like he was interested in anybody else.
I'm sorry.
Also, I understand
Rewind.
relationships are,
I'll talk to you later. It's too loud. I'm sorry. So I made some shortcuts. And apparently that was one of the shortcuts. It's only 30 seconds. Okay, so I made some shortcuts, and apparently I touched that shortcut command. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Well, actually, I think we're going to be done for today. What are we at? 7 hours. 7 hours. Okay, so I did add into the no, I don't know. Okay, so I just added, okay, so I'm trying to figure out these little like on occasion things that pop up, like, you know how Stray and Eris and all those wonderful people run all over, you know, different people's live streams, sprinkling their joy, if you will. And so I figured out how to automatically have them generated every so often. It's often. My dad gets so mad. He's like, for the last time, it's not often, it's often. I'm like, okay, I got it. Anyway. But I did want to share with you. Okay, so I'm sorry about that premature ending there, if you will. I'm covered in your joy sprinkles. Yay! I would not respond to you. What? I say often too. It's a hard habit to break, people. It's often, not often. Okay, so at least you don't have to endure the wrath of my father. Remember this guy? Where did I put him? Remember this fine looking man? If he could, he would stick a bar of soap in my mouth, like this Irish Spring. If I say often, it's often. Honestly, he gets so mad. He's almost 80. Okay, so a couple things. So anyway, I just added a new one. I'm not sure if it came into the chat yet for the podcast Wrongful. I have it on a 30-minute sprinkling. I was also going to add this one. Oh my God, I'm going to probably do it again. Paste. I bet it's Control V. Oh, I did. So I added a hotkey Control V for the video. And Control V is paste, if you will. So I was going to add that, and that's why the ending came on. Oh, man. Oh, you want to see it again? My dad. This was when we took... I still can't find the one of me and Tara. She was Chekhov, and I was... Or was I Chekhov and she was... No, nobody was Uhura. Well, we were both sitting at the control. My dad was sitting in Captain Kirk's chair. Mall of America had the Star Trek exhibit here for like a month. Probably like 10 years ago, maybe. 8 years or so. And so we took my dad there for Father's Day. And his shirt says Dead Man Walking. And then it's got... Who is that, Scotty? It might be Scotty with a phaser. So there you have it. I'm a Trekkie. I actually had a fish named Leonard. And then we had 2 smaller fish named Bill and Jim. Bill for Bill Shatner, Jim for James T. Kirk. And incidentally, so with betta fish, Leonard was a betta fish, and Bill and Jim were just some smaller guppies, I think they were. And according to the guy at the pet food store, the betta fish, you only have bettas in their own tanks, but there are certain fish that you can have in the tank with them that they don't seem to mind. And so the guppies came home, Bill and Jim. And one day I went to go feed Leonard, and for Leonard Nimoy, for those of you not familiar with Star Trek. And Bill and Jim were floating. So Leonard had decided to unalive. No, they were all males. No Kirk fish mating. They were males. Well, anyway, Leonard also passed away too. He passed away during the Peltro trial I was watching on another person's channel. And I was gone from the chat. There's like, where did Crime Spice go? And like, oh my God, Leonard died. I had to deal with Leonard. Okay, so did he give the Vulcan fish pinch? The Vulcan, the thing on the head. Wasn't that it? Okay, we'll have to have a Star Trek. Did you prove Leonard guilty beyond a reasonable doubt? Yes, because their fins were gone. Their back fins, Bill and Jim's back fins, had suspicious, bite marks. I mean, they were gone. They had, and apparently you're not supposed to have, betta fish have to be in separate tanks. And even if you have 2 of them together, you have to put a divider so they can't see each other or they fight. It's a big, long story. Their water has to be just so, but they're beautiful fish. Maybe Leonard was a Romulan. Maybe. Yes, Leonard was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And to be honest with you, I never looked at him the same way again, as fondly as I did when I first brought him home. No more fish. They're a lot of work, honest to God. Oh. Well, they're angry fish only if they see each other. They're actually really horribly. They come over from China, I think, or somewhere over, in Asia, and they come over in a clear sour cream container with like a little hole at the top, like with like a dimple in the middle of it with like a little tiny hole so they get a little bit of air. Yeah, betta fish are just loners. You can get tanks that have like the little separators in it, so it's like in a big giant tank, but they have to absolutely be separated and black in between. They can't see each other. They can see you. So we had, but they come across in, if you go to the pet store, they're in like, the shelving unit, and then each shelving unit only fits one of those little sour cream size containers. And that's it. They're in it for like weeks, if not a month. In this little teeny tiny little, most of them look mostly dead when you go to the pet store. It's horrifying. And the guy at the pet store, super nice guy. I talked to him, and then I went back and got the guppies, and I went back and got some plants. He got to know me really well. And he said the same thing. I said, you'd think they'd regulate this, as far as like give them a little bit more space. I mean, at least put them in like a, like a cottage cheese size container. I mean, they barely have enough water in their, for their body height and their fins. It's horrifying. I don't know. And maybe you can't, I don't know what the regulations are. I don't know. But they're beautiful fish. That lasted almost all 4 years of college with me. Eddie because I was in love with Eddie Vedder. Oh my God, that's so awesome. I was going to say Eddie Van Halen, but Eddie. Super nice. Yes, the Norwegian comes out. Somebody earlier said when we were talking about how many licks to get to the middle of a Tootsie Pop. 1, 2, 3. My grandfather used to say 3 with his rolled R's. I did want to show you something I made for you, specifically for all of you last night. I did share a sneak peek with Jamie and Saul. And I'm pretty sure the volume is okay. You may want to brace yourself just in case I didn't get it right. But this is for you. I think it's like 7 seconds. Oh, that's not it. That's not it. That wasn't it. Why won't it work? Okay, never mind. What did I do? Okay, never mind. It's so funny. Maybe I can do it another way. I'm going to try it one more time. There it is. There, I hope you enjoyed it. Let's do it one more time. No, I don't think I have the timing on that quite right. Again, CapCut, for those of you who are interested in investing in a CapCut Pro membership, I would strongly advise against it. And it's kind of hard because like the pop, like do you do it like when he finds the orange or when he lifts it up? I kind of waffled with that. And I'd like to thank Soloman Anderson for recommending Zelda as a sound. Let's just do it one more time. It's short. Yeah, I'll work on the timing a little bit maybe. Isn't that funny? Now, if I was really good at CapCut, I'd have the screen like shake to the music. I'm pretty sure I can do that. Just haven't figured it out. Have some maracas maybe. And then like when he finally, lifts it, like hooray, or I don't know. It's really funny. The timing was weird because it's, he sees it and then it's hard to decipher. All right, so that is it for now. I'm going to document I'm going to document that we are on 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 12 seconds of day 10 of the Zachariah Anderson trial. I know, let's just do it one more time. Although you could rewind it, but here, let's do it one more time. For those of you in the back. Yeah, it's just off a hair, in my opinion. And I should probably get rid of the lady in the front. That I know I can fix. So thank you, Soloman, for recommending Zelda. I couldn't find Zelda WoW, but that was a Zelda something or other little thing that I personally thought was hysterical. I showed Lily and Truman and sent it to Jamie and Salvador, you know, as a preview to my madness. You should put that on a loop for an hour. Well, if you go on Twitter or X, it just keeps going over and over and over again. I'll post it now that I've shared it with you. I wanted to share with you first. So you've got exclusive first look at a new thing I'm working on. Too bad there's not more time in the day. Orange is the new salsa. I called it orange. I called it Judge Orange. I think Agent Orange. I'll figure out something. Sometimes it's got to marinate for a little bit. All right, so 7 hours 20 minutes exactly. Tomorrow also Agent Orange. Agent Orange. Yeah, that's possible. Agent Orange. That's what came to my mind. Judge Orange. Has Dad seen that? He'd be proud. Actually, that's kind of funny because my mother was a gigantic true crime fanatic. Thank you, Lynn. Again, I'm sorry about your loved one. I'm sending you a hug. A hug with 2 arms. You know, the ones, what do they say? The best ones are the ones from behind. The ones where you just go and grab people from the back. The big giant ones. Aren't you glad you watched Crime Spies today? Okay. Aren't you glad I'm not a banana? Okay. So I was going to say tomorrow Hella has a New Year's Eve live stream. Have a good night. Toodly pip. My goodness, it's got to be New Year's Day or New Year's Eve over there. I'll have a spot of tea. You know, I'm actually quite fond of that Earl Grey. I kind of have an addiction to it. I wasn't sure I liked it at first. It's got kind of an orange, lavender tone, if you will, but it's delicious. So, Jody Jensen, yeah. Oh my God, did I miss Oh no, I missed Sal's live stream. I totally forgot about it. Oh my God. Or is that tomorrow? Tomorrow's Murder Church in the morning. Anyway, so tomorrow night is New Year's Eve, and I think we'll resume this on New Year's Day, unless, well, I'll check tomorrow when I get up. I'll check and see. I'm assuming that there's all kinds of New Year's Eve stuff going on, so I think I will just bow out gracefully for tomorrow, and we can resume New Year's Day. Probably later in the afternoon. And make sure if you're going to go cocktailing on New Year's Eve, take a crap load of vitamin C before you go, before you indulge, if you will. And airborne. Somebody mentioned airborne earlier. I'm telling you what, airborne when you leave, airborne before you go to bed. And that will help with any possible hangover, if you will. Mimsy goes to Murder Church. Oh my God, I love Steve. I love Steve. Alrighty, everyone. Have a beautiful, wonderful day. Thank you for joining me. Episode number 9. We're getting better, but we're not quite there yet. But I appreciate your patience. Thank you very much. All right. Have a great night.